fans to identify themselves. This is the Trojan Football Media Network.
Your home for Trojans football.
How do you do?
And your home for fast-paced, fact-based talk.
We're not CNN. We do actual facts here.
KABC, Los Angeles, Orange County, a Cumulus media station.
That's what we do.
Countdown to Kickoff is presented by Muscle Milk, the official protein performance partner of USC Athletics. Now, I know this game was scheduled everywhere you see it as a 7:30 start time, but that's just not true. It's going to kick off at about 7:45, as we are told now. So we've got some time to spend with you on our Countdown to Kickoff show to get a little more in-depth about both the Stanford and the USC football teams. We'll have a better crowd tonight than we've had the first 2 weeks. The wins over San Jose State 56-28 and Nevada 66-14. This could be that kind of game. The Trojans are certainly hoping so. Although we've been surprised before by Stanford, you don't have to look that far back to remember when they were 41-point dogs to Tavita Pritchard when he found Mark Bradford in the end zone with just over a minute and a half to go as Stanford upset USC. One of the biggest upsets we'll ever see, probably will ever see, in college football and maybe in the history of the game as Stanford turned around and won that game. Well, the Trojans are out on the field right now warming up down to our left. Stanford in the all-whites over to our right, doing some crab crawls across the way and running some pass patterns down below. The band has not made its way in yet, but the sidelines are definitely crowded. Going to be a big crowd here tonight, bigger than it's been in the first two games. We're estimating the actual attendance in the house will be somewhere above the 50 to 55,000 range when all is said and done. Something we're looking forward to at halftime, I've never seen one before, is a drone show. And I'm really looking forward to that. I know they've had them over at Dodger Stadium and other places, but the drone show is halftime, not pregame. I think it's halftime. It is halftime. That's what I thought. So we'll look forward to that and more as we get ready for tonight. Let's talk a little bit about this one. The Trojans have some good winning streaks going right now. 9 consecutive wins at home. 19 straight wins at home against unranked opponents, 11 in a row against unranked opponents anywhere, 6 wins in a row in September, and we've got another couple of September games to go this year in Colorado in 2 weeks, or rather in Arizona State in 2 weeks, and in Colorado after that. 5 wins in the regular season in non-league, 7 wins in the regular season overall, and the skipper, Lincoln Riley, is 18-0 in the regular season in non-league games in his career, including going back to his days at Oklahoma. This is the 103rd meeting between USC and Stanford, dating back to 1905. It is the oldest rivalry for USC in terms of its major rivals. They've played every year except the COVID year since 1946, since the end of World War II. The Trojans lead the series 65-34, 3 ties, and one of those ties was very important to USC back in 1979 here at the Coliseum. Trojans got out to a 21-0 lead and kind of got conservative. Stanford caught them. SC couldn't do anything about it. You can't help but wonder if they had overtime rules like we have now. The Trojans win that game in overtime here at the Coliseum, and they would be the national champions of 1979. But they didn't. They ended up at a tied game, and Alabama was the national champion. Last year, Stanford was the host, and SC won the game 41-28, leading 35-14 at the half. It really wasn't much of a contest. The last time they were here, Stanford won big 42-28. Last time the Trojans beat Stanford on this field was in 2019. Here at the Coliseum, 48th meeting. The Trojans are 26-20 with that one tie. They have also played a couple of times on campus at what is now Cromwell Field, the track and field, the Locher track and field stadium. And one time they met at the old Tournament of Roses playground over at Caltech, where Caltech is. That's where the original Rose Bowl was, and they played there back in the old days. As I mentioned, Stanford has a different look now. They come in with a new head coach taking over. David Shaw retires after 12 years as the winningest coach in Stanford history. 2-time Rose Bowl champion, a multi-time conference coach of the year. And he's out. He's over at the NFL Network now. And taking his place is Troy Taylor. Oh, dogs and cats living in sins. He's a Cal Bear, and he's coaching at Stanford. How does that happen? An ex-Cal quarterback, and he was a pretty good one, too. He is a new head coach at at Stanford, I should say, after coming over from Sacramento State, a lower level to be sure, but he took them from the doldrums to a 30-8 record in his 4 years at Sacramento State. Remember, Troy was also the offensive coordinator at Utah in 2017 and 2018. He is the 35th Stanford head coach. And he's a good one, but he's trying to change things up, no question about it. Shaun Cody joins me in the booth now after taking care of his duties on the Trojan Tailgate show, and we're just starting our conversation about Stanford and how different they are than the Stanford teams that we came to know under David Shaw, when he would line them up big man on big man, and he had more big men than you most of the time, and they were bigger than most of the guys you had, and he just pushed you around. And they had a great run under David Shaw, but lately not so much. And with the transfer portal not being a thing that Stanford could delve into as much as he would have liked, I think maybe he saw the writing on the wall. He'll never tell you that. And so Troy Taylor comes in and he spreads it out like everybody else does. What's come to the world?
Yeah, a little bygone era of football. It makes you reminisce a little bit about football when you used to watch Stanford under David Shaw, and I think that's kind of just what happened to David Shaw's program at Stanford. Just kind of didn't age well, right? That kind of football is not really prevalent anymore, especially in the college ranks and just lining up in power football. So David Shaw is out, and now we start the era of Troy Taylor, who's going to try to get that quarterback moving around and get some designed runs and get it going.
They return only 15 passing attempts from a season ago. They do have some running backs back, a couple of wide receivers, but by and large, it doesn't look like on paper, and having watched the Hawaii game on film, it doesn't look to me like they match up with USC's defense at all. The Trojan defense, which was just finding itself against San Jose State, last week gave up a couple of big plays, but that's all. It looked like they were bigger and tougher and stronger and tackling better last week. And if they make the same improvement between the Nevada game and this here Stanford game, I think Stanford's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, that's always the goal, is to progress as the season goes on, especially defensively. Stanford will get a chance. Last week was their first game, so they're trying to make a step in the right direction, and that's what we see tonight. Who can get that next step in the right direction? I think they have a decent offensive line at Stanford to return three senior starters from last year, but they lost some pieces too up front, so some work to be done. Ashton Daniels, the quarterback, he's a mobile quarterback. How accurate is it? Yet to be determined, and he can kind of move around and get it done with his legs a little bit. They'll have some design runs for him, but really the star of their offense is Benjamin Yarasik, and he's the guy you got to watch, and somebody who the Trojans who definitely have circled today.
Now, I'm going to pat you on the back and say it's okay that you don't know this, but Stanford is one of those schools, Notre Dame is another one, that lists their athletes in their press guides in their academic eligibility, not their athletic eligibility.
Oh, okay.
Remember, 2020 doesn't count at all. It didn't happen, didn't exist. I wish that were the real case.
Yeah.
Whatever. As far as I can tell, having gone through every single player on my depth chart, and they give out a lot of guys, there are 0 athletic seniors on this Stanford team. So when you say they're returning 3 senior starters, they really aren't. They're returning guys that have been around a long time because of that COVID year. Yeah. But they get to come back next year if they want to.
Yeah, I guess I'm talking about 4-year players.
And now they're going to be 5 and 6, and in some cases 7-year players. Sooner or later that'll play itself out, but it hasn't yet by any means. Let's talk a little bit about the Trojan offense that is going to go against this Stanford team. And once again, we're killing time a little bit because kickoff isn't until about 7:45 from what we understand. Caleb Williams has been as good or better than advertised. Is he better than the guy we saw last year?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you listen to him before we started the season, Caleb Williams has some pretty lofty goals. He was talking about throwing 60 touchdowns this year and 0 interceptions, and so he's definitely set the goal pretty high for the year. And he's off to a great start. He haven't even got to play a full game, but yes, he's had more than 4 touchdown passes in each of the games. So it's a great start for him. I'm sure he'll get some more time tonight. I'm sure Lincoln Riley will probably take him the whole way tonight if he can go and see what he can do against these Cardinals.
If those previous 2 games had been closer, he'd probably have upwards of 900 yards passing right now, but he missed like a half a football game out of those 2 games.
Remember last week, I think he was on track for about 800 yards passing after the first quarter.
Well, and when he is, and it doesn't shock us. Yeah. That's the thing. Let me ask you the follow-up question to that: is the receiving core better than the receiving core that was last year?
I think it's much deeper. I think it's the depth, the amount of players they have. It's so amazing to me that they can still keep all these guys into the game, because when you're a wide receiver, receiver, and you're not getting as many grabs as some of these guys would get 9-10 grabs on every team, and they're just not getting those. So it's the job of the coaches on the staff to have these guys ready to go. They have to be, chomping at the bit on the sideline to get these passes. So I think you're going to see a little bit narrowing down, I think, as this goes on. Maybe a little bit tonight against Stanford. Which group of guys, these are a group of receivers, maybe our 1 and 2s that we're going to have going, and then tighten it down from there.
I'm going to argue with you that I don't think that's the case here tonight. I think this is the last game, if it goes the way it should, that USC can play all these guys. It's the last chance to audition for some of these guys like Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane in the receiving corps. Last chance for them to show that they belong on the field in the big games. Now they got to go on the road. The next 2 after this, they have to shut down the roster a little bit. When they do that, then you rein it in.
Yeah, I think it will be how this one plays out. If it gets tight a little bit, I'm sure they'll be in there longer. And if it turns out the way we think this thing might turn out, yeah, you'll see some more guys in there.
How bad does the loss of Gino Quinones, who's out there on a cane, hurt this offensive line? They seem to have more depth than they had a year ago.
Yeah, it's always tough. Offensive line, you just need guys. These injuries are going to happen. There's just so many bodies and so much mass, and they're rolling around that these injuries are going to happen throughout the year. And it's a big loss to lose Gino, because he could play at all 3 positions, right? All 3 the guard positions, and then at the center position, he was the backup center there too. So that's a big loss I think, especially at the center position, because if you lose Dustin Dietrich, who's right now the one, you got to go to Killian O'Connor, who's a young man who's a walk-on. So you're trying to figure out that position right there. But Alani Noah's going to get a chance, and Mason Murphy's he's kind of going to be that swing tackle guy. So you still got some guys there, but losing Gino is definitely not a good thing.
And then finally, the running backs, it almost feels like they've been an afterthought, but they've been pretty good. Marshawn Lloyd has been good. Jones, when he carries the ball, has been good. Quentin Joyner, Darwin Barlow, they've got some guys that can really carry. They really haven't been called on to do it in the pinch where they had to do it.
Yeah,
looks like.
I think their 1A, 1B is Marshawn Lloyd and Austin Jones. I think Quentin Joyner has really showed well in the few carries he's had, and then Darwin Barlow, all he does is tote the pill when he gets in there and runs as hard as he can. So I think you have a great 1A, 1B in Marshawn Lloyd. I thought Marshawn Lloyd looked tremendous last week, not only carrying the ball, but catching the ball, blocking, his speed all the way to the end zone. So just a multifaceted running back. I didn't know he was that kind of guy where he can kind of do it all.
You may be watching us on the Audi Radio Booth Cam, brought to you by your Southern California Audi dealers. You type in on YouTube and Booth Cam. I think that's really all you got to type in, and you'll be able to get it there. Hope you're watching us here tonight. Both teams still warming up down in the field. Darkness starting to settle in the Coliseum, and a gray, overcast, and muggy day in Southern California. Temperatures still rather on the warm side in the mid-70s right now, and we are well after 7 o'clock at night. We'll come back and take a look at the other sides of the ball after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
USC Trojan fans, Smart Stop Self-Storage is ready for game day. Smart Stop Self-Storage is committing to making the self-storage experience easy and hassle-free for all Trojan fans. Whether you're storing your Trojans tailgate gear, need temporary storage while moving to a new home, or need a storage solution for your business, we're here for you with convenient locations throughout Southern California. Smart Stop Self-Storage, the smarter way to store. Visit smartstop.com to reserve your space today. Fight on. Fight on.
While USC is making game-changing moves on the field, Athletic Brewing Company is changing up what's in the cooler while you enjoy the game. Athletic Brewing crafts great-tasting and award-winning non-alcoholic beers that are fit for all times. When it comes to flavor, there's no competition. Try it for yourself. First-time customers can use code USC10 to get 10% off their first six-pack at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times. Exclusions and conditions apply.
Don't punt your morning drive. Catch Armstrong and Getty. Morning 6 to 9 on KABC.
Pete Arbogast, Shaun, Cody. JJ will join us in just a bit. Jordan Moore down on the field. We'll get to him in a short time as well. We were talking about SC's offense against Stanford's defense. Let's flip the boards over and talk the other way around. The Trojan defense, as I mentioned, Shaun, I thought had been playing better last week than they played against San Jose State. just a little bit tougher, a little bit better. Doesn't look like Mason Cobb's going to go, but Eric Gentry will be back in there tonight, so it gives them a little more depth. At the linebacker spot, you're still without Tyrone Chaleni, but otherwise everybody's healthy and everybody's ready to go. What are you expecting tonight against this Stanford team that does like to spread it out? It's maybe a little bit more talented than the other two teams we saw, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit more talented than I think the first two opponents, but I think the defense took a step in the right direction last week, especially up front. I thought the defensive line in particular, Bear Alexander with his consistent push in the run game and as well in the pass rush game was fantastic. I thought that led to a lot of things, kind of opens up the defense for Alex Grinch. When you can get a big guy like that, making pass rush moves, knocking offensive linemen into the running back on third and shorts, that's a huge piece there. I think those rush ends show that they can do some things with Jamil Muhammad, Braylon Shelby, Anthony Lucas, Solomon Burr with the big sack last week. So those guys played well. I think this back end, they're still kind of figuring out what they're doing back there. Damani Jackson, he gave up the big pass on the back end. Kalen Bullock had a little bit better game. You need to step up into that, I think, All-American status, and they're still trying to figure out with Sierra Wright, Christian Roland Wallace, who they can trust and to be out there and make the play.
I'm a little surprised Christian Roland Wallace hadn't seen more action at one of the cornerback spots. He was well considered coming out of Arizona, and he hasn't seen the kind of time that I thought he would so far. Yeah, well, he was out that first half last week with the thing that Lincoln Riley was upset about from the previous year. So I think we'll see more of him tonight. He looks like someone who's definitely in the vein of a Stanford defender here, who can come out there and maybe lock horns with a Benjamin Urisic. You mentioned Urisic, the tight end, as one of the names that jumps off the page. E.J. Smith, Casey Filkins, and Bryce Farrell are the other ones, and their great kicker, the All-American kicker, probably the best kicker in the country, Josh Carty. There's a guy, as a junior, he's a kicker. He may end up going out early from Stanford. He's graduating, and he may be one of those guys that gets picked pretty early in the NFL draft, and that's rare for a kicker for sure. But not talking about him as much, are there enough talented guys on the offensive side of the ball to do much damage? What do you know about this Ashton Daniels kid, the quarterback?
Yeah, talented quarterback. He can move a little bit more. He's not a statue back there. They're going to draw up some design run plays for him where he's kind of giving you that zone read option where he can keep it and pull it, but they want to get him moving around. He'll take some shots. He's got a larger frame on him. He's not a slight of guy, build guy. He can take some wear and tear. He can throw the ball. Accuracy has been, I thought it was okay last week. It wasn't tremendously accurate, but he could put it where it is. And when you got a big target like Benjamin Urisic, it makes it a lot easier.
We'll come back, take a look at our keys to the game. USC and Stanford getting ready to go here at the nighttime Coliseum. We'll be back after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Support for USC football comes from Children's Hospital Los Angeles. U.S. News and World Report has once again named Children's Hospital Los Angeles the #1 hospital for kids in California. Ranked in the top 10 nationally, CHLA has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since the prestigious list was created. They've been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 120 years. Whether it's for routine care or life-saving needs, families turn to CHLA when the outcome matters. Clinical excellence, breakthrough research, and world-class expertise for kids. Find a doctor at chla.org.
Once you get the meat and cheese for your sub freshly sliced right in front of you at Jersey Mike's, I'll tell you, there's no going back to anything else. That'd be like going back to dial-up internet. Am I connecting to space to order Jersey Mike's? Any day now. Okay, it's about to connect. What? Who picked up the phone? Nope, there's no going back once you see it freshly sliced at Jersey Mike's. A sub above.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 65 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
Taking you inside the huddle. From the comfort of your car. Trojans Live, Monday nights at 7 on KABC.
Welcome back to the Coliseum. The SC band getting ready to go out. Fans that were outside most of the day of making their way in for the final SC Stanford game in a while. I want to get Shaun's comment on this, and before we move along to our keys to the game, that there are a couple of guys on the offensive side of the ball and the coaching staff for Stanford that we know very well. Vianney Talamaivo in his first season with Stanford after coaching at USC a little bit, and Vi Malapaya, who was as tough a runner as I remember in the last few years, is one of their offensive analysts. So it's always good to see those guys catch on somewhere.
Yeah, I got to speak with Vianney and Vi before the game. I couldn't tell them how proud I am of them. To get to the rank of a college football coach is no small task there. That you have to go through so many levels of it, and for those guys to get to this level at such a young age shows their work ethic and what they can do. So proud of those guys. But I told them we're trying to put it to them tonight. So we'll see how it goes on the field.
It is time now to take a look at our keys to the game.
And now, here are the keys to the game, presented by Audi. The Southern California Audi dealers are proud sponsors of the USC Trojans.
Well, I'll start it off tonight, and I'm going to make the same point I made when I was talking to Shaun a few minutes ago, in that I think this is a game just like the others. If the Trojans go on and win like they should, they're favored by a lot to do so against the Stanford team that doesn't appear to be as good as USC coming into the contest. Now, they're going to put up a stink like they normally do, but I think SC is just better than they are, and that's all there is to it. And because of that, I think the most important thing for USC to do one more time is to look at all the guys that they can look at one more time and then make their decisions going forward into the 2 road games that are coming up. Shaun, you're next.
Yeah, with that bye week, that might be the plan of action. Mine is pretty simple. It's stop Benjamin Jurasik. You've heard me talk about him already about 4 or 5 times. He's their weapon. In order for Stanford to stay in this game, they got to score some points, and if they're going to score some points, they got to give him the ball, and that's who the Trojans got to stop.
John Jackson, a member of our broadcast team for these many years, sits right next to me on my right side, and he's got a page typewritten and ready to go of keys to the game. Go, sir.
I do, but I don't have all. It'll take me through the first quarter to get done with all these keys that I have, Pete. I did my homework this week, and I could tell you the key to the game.
Well, there's a switch.
The big key to the game, and Shaun, you're going to love this.
Yep.
Defense. That's right.
Who's this guy? Is this John Jackson?
Yeah, I usually say offense, receivers, get the receivers the ball, throw me the doggone ball or whatever you want to say, but today is defense. The USC defense has to start stacking up some good performances. If you look at the rest of that defense, Bart, defense. If you start look at the rest of the schedule, this is a key game that the defense has got to get started. They have to play well. They have, of course, you mentioned Jurasik, the tight end. We cannot turn him into Dalton Kincaid 2 and have him sending Christmas presents to our whole defense like Dalton Kincaid did. Okay, I had to say Dalton Kincaid because Stanford, they always think they're smarter than us, but they went back and watched last year's film, and they saw the tight end destroying USC's defense. That is the game plan for Stanford in this game. They think they're smart enough, Shaun, but I'm smart enough to know that they are going back to what Utah did last year. That's what you're going to see, and they have to stop the tight end, Jurasik. It's defense today, Pete. Believe it or not, I am saying it.
JJ, would you concur with me, or would you disagree that I think the defense has improved each of the first 2 games? Better against Nevada than they were against San Jose, and hopefully better again tonight.
Yeah, Pete, I would say they're getting better, but they've averaged 378 yards.
Not good enough.
Giving up 378 yards in the last 2 games. Pete, that's not good enough. I mean, I know my son was on Nevada, but it's Nevada. Come on. You got to play better than they played the last couple of weeks. Even though I was cheering for my son, he has a couple catches. They gave up 378 yards in the last 2 games. Bert, that is unacceptable. They have to play real defense now. That's what I'm saying.
Let's go
Get the ball back. Otherwise, Caleb Williams, the pressure is going to be on him to carry this team the rest of the season, and you don't want that. You want it to be a team effort.
Back to Shaun for another key.
Keep taking care of the ball, I think. I think that we take it for granted how well that Caleb Williams takes care of the ball. You look around college football today, and you can see the ball all over the field sometimes. Some of these quarterbacks keep doing what Caleb does, take care of the ball, make sure all the offensive teams are taking care of the ball.
Sort of weird.
And that's
only
why
had
I
one
love you,
turnover,
Shaun.
and they Stanford and Arizona, Stanford and Hawaii last week had no turnovers in the game at all.
That's why I love Shaun, Pete, because it is turnovers. That was of the second half of my page of notes, but it was turnovers because, remember, a year ago, we were getting a ton of turnovers, and people were still complaining about the defense. So this year they have not been able to cause that many turnovers, but you're right. Turnovers are key. They have to find a way defensively to force some turnovers to get back at least on pace of what they were doing at the beginning of last year.
Got to get the running game going more than it has been. It's not bad. 188 yards a game is pretty good.
Jeez.
We haven't seen an entire game of Caleb Williams, but maybe take the pressure off him a little bit and run the ball a little bit more in key moments and key times. Maybe you just go with what works.
Yeah, I don't think this offense is going to be built upon ever the run game. It'll be a nice little side dish, if you will, to get that running game going. It's going to be sprinkled in at most. You're going to use Lloyd and you're going to use Austin Jones out of the backfield to their most of their capability, but I just don't think they're ever going to be featured like this, like that you want Caleb Williams and the wide receivers featured.
JJ? What do you got?
Yeah, the run game is key for both teams. Stanford will test us in the run. They always think that they're more physical and stronger than us. They will test us in the run tonight. If we don't stop the run and let them do both things, you have to take away one thing. So I say take away the run first, force them to be a passing attack only if you can do that. You have a tough quarterback to defend because, as you mentioned before, Shaun, he is a quarterback that will not stay in the pocket and he will run. So you have to make sure you're disciplined in your rush lanes, right, Shaun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I never had any rush lanes, Shaun, because I played corner and I used to come on the corner blitz in high school. But
one of the great games ever played in USC Stanford history, and we're going to be talking about some of them tonight because this may be the last one for a while. Came in 1988 when Rodney Peete threw a pass to this gentleman, John Jackson, with 1:19 to go up at Stanford Stadium. And SC came back to win that game 24-20. A great highlight in your career and a great highlight for Trojan fans. I was at Stanford Stadium that day, and what a thrill it was to watch that one.
Yeah, did you see me keep my feet in bounds, Pete? I tippy-toed, got both feet in bounds, and then talked trash to Alan Grant because I was a trash talker when I played. So I talked trash to Alan Grant, who was the DB covering me, and we were going back and forth the whole game. I got the best of him. We won the game and got on a flight and had a great flight home.
Was that as important a catch as you ever made in college?
At the time, yes, because of the impact of the game. It was, we were on trying to win the Pac-10 title, I believe it was then. But yeah, so it was a lot of pressure, and that was a close game back and forth. We need another one of those tonight.
We will be back with more as we continue Trojan Countdown to Kickoff after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Let's level up, people. Pedal those bikes. Intervals. Burn. Come on, burn. Woo!
At Audi, we think performance is more exhilarating on a real road. Enter the Audi Q5. While Quattro all-wheel drive gives you confidence when you need it, it's the 261 horsepower of the Q5 engine that really raises the pulse rate, as in 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds. And you'll never pull a calf muscle. The next level Audi Q5. Always obey local speed and traffic laws.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm Personal Price Plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this voicemail from Leah.
Jake from State Farm. Listen, so sometimes I like to nibble on licorice and pretend I'm a teeny mouse, chewing through wires.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
They're not just the Trojans, they're your Trojans. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Trojan pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Trojans. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official retail bank of USC Athletics. Copyright 2023, Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC, and fight on.
Bongino at 9, Shapiro at 3, Phillips in between. Enough said. KABC.
Fireworks going off near the torch as the band gets to the conclusion of our national anthem here at the Coliseum. As the Trojans on a nighttime flyover, apparently. I don't think I've ever seen a nighttime flyover.
You've never seen a nighttime flyover because we saw nothing. We only heard it.
It was you. I'm going to talk. I thought so. Ben Conroy, one of our producers and engineers here in the booth with us right now. Our sideline report is presented by DirecTV, leader in sports on Saturday and every other day. Jordan Moore is on the sideline for us as usual. Jordan, we were talking to JJ about that great game in 1988. This is SC and Stanford, and you've been around for a long time now. what are your favorite memories, maybe a favorite game of this SC Stanford series?
Yeah, no question. 2011 and 2013, back-to-back games here in the Coliseum. The 2011 game was one that USC lost, but it was truly a classic duel between Matt Barkley and Andrew Luck, and Nickel Roby had that pick six we all thought to win it, and then Luck drove Stanford right down the field to force overtime. And USC lost that one on a fumble, but then got them back 2 years later as they're actually playing the alma mater in here.
That doesn't
to celebrate.
happen very often in the pregame.
No, I believe they're doing it as part of the 100th anniversary of the Coliseum.
Nice.
So interesting. President Folt down here on the field doing that. But yeah, the 2013 game I referenced earlier today because we have 4 guys working for us now covering these games that were part of that 2013 Classic where the fans rushed the field afterwards and after beating a top 5 Stanford team. Sua Cravens had a pick that day. Deion Bailey had a pick, and Cody Kessler was the winning quarterback in that one. Max Brown was on that team too. So that one was truly special. Ed Orgeron had everyone in a lather that night.
So rare that the fans ever stormed the field at the Coliseum, and I think that was the last time that happened. Looking back at that 2011 game, just one more second, you remember the pass to Reggie Bush? He tried, or not Reggie Bush, but the pass right at the end of the game, and the Trojan receiver that slips my mind right now tried to get out of bounds and failed by less than a half a second, or he would have given Dari a chance to win that game.
Yeah, there was also a TJ McDonald targeting call in the early days of targeting, which if it doesn't happen, USC wins the game. It was a rare night where USC lost, but you really felt proud of them. And the standards are so high here that you don't look back fondly on many losses. But the 2011 one was pretty impressive, and that then they sort of parlayed that into the big win up at Oregon and used the momentum from a loss to get the big win that season.
This should not be one of the great all-time USC Stanford games, right?
It should not, Pete, but you know what? Today was the first day of the season in my mind. I'm just looking at the scoreboard, and I'm reminded of one thing. We know nothing. It's way too early. I thought Lincoln Riley and his staff really kept their cards close to the vest in the first 2 games for the Trojans. Everyone else has pretty much just played one game. When you see some of these scores and you go, hey, Baylor got beat by Texas State. Utah's going to kill them. Well, Utah had to survive that game. So I wouldn't take anything for granted. I think tonight is at least the first night we get to see some real information on who this 2023 USC football team is.
Jordan, speaking of information, could some of that information be about what wide receivers we're going to see? It seems like these first 2 games, we had both the games over 10 receivers getting a catch. You think we're going to get a little trim down of who's getting the ball?
Yeah, no doubt. Certainly, if it gets close, we're going to find out, Shaun, and we'll see. Maybe Max Brown talked about it, and the Vegas spread tells you that they don't expect a close game tonight. So maybe you will ultimately see everybody play again. But I do think that you'll start to see some signs tonight of where Lincoln Riley wants to go when it matters, because he's got a whole section of that play sheet that's the go-to when it matters, and he has not had to crack into that at all so far.
A beautiful white stallion racing across the Coliseum turf. Some Stanford Cardinal captains coming out for the flip of the coin when we'll be back down to Jordan in just a couple of moments for that. That tells us we're getting close to kickoff time. Ocean views, magical sunsets like tonight's, a luxury resort like no other. Discover Terranea, located along the stunning Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at Terranea.com. That'll do it for this edition of Trojan Football Countdown to Kickoff. Stay tuned next. Exciting USC football, the Pac-12 opener. USC and Stanford. If that doesn't get you going, nothing will. Next on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Trojan fans, you may not think of yourself as an athlete, but everyday life is full of athletic feats. You bend, you reach, you lift, you twist until back, neck, or shoulder pain hits, which brings you to a stop. But whether you're an athlete or not, The Joint Chiropractic can help ease your pain and keep you on the active list. Visit thejoint.com today to get your first consultation, exam, and adjustment for just $29. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans. Trojan fans, it's time to get your roll on with Roll 'em Up Taquitos, the official taquito of USC Athletics. Using Mama Karen's special recipe, our taquitos are hand-rolled daily and pan-fried to order with your choice of beef, chicken, ground beef, and vegetarian options. We got Bomb AF taquitos and a delicious selection of side dishes as well as our Bomb Churro Donuts. Visit rollemup.com to find the location nearest you. Fight on and roll 'em up.
Your Trojans are back for another exciting season in Troy. And this year, when they win, you win. After every USC victory, visit your participating SoCal AM/PM for a free rib sandwich with the purchase of any 20-ounce Coca-Cola product or 700-milliliter Smart Water. Only with the AM/PM app. Only 1,000 deals available on the AM/PM app for 24 hours on first-come, first-served basis between August 26, 2023 and November 18, 2023. Only at participating Southern California AM/PM stores while supplies last. AM/PM, proud partner of the USC Trojans. Fight on.
Your home for Trojans football. AM 790 KABC.
Live from the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum for your enjoyment, USC Trojan football is on the air. Hi again, everyone. Pete Arbogast, along with Shaun, Cody, and Jordan Moore. And tonight, the opening of the Pac-12 season, the final Pac-12 season as we know it, as the Trojans entertain the Stanford Cardinal. Stanford comes into the game with a record of 1-0. The Trojans have won both of their first two games and are heavily favored to make it 3 in a row, as SC is ranked number 6 in the nation. Shaun, USC and Stanford, that gets it going a little bit. I know everybody gets excited. We've got a little bit of a bigger crowd here tonight than we had for San Jose State of Nevada, and well, they should. At a night game at the Coliseum, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, arguably our best rival in Stanford, who probably we won't be able to play maybe for another couple of years. We'll see what happens according to scheduling and conferences, realignment and everything. But yeah, one of our greatest rivals, and it's a shame that we're losing that rivalry, but our last chance at them tonight.
Funny, Stanford throws the ball a little bit now. They've spread it out. They don't run with the big giant elephant packages and put too many tight ends out there and try to bully you. They're not doing that anymore because David Shaw's not there anymore. Troy Taylor coming over from Sacramento State. He's a Cal Bear coaching at Stanford. That's kind of weird. They've darkened the Coliseum, and the lights are flashing now, getting ready for the Trojans to come out of the tunnel. Talk about what you know about Stanford's offense after just having seen them for the 1 week.
Yeah, they've come a little more current with the times, right? You think about Stanford offense of the past, and they were just ground and pound until you keeled over from the amount of times they were going to run the ball. So now they're a little current now with the state of college football. They have a quarterback in Ashton Daniels that can kind of do it all. He can throw the ball. They like to run plays with him, where he's the designed runner. And so he's kind of the feature part of their offense. So you watch what he does, and then he's going to try to get the ball to the tight end and some of their wide receivers on the outside.
But as is the case, and it has been for the first 2 weeks, it's not about them. It's about us and what we can learn about USC, how many guys can play, who are going to be the guys that they're going to rely on, with injuries notwithstanding, on the offensive line, who are going to be most of the receivers, most of the running backs, most of the defensive guys. This is the last chance to really figure it out tonight before you go on the road in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot in the first two games of a bunch of players trying to get everyone involved. Get some freshmen in there in the Coliseum, get them their first action, get some backup guys rolling. I think as this thing goes along here, you're going to start seeing the tightening up and less reps for some of these guys as the starters, and the older guys probably get to take over their roles.
Keeping an eye on the scoreboard tonight, as USC has taken the field and the Stanford team has not yet. And SC got some help in the polls. 11th ranked Texas has beaten number 3 Alabama on the road 34-24. So the Trojans were ranked 6th. They're liable to move up a spot, although they were ranked 6th last week and they didn't move up at all, even though number 5 got beat.
Pretty big win for Sarkisian there.
Sure is. Oregon just kicked a field goal with 1:14 left at Texas Tech, and the Ducks are leading the Red Raiders 31-30. Texas Tech has 1:14 to do something about that. So far, none of the teams in the Pac-12 have been beaten yet. We thought Arizona was going to have a shot to have that happen to them. They have come back against Mississippi State on the road and tied that game late in the game, 21-21. So a very interesting start to the Pac-12 season. Down below us, the white-clad Stanford Cardinal have come onto the field. No, they didn't bring their band. I wish they had. I love the Stanford band, and the tree is here, though, and the Stanford Dollies as well. Captains getting ready to head out to the center of the field. The Trojans captains on the far side. Stanford's on this end. The coin toss brought to you by National Funding, proud partner of USC football. National Funding helping businesses grow and prosper. To take us through the flip of the coin for tonight's game, get us all set, here's Jordan Moore.
Yeah, down here with the captains. The three that are going to head out to the middle of the field are Shane Lee, who we expect to see plenty of tonight because Mason Cobb is out, so that's the missing captain, Jonah Monheim and Justin Dietich, and they're joined by Amon-Ra St. Brown. So he ran the team on the field and is now joining them at midfield as part of the coin toss. Caleb Williams is here, but not joining the crew at midfield for the festivities. It'll be Stanford's call, of course, and the voice you'll hear for Stanford is their tight end Benjamin Urasek, but here is the referee.
Eagle of Freedom is tails. Stanford, you're the visiting team. Heads or tails? Pardon me? Heads. Heads. He called heads, gentlemen. I'll let the coin hit the ground. It's tails. USC, you've won the toss.
USC has won the toss. Shane Lee and the Trojans have elected to receive. Caleb's on the field.
Lose the flip twice, receive twice, win the flip, receive anyway. Now it's time for our starting lineups.
Quarterback, running back, DBs, linebackers. This is the starting lineup, presented by I Trust Capital, the official crypto platform of the USC Trojans.
300 yards a game for Caleb Williams. Last year threw for 341 and 4 touchdowns at Stanford. He's averaging 12 yards per attempt, per pass attempt. It'll be Marshawn Lloyd, Austin Jones, primarily to split the running back spots. Starting receivers, Brendan Rice, Dorian Singer, and Taj Washington, the announced starters. We'll see who actually shows up out there. Lake McCree is the tight end. Jonah Monheim, 3-year starter from Moore Park at left tackle. Michael Tarquin, transfer from Florida at right tackle. Jarrett Kingston, the right guard. Emmanuel Pregnon or Alani Noah at left guard. And Justin Dietich, the 3-year starter, 2-year captain, will start for the Trojans at center. For Stanford, and boy, we didn't even talk about this guy during our portion of the pregame show. I know you guys did on the Trojan tailgate, but David Bailey at defensive end, going to be an All-American, going to be playing on Sundays forever. He's out of Mater Dei, one of the outstanding players in this conference. He already had 3 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, was the Pac-12 defensive lineman of the week last week, and he's really the shining star of their defense.
Yeah, he can get after it as a pass rusher, and that's going to be the job. Because he primarily stands up on that right side. He's going to be going against Michael Tarquin all night, or Mason Murphy, whoever's at that right tackle position. So they got their challenge cut out for him.
Tobin Phillips from San Joaquin Memorial is the defensive tackle. Returning starter Tony Franklin, the other DT. Lance Kennelly, whose dad played at SC. Matt, back in the 1996, 95, 96, 97 seasons from Mission Viejo. He's the other defensive end. The nickelback Jaden Slocum with Zaron Manley from Upland and Colin Wright, the cornerbacks. Jimmy Wyrick, the starting safety, is out tonight and will not go. Scott Edwards will get the start. A.K. Gilman from Punahou High School in Honolulu will be the other safety. And the linebackers Tristan Sinclair and Gaithan Bernadelle, the transfer from Florida International. Josh Carty, All-American first-team kicker, best kicker in the country. Last week, 5 out of 8 on touchbacks. Zachariah Branch hoping that he comes up short on this one as he approaches, moving left to right towards the torch end. The kick is away, high and end over end and deep out of the back of the end zone. Trojans will start it off after the touchback. Copyrighted broadcast, the property of USC Sports Properties, the division of Playfly Sports. Any rebroadcast or reproduction in part or in whole without the express written consent of USC Sports Properties is strictly prohibited. Today's game presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Coke Zero Sugar with more real Coca-Cola flavor still without any sugar. And today's game also being presented by Roll 'em Up Taquitos, the official taquito of USC Athletics. Fight on and roll 'em up. First down at the 25 for the Trojans. First play of the game. It's Austin Jones, the former Stanford Cardinal, getting the handoff up the right side, slithers his way through a small hole, and knee down at the 29 will get 4 yards, second down and 6. Jones from Stanford gets the start against Stanford. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm sure Lincoln Riley had that in his game plan. He's going to let Austin Jones get a little cooking first.
Quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Hash right on the far side. Looking this way, throwing complete. Branch has it. First down across the 35 to about the 38-yard line. Brought down there by Bailey, and it'll be a 1st and 10 for the Trojans at the 37. Quick flip. Into the backfield it goes. The handoff fake to Austin Jones. Throw on the run. Zach Branch again. Zachariah across the 50 and then dances his way out of bounds. I believe, by the way, I think that last pass to Branch, this is the first time we've seen him tackled all season, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This time he ran out of bounds on his own for a first down after another big pickup.
Yeah, he didn't get tackled on the last one. 2 defenders for Stanford had a chance at him. He kind of swipes by both of them. The crowd gives the loud scream, and then he gets out of bounds. 2
catches on 2 passes. Jones stays in the backfield, first down SC. They have scored on each of their first possessions in the first 2 games. Mario Williams goes in motion to slot right behind Michael Tarquin, the tackle on that side. Misdirection handoff to Jones. Jones hit at the line, works his way forward for a short gain of 2 to the 46-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 8. DirecTV, leader in sports on Saturday, helping to bring you tonight's game. They're also the leader in sports every other day. Trojans come in ranked 6th in the country, 2-0 against another undefeated opponent. 3rd straight game that they've played a team with a 0 in their loss total. Jones to the right of Caleb Williams. Brendan Rice split wide to the right. Looks that way, comes back against the grain, finds Jones out of the backfield of the 50, gets a block at the 45 ahead of the 40, and dives forward to about the 36, gets landed upon by a couple of guys a little bit on the late side, including Bernadelle, but that's enough for a first down at the Stanford 35-yard line.
They keep the pedal to the metal as they line up again, ready to strike again.
Twin backs, including McCree. The fake to McCree. Now he'll throw to McCree. Gets away at the 35. Dives forward inside the 30. Well done to stay on his feet that far. Gets about 9 yards to the 27-yard line. Good athleticism for Lake McCree.
Coming out, Trojans come out in a little 11 personnel here. They started the game in 10 personnel. All those wide receivers, here they come with Lake McCree.
Trips left, handoff though to Jones. Jones directing traffic with his hand, then dives forward inside the 25 down to the 21-yard line, and that's another USC first down. Trojans are moving like they have in the first possession of each game so far this season, and this is the 3rd of those. 4 first downs on this first possession of the game for SC. Williams will keep. He'll run it to the 20, to the 15, down to the 10, 5, and into the end zone. Looked like he was going to step out of bounds. He said, no, thank you very much. I'm going all the way. Touchdown, Caleb Williams on the ground. Touchdown, USC. How do you do?
And great patience there by Caleb Williams. He gets down to the goal line there. It doesn't look like there's much room to work. He has a blocker in front of him and just kind of waits and waits and waits. And then when the time strikes, he just rolls over the quarterback and uses the leg drive to pound it in for the Trojans.
21-yard run. They made it look easy on that drive, and Williams just had to wait for his blockers, Taj Washington and Lake McCree, in front of him to just find enough room to get in there. 8 plays, 75 yards. Took over 3 minutes by 1 second. The extra point by the left footer Lynch is up and good. He has been perfect now on 99 straight. And with 11:59 remaining in the first quarter, the Trojans strike first. It's SC 7 and Stanford nothing. Stanford will get the ball for the first time when we come back on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Broken bricks, falling fences, damaged doors. Gorilla Glue, of course. Gorilla Glue is incredibly strong, 100% waterproof, and bonds virtually everything. Gorilla Glue, for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business owner. I'm going to show you my steps for making the perfect radio ad. This one's about innovation refunds and the ERC. First step, be relatable. I like pizza and puppies. 2, cold hard info. The ERC is a tax credit for eligible businesses that kept employees on payroll in 2020 and 2021. So if you qualify, Innovation Refunds Network of Independent Tax Attorneys could help you claim it. 3, go to innovationrefunds.com or call 1-843-REFUNDS.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of tax professionals. Terms and conditions apply. Ty is a paid spokesman.
Covering the Trojans on the field.
Caleb keeps it, rolls right. He'll run it. No, he backs off instead of running.
Stop moving.
Steps up, steps back, steps forward, throws for the end zone.
Oh, no.
Is damn near impossible.
Caught! Touchdown! USC!
Luckily, they do it from behind the mic.
Wait.
That's an option?
Trojans Live, Monday nights at 7, exclusively on your home for Trojans football, AM 790 KABC.
New Brake Best Select Pro. Professional grade brake pads and rotors from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Make sense of your money and the world around you. Motech on Money. Afternoons at 5 on KABC.
Crowd still buzzing after the Trojans' opening drive goes 75 yards, and Caleb Williams takes it in from 21 yards out. The Trojans scored, leading 7-0, and it's Stanford's turn next. SC defensively will start Anthony Lucas and either Solomon Byrd or Jamil Muhammad on the defensive ends. Bear Alexander and Keon Bars up front. You'll see Stanley Tafoe, you'll see Jack Sullivan and others as the night goes on. Jalen Smith from Alamany, the junior, is the nickelback. Looks like Tackett Curtis and Eric Gentry will start at linebacker, but Shane Lee might get the start. You're also going to see Rajon Davis. Shane played so well last week in his first game of the season. Sierra Wright and Damani Jackson, the listed cornerbacks, and Kalen Bullock, the All-American 3-year starter, and Max Williams are the safeties. For Stanford offensively, the quarterback Ashton Daniels, sophomore from Buford, Georgia, threw for 248 yards against Hawaii. Casey Filkins will be the starting running back. E.J. Smith, Emmett Smith's son, will be the backup. You've also got at the receiver spots Mudia Rubin, Kansas City, Corona Del Mar's John Humphreys, and Alec Ayomanor from Canada. We'll also see Bryce Farrell out of Oaks Christian. Across the line, Ben Urisic. He's the guy you got to keep an eye on from Bakersfield Christian. The tight end last week caught 9 passes for 138 yards. Kickoff will be into the end zone, and Stanford will take a knee and bring it out from there. The offensive line, James Pogorels, Trevor Mayberry, Levi Rogers, Simeone Paulet, and Connor McLaughlin. Coors Light helping to bring you tonight's game. Coors Light made to chill. 7-0 Trojans. Oregon held on and got a pick 6 at the end of the ball game and defeated Texas Tech 38-30. Rajon Davis and Tackett Curtis will be the starting linebackers tonight. There'll be a lot of guys to play. And here comes Stanford. Quarterback takes the snap, throws. It's complete out to the 35. And a first down for Stanford. Tackle made by Damani Jackson. Bryce Farrell gets the catch. He had only 1 last week. He's got 1 this week, and they pick up a quick 13 yards.
Yeah, thought we might see Eric Gentry early. We saw him getting ready. It looks like Tackett Curtis and Rajon Davis get the start at linebacker.
Arizona has just scored to tie the game at Mississippi State 24-all with 9 seconds to go, so that looks like it's going overtime as the Pac-12 tries to stay undefeated. E.J. Smith is the single back, and he'll get the carry off the left side, dives across the 40 to the 41. Looked like Bear Alexander was the first to hit him and the last to get up off the bottom. So we'll give it to him. 2nd down and 7 after a 3-yard gain to the 41. Stanford, remember now, they've got this great kicker in Cardi. All they got to do is about the 40-yard line on the other side of the field. They got 3, or at least a good chance of it.
Much better job last week stopping the run up front. They were more responsible in their run gaps last week as opposed to the first week. There, Max Williams comes down from his safety position off the edge and just makes a nice clean tackle.
Ayomanor and Farrell split over to the far side. Double tight end set. Farrell comes in motion. A play action fake, and under pressure, it's intercepted. Going the other way. That's Max Williams down to the 20, to the 10, stumbles his way inside the 5 to the 4-yard line. Big pressure put on up the middle against the quarterback Daniels. He had to unload way before he wanted to, and as a result, Max Williams steps up and gets his first interception of the year.
All Max Williams right there, number 4 with the big interception. The first person he should go hug is Bear Alexander. Bear Alexander is able to jump the snap count right there, get in the quarterback space right before he had a chance to throw. Receiver wasn't even ready for the ball. Ashton Daniels just had to chuck it over there, and Max Williams, the beneficiary, grabs the pick and almost takes it to the end zone.
That fresh pick brought to you by Melissa's Produce, proud partner of the USC Trojans, your go-to source for fresh fruits and veggies. And the Trojans will be backed up after a personal foul during or after the run back. But they're still at the 19-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 19. So they're in the La Victoria red zone where things are about to get spicy once again. Trojans already leading by a 7-0 count. Have the ball back just like that. In the backfield, Marshawn Lloyd. Zachariah Branch splits wide to the right side with Mario Williams. To the near side, Rice and Kyron Hudson. Caleb calling out the signals. Didn't like what was going on. Steps up behind center Justin Dietich to have a word with the offensive line. Everybody's ready to go. And the handoff to Lloyd. Big hole up the middle. He's inside the 15. Dives forward to the 10-yard line. Short of a first down, which is probably just as well. It'll be 2nd and 1 at the 10.
Yeah, I believe they had some kind of play pass called when that play started, and then Caleb Williams noticed they only had a 3-man front upstairs, so he decides to run the ball with Marshawn Lloyd. A nice physical run for number 0.
Don't like the pass play, try a run play. Everything seems to be working, at least so far. Williams to the far side. Zachariah Branch goes in motion to join him there in front of his own bench. Lloyd off to the right side of Williams on 2nd and 1. The fake. An underhand toss goes to Branch, and he gets plugged at the 5-yard line, but that's plenty enough for a first down. I swear he threw that like old Pittsburgh Pirates reliever Kent to Colby. That was underhand.
Yeah, the defender coming off the edge right there. Caleb's able to slingshot it over to Zachariah, and every time number 1 touches the ball, the audience is holding their breath because they think he's going to go all the way. There he gets tackled, maybe for the first time all year.
Somebody got in on Caleb pretty quick right there, and he had to get rid of that, but it's amazing that he threw it under the arm of the defender. It's just amazing. Lloyd to the right side on 1st and goal from the 5. Trojans trying to go up by 2 touchdowns early in the first quarter. Caleb maybe changing the play at the line of scrimmage again. You've got Rice and Williams to the right. Down to the left, Zachariah Branch. The handoff to Lloyd. He's going to walk in. Touchdown, USC. Marshawn Lloyd, 2nd touchdown of the season. And the Trojans are out front big and early.
Yeah, good job by the offensive lineman, just sealing up that left side. Looked like Jonah Monheim on that left side, just turning the defender back in. David Bailey, who's one of the studs we were trying to watch tonight. Monheim doing a good job just controlling his guy, letting Marshawn Lloyd do all the rest of the work and just kind of hop into that end zone.
Extra point here. Here's Will Rose, the holder. 6th-year senior Jack Casasante will snap it back, and if all goes well, Dennis Lynch steps forward 2 steps, kicks it through the uprights into the netting, and the Trojans have another point. And that is 100 consecutive extra points kicked positively for young Dennis Lynch, the sophomore from Newbury Park. Trojans lead it. We've got a timeout on the field with 9:05 remaining in the first quarter. And the Trojans leading Stanford 14-0 on the Trojan Football Media Network.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
We are Life Law, where we make injury law simple. We have 2 simple goals for all of our clients: full medical recovery and ultimately full monetary compensation. We understand that it can be overwhelming to face the uncertainty in the wake of an accident. We will be there with you at each step in the legal and healthcare process. You will pay nothing unless we win your case. Dial 1-800-LYFE-LAW or check us out at lyfe.com. Life Law, official sponsors of USC Athletics.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Tackling the day's headlines. John Phillips, weekdays noon to 3 on AM 790 KABC.
Trojans get 2 touchdowns quick. One in their first drive, then an interception by Max Williams deep in Stanford territory. 3 plays later, it's 14-0. with 9:05 to go still in the first quarter. Down to Jordan Moore, an excited Trojan sideline, and a big night at the Coliseum.
That's what we call a perfect start, guys. And while he's an offensive guy, I think the thing that Lincoln Riley will be most happy about is that play by his defense, because the way he drew it up, what he wanted was more interior pass rush. He's been really consistent with this message that, yes, Thule was fantastic last year. They racked up sacks, but these quarterbacks are too mobile. If it's just one guy coming from the edge, it's too easy to dodge him and then all of a sudden break contain. He wanted that interior push, and on that pick, Max Williams is the beneficiary, but it was all created by Bear Alexander, who destroyed the play from the middle, and the pass was more of a chuck and duck.
You don't always have to have a sack. Sometimes you get a good pressure like that, and it works out just fine.
Yeah, sacks are sometimes, it can be stumble. You can stumble into a couple lucky sacks right there. Pressure, getting the hits on the quarterback, that's sometimes more important than the actual stat for sacks.
Kickoff into the end zone. Farrell says no thanks. I'll come out to the 25 and start from there. And let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Your home for Trojans football.
How do you do?
And your home for fast-paced, fact-based talk.
We're not CNN. We do actual facts here.
KABC, Los Angeles, Orange County, a Cumulus media station.
That's what we do.
Now, the Pac-12 cannot stay undefeated tonight because somebody's going to lose this one. But other than that, so far so good at the moment. Arizona's going into overtime at Mississippi State. Second possession for Stanford, into the line, and not much further than that goes Casey Filkins. Gets a yard, maybe a yard and a half, pushed back by the front wall of the Trojan defense. I'm going to give Solomon Byrd the tackle on that one. And it'll be second down and a long 8.
It's going to be Bear Alexander again, eating up a double team right there, knocking the guys around.
Everybody was in on that.
Number 90 right now is having quite a game, and we're only in the first quarter.
Run stuffer. Plugs that hole well. He's off to the right side of the center at this point. Throw incomplete. Trojans might have been a little early on their coverage there, but nothing is called as Christian Roland Wallace got a hand in there a little bit too soon, but they didn't call it, so it really didn't happen. 3rd and 8.
Yeah, they did a good job of getting there right when the ball got there. Daniels wanted the flag, but Trojans say they got there at the right time.
If he caught it, it was a 3-yard pickup at best. All right, 3rd and 8. Stanford could turn it over again, this time on downs if the Trojans could hold them here. SC showed blitz, backed out of it. Throw over the middle is complete out to the 32. That's not enough. Rajon Davis at the tackle. Urasek coming over the middle, and it'll be 4th down and 3, and down 14-0, but way back at their own end. Stanford can't do anything but punt it here.
Yeah, big time play by Rajon Davis right there. That's not an easy tackle on Ben Urasek. He's a stud tight end. He's coming across the middle. Rajon Davis picks him up and brings the big fella down before the first down mark.
Connor Wesselman kicking for Stanford. 3 kicks last week, averaged 51 yards per. Sit up and take notice because Zachariah Branch is waiting for this. Will they kick it anywhere near him? They do. He catches at the 29, angling away. They hit him on the foot, and they'll manage to get about 3 yards, maybe 4, out to the 33-yard line, but the crowd still applauds that effort.
Yeah, Trojan got to give him a little bit of help. He had 3 guys coming straight at him.
Time out of the field with 7:43 to go first quarter. We'll be back after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Hi, I'm a helpful Southern California Honda person, and this is what happened when I called Alicia with a random act of helpfulness.
I have a friend. She has 2 daughters. Her daughters are teenagers. Every little girl, they always dreaming about the quinceañera when they're like 5 years old. They want their princess dress and all of that. She ran out of budget, and unfortunately, she doesn't have any funds to make this dream party for them real. And it really makes me sad.
Well, that's why we're going to pay for both of their quinceañeras.
Oh, for real?
Yes, of course.
Oh, my God. That is so awesome.
And we're going to pay you for sharing your story on the radio.
Oh, my God. I mean, you know what? I'm shaking.
Today, we helped make 2 dream quinceañeras a reality, and we can help you too with Honda Service Pass. Free factory scheduled maintenance for 2 years or 24,000 miles, whichever comes first. It comes included with all 2023 Hondas, like the CR-V. Visit SoCalHondaDealers.com and see your helpful SoCal Honda dealer for details.
Well, it's been a long offseason, but Trojans football is finally here. Unfortunately, you won't be.
We're going where with your mother?
Relax. With KABC, you can fight on no matter where you are. On the go with the free KABC app. Online at KABC.com. And always on air on 790 AM. So go conquer the weekend. We've got your back. Your quarterback, your halfback, you get the point. Your home for Trojans football. AM 790 KABC. It's like a sneak peek into the Trojans locker room. It's Trojans Live. Monday nights at 7 on KABC.
Trojan fans, time to get your roll on with Roll 'em Up Taquitos, the official taquito of USC Athletics. Visit rollemup.com, find the location nearest you, fight on and roll 'em up. Well, you couldn't have scripted it much better than this, Shawnee. SC's up 14-0, and Stanford hadn't done anything, and the Trojans just look great on both sides.
Yeah, offense is rolling, the defense creating turnovers, almost scoring a touchdown there for Max Williams, getting the offense in a good position to score again, and looks like the Trojans got another bite at the apple here.
The point after touchdowns by Dennis Lynch, brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. Jordan's sideline reports presented by DirecTV, leader in sports on Saturday and every other day. We're going to take a look at the top 25 college football scoreboard, brought to you by Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. I mentioned this last week. Did you know Modelo has taken over from Bud Light as the #1 selling beer in America?
Did not know that, dude. Quite the beer connoisseur, huh?
I can drink a beer. Have. So we'll check the scoreboard here for you. And Colorado blew it open late. Home with Nebraska. The Buffaloes ranked 22nd, beat Nebraska 36-14. Handoff for SC as we get back to play. Off the right side, Marshawn Lloyd started at the 33, got to the 35. So a gain of 2 there, not much going on. 2nd down and 8, and the Trojans right back to it. They don't waste any time at all. Caleb winds and throws over the middle. Check that. Mario Williams, and he'll dance sideways this way to the 40-yard line. Maybe should have ought to turn straight up the field, but didn't. Still get some yards, but it'll give the Trojans a 3rd and 3.
Yeah, Mario Williams had a chance to pick up the first down there. He just tries to make the explosive plays, and sometimes that bites you right there. He's not able to get it going forward again and loses a couple of yards before the first down mark.
Still, the Trojans hitting 58% of their 3rd down tries so far through the first 2 games. Caleb looks to the sideline, says, what's the play call? Gets it. Turns, takes the snap in an empty backfield. Being rushed, steps up, throws long. He's overthrown. Looking for Williams, incomplete. Colin Wright was defending. And it'll be 4th down, and the Trojans will have to kick for the first time.
Yeah, a couple boo birds for the refs. They maybe fans wanted a flag down there. A little hand fighting with Mario Williams.
Well, he had as much right to it as Williams did, and it wasn't anywhere near either one of them.
Yeah, it didn't look like much right there. Caleb Williams deciding to try to take a shot down there. Only a 3-man rush and an 8-man drop. So a lot of defensive, not a bodies back there for Caleb Williams to try to sift to.
Filkins is the return man, standing at his own 15. Czaplisky has punted 4 times. His average is 42 yards per. His longest is 47. Snapped back perfectly. Kick is away despite a little bit of a rush. Filkins waiting, catches on the fair at the 15 and a half. And we'll take another break. We'll keep it here. She says keep it here. Well, I can do scores.
There you go.
I've got plenty of them. 12th ranked Utah with a late TD. Defeated Baylor 20-13. Both teams missing their starting quarterbacks. 8th ranked Washington, no problem at home with Tulsa, 43-10. 13th ranked Oregon, and a late field goal and then a pick 6 right at the end to beat Texas Tech 38-30. Arizona and Mississippi State are tied at 24 going into overtime. UCLA no problem down south, knocking off San Diego State 35-10. Here's an interesting score. 9 minutes to go in Pullman. Washington State leading 19th ranked Wisconsin 24-22. 16th ranked Oregon State shutting out UC Davis as they should, 38-0 at the half. This is the one I thought probably was going to be a Pac-12 loss, and yet Cal leading Auburn 3-0, 3 minutes to go in the first. Or maybe you thought Arizona State would lose to Oklahoma State at home. Arizona State 6, Oklahoma State 0, 4 minutes to go in the first. Nevada was leading Idaho last time I saw 7-0 at the end of the first quarter. 10th ranked Notre Dame was only up on North Carolina State 24-17, but ran away and hid. 45-24, Sam Hartman, 286 and 4 touchdowns. They have a nice running back. Remember Audric Estime, 14 carries, 134, and 2 TDs. Top 25, and it's still silly season for most of the top 25. Georgia ranked first, beat Ball State 45-3. Second ranked Michigan over UNLV 35-7. But number 11 Texas knocked off number 3 Alabama 34-24, and nobody around here is upset by that. 5th ranked Ohio State over Youngstown State 35-7. Number 7 Penn State beat Delaware 63-7. 9th ranked Tennessee over Austin Peay 30-13. LSU ranked 14th is leading Grambling 72-10 with 6 minutes to go. 15th ranked Kansas State defeated Troy 42-13. Number 17 North Carolina in double overtime over Appalachian State. That Appy State team is they're a pest.
Yeah.
Double overtime 40-34. 18th ranked Oklahoma over SMU 28-11. 20th ranked Ole Miss knocked off 24th ranked Tulane. Remember them? 37-20. 21st ranked Duke handled Lafayette 42-7. Miami of Florida with a mild upset of 23rd ranked Texas A&M 48-33, and 25th ranked Clemson defeated Charleston Southern 66-17. I saw Iowa beat Iowa State. Carleton over Pomona Pitzer locally 45-24. Slippery Rock moves to 2-0, beating Westchester 49-24.
It's the Rock.
Good start to the season. Back to play. Romello Height in the defensive lineup for the Trojans. Eric Gentry is in as well. Quarterback will keep and not go very far. Stanley Tofoho almost took his head off. Ashton Daniels tried to run. He tries to run a little. He's got 11 carries, 42 yards so far. This time he gets a foot. That's all. 2nd and 10, we'll say.
Yeah, it's less running from the scramble position, right? He's not going to sit back in the pocket and try to find a running route. They want to get him in a designed run where he's taking the ball and he's the ball carrier. So good job by the Trojans there to smother in that one.
Tofoho had that great fumble recovery for a touchdown last week against Nevada. Daniels sets up to pass deep, then runs, fakes once, and goes into a slide. And Jalen Smith dives over the top of him out at the 26-yard line. That'll be enough for a Stanford first down. He's not very fast, but I guess he picks the right times to run.
Yeah, big lane open up there. You had the defensive end and the defensive tackle on the same page.
Hand off to Smith. Hit by Romello Height and Rajon Davis after a gain of a yard, and that's about all. E.J. Smith from Dallas, Jesuit High School. As I mentioned, his dad, he was pretty good, Emmitt Smith. 18,500 yards, 164 touchdowns in the pros. He was okay. Ashton Daniels throws over the top. There's too many Trojans down there, and the ball looking for Jurasik, the tight end, but he wasn't anywhere near it when it hit the ground. Incomplete, 3rd and 9.
Yeah, the first time he had a little bit of time there, just nobody could find. Good job on the back end for the Trojans covering up their offensive players, because Ashton Daniel had nowhere to go with the ball there.
Murrieta Valley's Tyler Bachmeyer splits wide to the left side for Stanford. Long hair flowing out underneath that white helmet. Stanford in all white with red trim and a red stripe down the middle of their college football helmets. Daniels back to pass. Pocket breaks down. Hit from behind. Almost intercepted by Bullock. Solomon Byrd was in there quick. Made him throw it too soon. Although I don't know if he ever saw Byrd. Bullock saw the ball, but it bounced off him incomplete. Instead of an interception, it'll be a punt for Stanford.
Yeah, another great job rushing that pocket by Solomon Byrd, and the defensive line crushed that pocket for Ashton Daniels. He's trying to go. He has to make a decision too early, and Kalen Bullock with the extended try for that interception just can't come down with it. Got his hands on it, and he's pissed he didn't bring that one in.
He had a bunch last year in an All-American status, and the kick from Wesselman will drive Branch backwards all the way to the 11-yard line, but he's got some room to run up the middle. Gets to the 25, evades a man at the 30, and manages to bring it back out to the 35-yard line. There's a flag down on the play. Pretty good return for Branch. There was a big hole up the middle. They outkicked the coverage basically on that one. 58-yard kick, but a nice return from what in essence turned out to be the 11 to the 35.
During the kick, holding receiving team number 17. It's a 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. It'll be USC's ball. First down.
That's the referee Mark Duddy, and the fans think exactly that of him. Mark Warner's the umpire in the other Refs are Harold Mitchell, Matt Dornan, Shane Anderson, Kevin Kaiser, David Ross, and Nathan Jastrom. Let's go down to the field before the Trojans take over, leading 14-0. About 5 minutes to go in the period. Here's Jordan Moore.
Well, the biggest question mark coming out of last week was the USC secondary that gave up a couple long balls to Nevada. And what we talked about was just not seeing enough swagger, enough confidence from those guys to play that position. You know you have to play it that way, and you've really seen it so far tonight. They've been much more aggressive. And even that play you called where you thought maybe Christian Roland Wallace was there a bit early, which they didn't call. I love to see that because he's breaking on the football. You just saw Kalen Bullock break on the football, and obviously Max Williams already with the INT.
The penalty moves the ball back to the 7-yard line, so the Trojans, even though it's 1st and 10, are way back. It won't bother Caleb Williams much, although they did punt on their last possession. Austin Jones lines up with his toes on the goal line, but it won't go to him. Caleb drops the pass, throws the opposite direction, and throws it just over the head of head coach Lincoln Riley, and onto the sideline it goes, incomplete, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, it looks like they're basing a lot of their decisions on run or pass tonight on what Stanford's doing in the box right there, a 7-man box. They're gonna give Caleb Williams a shot to throw there. When they're getting that 6-man box, that's why you've seen a lot of runs tonight already, because Stanford's a little light in that box. I think the Trojans aren't going to run much, so we'll see how that battle it unfolds tonight.
4 up on the line. The 2 linebackers are back about a good 5 yards away from the line of scrimmage, and Caleb on 2nd down from the 7 will hand off to Austin Jones around the right side of the 10. 15, 1st down to 20, and tackled forward to the 23-yard line. Austin Jones with the run for the 1st down for USC. Strike up the man.
Yeah, just like I said right there, 6-man box. They're going to run that ball. They're going to run it at Stanford. They think they got the numbers advantage there.
On the 1st down, play action fake, throw right side, caught by Taj Washington, and Washington will scamper out across the 35-yard line for a gain of 12, and another 1st down for USC. Tackle there by Alakai Gilman out of Punahou High School in the Hawaii Islands. Handoff again, no. Caleb will keep, throws on the run. Taj coming this way, 40. 45, 50, still on his feet to Stanford, misses a tackle, and he's tackled inside the Stanford 40, all the way down to the 36-yard line. Taj Washington, the leading receiver in terms of yardage and touchdowns for USC coming into the game, and he's become the primary target for Caleb Williams.
Yeah, Caleb really loves that. It's kind of a security blanket. There's Taj Washington. When he doesn't have anybody, he's going to go to Taj.
1st and 10 USC. Caleb rolls right, throws at the last second to Lake McCree. Lake inside the 35, dives forward and tackled out of bounds at the 30, maybe even the 29-yard line. David Bailey covering over there far away. Gain of 8, 2nd down and 2, and the Trojans on the move. 3.5 to go in the 1st quarter, already leading 14-0.
Yeah, it looks like the second roll of wide receivers are out there. The first ones we saw Mario Williams, Brennan Rice, and Kyron Hudson. Now we got Dorian Singer out there. We got Taj Washington. So it looks like they're rolling these wide receivers in and out.
And Michael Jackson over to the far side at the 30-yard line. 2nd down and 2, handoff. Lloyd gets away at the 30, 25-20, up the middle of the 10. They won't touch him. All the way. Touchdown, Marshawn Lloyd. His 2nd of the night. Touchdown, USC. And the Trojans are blowing it open early.
Just another burst of speed from Marshawn Lloyd. He keeps impressing. After 3 weeks, he can carry that ball. He's got speed. He's got power. And right there, offensive line do a great job cleaning up a nice, easy hole for him. He waits a little bit patient and then hits the burners and he's gone.
Holding offense number 9. This is a 10-yard penalty. After enforcement, it'll be USC's ball. 1st and 10.
So they got the yardage. Give Lloyd the yardage to the 15-yard line where there was a hold right when he went by. They'll back it up to the 25, but that will give them the necessary yardage to pick up the 1st down. It was 2nd and 2, so it'll be 1st and 10 at the 25. That just gives us a chance to practice our touchdown calls, that's all.
They called Michael Jackson all the way down the field. That's why the Trojans still got the 1st down.
Lloyd, try it again, right side, looking for a block, gets one, comes back against the grain, tackled forward at the 21-yard line. Not only big and bullish, he loves to run up the middle more than he likes to run outside, but he's also a little bit shifty.
Yeah, he's got all the tools right now. You've seen him kind of do it all already in these first 3 games. Run, catch, pass. He's a multifaceted back, and that's what the NFL likes to see.
Lance Keneally, as I mentioned, his dad, Matt, played for USC, called his games. His mom was a volleyball player at SC, Antoinette. This is a gain of some 5 there, so 2nd and 5, just outside the red zone. Throw out of the backfield, Austin Jones. He's in the red zone now, 20, down to the 18-yard line. Short of a first down by about 3 yards, but the Trojans looking at things getting spicy again in the La Victoria red zone. 3rd down and 3 from the 18. Need to get right to the 15. Caleb waiting for the call. Throws it to Lake McCree, the slotted tight end right side. 15-10. First down inside the 10 and dragged out of bounds at about the 6-yard line by David Bailey. Bailey going coast to coast both sidelines, but he's out there by himself, it seems. It's 1st and goal USC at the 6-yard line.
Lake McCree featured in tonight's game plan, getting a couple balls for the tight end of USC.
1st and goal to go at the 6, just short of the 6. The pistol now with Austin Jones behind Caleb. Wide to the right, Michael Jackson. Near side, from the inside out, you've got Washington and Deuce Robinson, the freshman. Handoff, though, to Austin Jones. Gets met at the 5 and takes a Stanford tackler down to the 4-yard line. Getting up off the pile is Bernadelle, the linebacker. Gain of 2, 2nd down and goal from the 4.
Yeah, it's football right there, Pete. I love that kind of play. Austin Jones just lowered his head and decided he's going to run over the defender. It was only a couple yards, but that you could hear the smack from all the way up here. That's the kind of football I like to watch.
Double tight end. They're both on the right side. Jude Wolf on the line of scrimmage and slotted behind him. And the tackle, Tarquin, is Lake McCree. Under center goes Caleb Williams. What?
Question mark?
Marshawn Lloyd is the tailback, and he's about 6 yards behind. Zachariah Branch comes in motion, gets the fly sweep around the right side. A block from McCree, dives, trying to put the ball out with one hand. I don't think he got in. I think he went out of bounds before that happened. The clock will continue to run, and he'll be out of bounds at the 1-yard line. 3rd and goal at the 1. If they don't give it to Marshawn Lloyd, I'll eat my shirt.
Little fly sweep right there with Zachariah Branch trying to get him around the edge before the defense was aware.
Well, it's not going to be Lloyd because they took him out. 3rd and goal at the 1. And I don't think we're looking at a field goal opportunity here if they don't make it. I really think they'll end up going for it. Austin Jones lined up to the right side of Caleb Williams, then moves over to the left side. It'll be Jones up the middle, into the end zone. Touchdown against his former mates. Touchdown, Austin Jones and USC.
Austin Jones stuffing it up the middle right there. Lincoln Riley heavy on the run game tonight. Just keeps cranking on it, wearing this Stanford front up. Good job for the big fellas up front, moving Stanford's defensive line, and Austin Jones has a nose for that end zone. He just kind of finds the bait and buries it in.
You know what I really like is that Marshawn Lloyd was standing back there, and he thought, I'm ready to score this touchdown, and they subbed him out, and when they did, he kind of gave Austin Jones a little bit of a hug going by when Austin was coming in, because he knew Jones was going to get the carry, and he was going to get the touchdown against his old team.
I think everyone's aware of Austin Jones' past with the Stanford Cardinals.
Point after touchdown, up and good. That PAT once again brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. And the Trojans have put 21 up in the first quarter against the Stanford Cardinal. In case you were wondering if Stanford was in USC's class, I just don't feel that this year.
Yeah, especially when you're throwing interceptions for almost pick sixes there. It's been tough for the Cardinals so far offensively. The defense, on that drive, they go 12 for 93 yards in 4 minutes and 55 seconds. So another quick striker from the Trojans.
I think I might have mentioned when we were back at the 7-yard line that Caleb Williams isn't bothered really by being 93 yards away very much.
The future there, but the defense has really been impressive tonight. They've been all over the backfield. Obviously created that turnover, another opportunity for Kalen Bullock, who got his hands on another pass. But the front and the secondary has been working in sync tonight. Looks like the defense has been all over what Stanford's trying to do.
By the way, there seems to be quite the separation between the top team in the nation and the others in men's water polo, because the top-ranked Cal Bears came to second-rated USC today to open the home season, as the kickoff will be fielded and returned by Farrell from the 1. He'll get out to the 25 to about the 30-yard line. That eats up all the clock at the remainder of the first quarter, and I'll finish that story. Top-ranked Cal beat second-ranked SC 12-5. That's a big margin of victory in men's water polo. First quarter is over here at the Coliseum on a beautiful night in Southern California. It's USC 21, Stanford nothing. This is the Trojan Football Media Network.
Good news. There's a Jersey Mike's coming to your area. You probably got a ton of questions, so I'll try to answer some. Yes, the meat and cheese for every cold sub is freshly sliced right in front of you. Yes, we grill every hot sub right in front of you. No, we do not accept pirate doubloons for payment. Yes, we have catering. 12 subs in a box. No, our restaurants are not haunted. I hope. Okay, congrats on the New Jersey Mikes. A sub above.
You don't have to train and compete at an elite level to enjoy the benefits of Honey Stinger products. Honey Stinger produces fuel for athletes of all kinds, using delicious honey and organic ingredients. Not only is honey rich in antioxidants, but it's also easily digested and absorbed quickly into the system to help you prepare, perform, and recover. Turn to Honey Stinger to achieve your performance goals and feel better along the way. Honey Stinger, official nutrition partner of USC Athletics. In today's college athletics landscape, a strong name, image, and likeness program is an essential pillar to on-field success. House of Victory is an alumni-led, nonprofit collective dedicated to providing a competitive edge in the NIL space for USC student athletes. Contributions allow our coaches and programs to recruit and retain elite athletes while allowing the student athletes to shine beyond the game. House of Victory is calling on all Trojan fans for your support. To join our alumni community and benefit student athletes, visit houseofvictory.com or text HOV to 53555.
Your first sip of Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a game changer. It tastes so good, you can't believe it's non-alcoholic. With a variety of craft beer styles from IPAs to sours, you can sip and celebrate alongside the USC Trojans' game-changing plays. Find a store near you or order online at athleticbrewing.com. First-time customers can use code USC10 to get 10% off their first six-pack at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times. Exclusions and conditions apply.
Check out our other winning team, Armstrong and Getty, morning 6 to 9 on AM 790 KABC.
The Trojans leading Stanford 21-0 at the end of the first quarter, and the El Segundo World Series Little League champion team honored here between the first and second quarters to a standing ovation at the Coliseum. I got to see the kids play in what was the second level of the playoffs of like 6 levels. In person, and when they walked into the George Brett Stadium in El Segundo, they looked like grown men. I mean, they're huge 12-year-olds. It's amazing. What a great run for those kids, and we're so proud of them and glad they're here tonight enjoying USC football. Let's go down to the field. Here's Jordan Moore.
What a quarter for the Trojans. Really near perfect touchdowns on 3 of the 4 drives, and maybe more importantly, dominant USC defense. And just thinking back last year and the beginning of this season, I think that's the best quarter of defense that I've seen from Alex Grinch's unit during his time at USC. I know there were times last year where the defense really stepped up and got the huge turnovers, particularly that game at Oregon State. Really, the defense won. But I'm not sure I've seen them really just control an offense the way that they did in the first quarter against Stanford here. Interested to see if they can keep it up, but so far, so perfect from USC.
11 plays, 36 yards in the first quarter for Stanford, and the Trojans have a bundle more than that with a 21-0 lead. That last drive was 93 yards by itself. Caleb Williams, 5 for 5. Well, he's more than that because that was quite some time ago. I'll have to recover that, and we'll get the first quarter stats. 11 for 13. There they are. First down. That's why you need a statistician right there. First and 10, Stanford from the 30 on their side of the field, and a nice pass knock away there by Max Williams, who already has an interception, and he stuck his arm out in front. The Stanford receiver and breaks the pass up. It only would have been good for a couple of yards. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, great job by Max Williams there on Sam Rouse, just waiting for the quarterback to throw that ball, not having his hand. Usually those guys get their hand on the backside. That's where you get the flag. Good job of staying clean right there and just playing the ball.
3-player shift for Stanford before the snap of the ball for Ashton Daniels. Daniels drops the pass, gonna get hit. He is, and he fumbles it, and it's on the ground, and I think Stanford has it. I thought for all the world Romello Height was going to get it. Daniels is hurt, the quarterback for Stanford. The fumble is actually gain of about, or a loss of about 2 yards on the play, and they'll continue to work on Daniels, as I mentioned. Solomon Byrd got in there and stripped the ball on the sack.
Yeah, good job by Solomon Byrd, just coming off that left edge right there. Ashton Daniels doesn't have a chance to see him. He gets his hand on his arm right there, and that's why the ball knocks out. I don't know if it was his legs or his arm that's hurt, but he took a shot right there from Solomon Byrd, who creates another turnover for the Trojans. Fortunately, it didn't look like the Trojans were able to get on the ball.
if Daniels can't go, they've got one guy with any college snaps. That's Ari Patu. He's listed as the third stringer. He was 6 for 9 for 65 yards last year. And Justin Lamson is listed as their backup. He's out of El Dorado Hills Oak Ridge High School up in the Sacramento area. They were CIF section champions. Then he went to Syracuse, played there for 2 years, and transferred into Stanford. I'm still working on Daniels, who is now up and walking off the field. Daniels 2 for 7 for 29 yards and an interception. And Daniels looks okay from what I can tell. He won't play the next play, that's for sure.
Can't be too
and
excited.
It'll be Justin Lamson coming on in.
Can't be too excited if you're the Stanford backup quarterback after watching the Trojans after play get after the quarterback here. It's been an all-out barrage from the pass rush. Seems like someone's been in the quarterback's lap every play.
Welcome back to Trojan Football. The second quarter presented by Southern California's own Stone Brewing, proud partner of USC Athletics and craft beer pioneer since 1996. Check a couple of scores for you. We already gave you that Utah beat Baylor and Colorado over Nebraska. Washington took Tulsa. Oregon knocked off Texas Tech. Mississippi State beat Arizona 31-24 at overtime. So Arizona is the first conference team to suffer a loss. Washington State has beaten Wisconsin. The 19th ranked Badgers lose at Washington State 31-22. Trojans had 11 first downs in the first quarter to 2 for Stanford. Total plays in the first quarter were 26-11, and SC had 204 yards to 36 for Stanford. Lloyd had 34 yards, Jones had 33 yards, Caleb had 21 yards, all on the ground. All of them had touchdowns on the ground. Branch caught 3 passes for 26, Taj caught 2 for 40. And for Stanford, just nothing statistically almost worth mentioning. Game stats powered by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. So, new quarterback for the Cardinal, at least for the time being, at least for one play. And he's got a problem because his team is down 21-0, and he's got a 3rd and 12 at his own 28. Justin Lamson. Dad played at Washington State, also played for the Seahawks. Filkins next to him. Filkins gets the handoff, and Bear Alexander has him for lunch back at the 25. That was Bird, not 90. Solomon Bird in there. And so Bird with the tackle and a loss of 3, and it'll be 4th down and kicking time for Stanford.
Back-to-back plays for Solomon Bird, number 51, showing it in the pass rush with a big sack cause fumble, then getting in the rushing play right there, creating another TFL. So Solomon Bird out for a fast start in the second quarter for the Trojans.
Bird from Knight High School out in the desert area. The kick coming down to Branch, catches at the 25, finds a seam at the 35, to the 45, up the middle to the 40. He won't be touched. Zachariah Branch, touchdown USC. Flag on the play at about the line of scrimmage, maybe a little bit further down the field, so let's wait and see for sure. Even if it's called back, wow. Crowd's not going to like it if it's against the Trojans. 75-yard return. Will it count?
They're talking about it down there.
Jordan's talking about it on the sideline. The referees, he says, are going to call this against the guys in the white, the Stanford Cardinal. And that'll make the crowd a bunch happier. They think it's going to go. They're already chanting bad words at the refs.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown. During the play, personal foul. The kicking team, participation without a helmet. It's a 15-yard penalty, which will be enforced on the kickoff.
Did you catch that? Something without a helmet?
Yeah, you can't participate with the helmet. When your helmet comes off, you can no longer be involved in the play, and that's what they got flagged for.
Zachariah Branch with a 75-yard punt return for a touchdown. So receiving touchdown, a punt return for touchdown, kickoff return for touchdown. Needs a fumble recovery, doesn't he? Interception, maybe? I don't know.
Pretty good. Right up the middle there, just making bob and weaving through that middle of the defense there. Not a straight sprint right there. Had to do some work, but Zachariah Branch gets a
Again, I thought Wesselman, the punter, maybe overkicked his coverage there, gave him a chance to catch the ball. And then there weren't a lot of guys originally, but just after he started running, there wasn't much room at the very beginning, and he had to find a spot. And he did, and once he got through that little skinny spot, then it was see you later.
Yeah, you got to question the decision there to kick it to Zachariah Branch. It looks like I don't know how many more coaches are going to roll the dice like that.
Timeout on the field. 13:43 to go in the second quarter. Now it's USC 28, Stanford nothing on the Trojan Football Media Network. At USC Credit Union, we're driven by the winning spirit of the Trojan family, and as a valued member of our family, we make sure you win too. When you join USC Credit Union, you get more than great services. You become part of an institution designed to put financial success in your hands. Better rates, personal attention, and a not-for-profit approach that puts you first. How's that for a winning financial plan? Join USC Credit Union today, the official credit union of USC Athletics. Head to usccreditunion.org/fight-on to learn more. Federally insured by the NCUA.
USC Trojan fans, Smart Stop Self Storage is ready for game day. Smart Stop Self Storage is committed to making the self-storage experience easy and hassle-free for all Trojan fans. Whether you're storing your Trojans tailgate gear, need temporary storage while moving to a new home, or need a storage solution for your business, we're here for you with convenient locations throughout Southern California. Smart Stop Self Storage, the smarter way to store. Visit smartstop.com to reserve your space today. Fight on. Fight on.
Keeping up with the world outside your cubicle and your inbox can be damn near impossible. Much like avoiding LA traffic on your way home. Get up to speed on the day's market swings with Frank Motek. Afternoons at 5. Followed at 6 by the KABC News Blitz. An hour-long extravaganza of the day's news stories that matter most to you. And your workday with more sense. Fast-paced, fact-based. AM 790 KABC. Your USC Trojans fight on here.
You know where that is?
AM 790 KABC.
Trojans now lead 28-0, and those fans who have had the good common sense to show up to any of these first 3 USC football games this year have a love affair with Zachariah Branch. A 75-yard punt return after a 50-yard punt. The PAT brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. And this sideline report presented by DirecTV, leader in sports on Saturday and every other day, Jordan Tagan.
Yeah, he is the kind of guy that you buy tickets to see, right? Get your popcorn ready every time he touches the football. But I should tell you, down here on the sideline, besides Branch, the guy getting a ton of credit from the coaches was Jalen Smith. He was the one that opened up the lane for Zachariah.
Yeah, wasn't a lot of room, as I mentioned to Shaun going out into the break. That he found it, and he got what they call getting skinny. He got skinny. He's not very big anyway. How big is he? 5'10", $175, soaking wet. He can run pretty good, though. Kickoff after the personal foul during the punt return will be kicked from the 50, and it'll go out of the end zone for a touchback to the 25-yard line. Joint Chiropractic helping to bring you today's game, helping ease your pain and keep you moving. To learn more and claim our $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today. That game-changing play brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company. Athletic Brewing, crafting great tasting and award-winning non-alcoholic brews, available in stores and online at athleticbrewing.com. Use the code USC10 at checkout for 10% off your first 6-pack order. Exclusions and conditions do apply. Still got Lamson in there. I thought when Daniels left after being hurt, he looked like he was going to be okay. We'll see. Lamson will run it himself, almost like a wildcat, and he gets undercut. Boom, after a very short game.
Look like Bryson Shaw came up and delivered the blow right there to the quarterback. Bryson Shaw with a big hit. Haven't seen that for 20
a lot of Shaw this season.
He came downhill on that one. The quarterback thought he had some room, and Bryson Shaw said, not today.
Shaw, as personable a kid as you could ever meet, transferred from Ohio State. Got some great time last year, but hasn't been used as much so far this season. Trojans making some changes in the defensive side. Lamson wants to throw, gets plowed as he does, and it falls incomplete at the 40-yard line. He was rushed and rushed hard as Tackett Curtis got in there and just gave him a shot, and it wasn't at the helmet.
Alex Grinch dialed up a little blitz off the right side, just had Jamil Muhammad duck underneath the running back. Tackett Curtis comes free, puts his shoulder right through the chest of Justin Lamson, who's taken 2 shots already. I'm sure he's already tired of taking shots.
Is Curtis one of those guys? Here he is a true freshman. He just hasn't had a chance to be in the weight room for that long. Is he one of those guys going to get a lot bigger before it's all done?
Oh, yeah, he's going to be humongous.
Smith to the right of Lamson, the backup quarterback. Lamson will wind and throw, and it is an over-the-shoulder catch. Was he inbound, Humphreys? I believe he was. They're talking about it. I think he caught that inbounds. We may have a review on this at the Trojan 42-yard line. John Humphreys from Corona Del Mar. And Stanford trying to get up to the line of scrimmage quickly so they don't get a review on the play. They probably should, but now they're running the next one anyway. Lamson directing traffic with his left hand, hit from behind, ball pops up in the air, it's picked up by the Trojans. Stepping out of bounds is Tackett Curtis, and they're calling it a fumble and a Trojan recovery at their own 45-yard line, and they might want to review this one too. Turnover for the Trojans.
Yeah, Jamil Muhammad just from behind before Lamson can get it off. It looks like he got the ball, stripped it out, and it pops out. Yeah, great job. These Trojans are going after the ball. They are swinging. They're making attempts. That's what you got to do when you're a defensive lineman and that quarterback's arm's moving. You got to make a swing and hack at that arm so that ball can pop out. Right now, the Trojans are taking advantage of these quarterbacks and stripping those balls out. There you go. Jamil Muhammad with another huge play. Tackett Curtis picks it up and tries to tiptoe the sideline but can't stay in bounds.
His arm was clearly on the way back, and Muhammad knocks it away. Curtis picks it up, and he stayed in bounds. Who knows? Who knows? At any rate, 45-yard line, great short field position for the Trojans, only 55 yards away. Let's see what they can do with it. And I think you know what they can do with it. Lloyd is in there. Caleb will throw on first down. Effortlessly throws it to the sideline, and pass interference is coming up as Dorian Singer is down on his backside and got knocked down before the ball ever got there. I have always thought statistically that a pass interference call should go as a pass completion for a quarterback. For if they didn't have the interference, it would have been caught. That's the idea. I've always thought they should credit the quarterback with a completion on that.
I'm going to be honest, Pete, not something I ever thought about.
Now you can go home and lay in bed and stare at the ceiling. I wonder if Pete's right about that.
During the play, there are fouls on both teams.
Oh.
The down will be replayed. Pass interference, offense. Personal foul, face mask, defense. Again, these fouls offset, replay, first down.
Well, no pass completion there. Caleb's 11 for 14 for 114. Trojans have 3 rushing touchdowns. 6 different Trojans have caught passes so far. Make that 5. That would have been Singer's first if they didn't interfere with him, but it would have been called back anyway. It remains 1st and 10 after the fumble recovery at their own 45. Trojans in their home Cardinal and gold, moving left to right towards the torch end of the Coliseum. Fake to Lloyd. Throw complete. Taj Washington into Stanford territory for a 15-yard pickup to the Stanford 35-yard line, making it a 20-yard gain. It'll be at the 36-yard line on the Stanford side, and the Trojans right back up to the line of scrimmage. Faking the handoff to Lloyd. Throw it out of the backfield. Taj again. 30, 25 outside. And trying to get away, and then gets gang tackled around the 21-yard line. That'll be 15. That's another first down for USC.
You've seen him run that play with Zachariah Branch a couple times where he lines up in the backfield, and him and Caleb just go to that one side, and Caleb has the option of taking it or just giving a little dump pass to that wide receiver.
One thing Caleb's been doing more than I've seen in the first 2 games is he's rolling himself out and throwing that little short, as you mentioned, a little short dump pass while he's on the run. Yep. That means to me, if you don't throw that, maybe Caleb takes off.
Yeah, he's
with
got the option there.
Remember Dennis Dixon from Oregon was the first guy I saw run that really, really well. Caleb drops the pass, flips one inside. Zachariah Branch at the 20, and then inside the 20 to the 19. Only a couple of yards and they come across. 2nd down and 9. Armitage with the tackle for Stanford. 2nd and 8, I'll say, at the 19. Inside the La Victoria red zone, where things tonight have been very spicy. 28-0 USC. We still have over 11 minutes to play the first half.
one could get out of control here, Pete, if they start touching.
You think Stanford's going to score 29 tonight?
35 blank in the first half. It's a rough go.
We may see a little bit of everybody again. I thought that was the case. Caleb looks left, looks right, drifts back, steps forward, still moving, coming across, throws towards the end zone, caught. That is a Caleb Williams special. Dorian Singer, touchdown USC. That is exactly, you could draw that up and you say, this is what Caleb Williams does. And you draw a little squiggly line until somebody comes open to the end zone. Wow.
Just give a ton of credit to the offensive line there, just holding up, giving Caleb all kinds of time. It really wasn't under any pressure, just kind of buying time. And then to whip it all the way back, just with his arm, 35 yards really, because he's at the 25, whips it all the way to the back of the end zone, a 35-yard frozen rope to Dorian Singer in the back of the end zone. That's arm strength.
Officially 2 plays, 55 yards. This thing has gotten out of hand early. Lynch's extra point up and good. Time out of the field. 10:42 left in the first half. It's USC 35, Stanford nothing on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown USC. Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 with the tax benefits of a retirement account. That's right, invest in crypto with the tax advantages of an IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit iTrustCapital.com to start investing today. iTrust Capital, the official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. Taxes and conditions may apply. Fees apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog, because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Honey Stinger helps you prepare, perform, and recover throughout your athletic journey. Made with delicious honey and organic ingredients, Honey Stinger provides the fuel you'll need to push harder and go farther. Turn to Honey Stinger to achieve your performance goals and feel better along the way. Discover what all the buzz is about on honeystinger.com. Use code FIGHTON30 for 30% off organic waffles, chews, gels, and bars to help you sweeten the burn. Honey Stinger, official nutrition partner of USC Athletics.
Sacking the day's headlines. The KABC News Blitz. Afternoons at 6 on KABC.
Solomon Byrd with a forced fumble. Tackett the fumble recovery. 2 plays later, Caleb finds Dorian Singer in the end zone after scrambling around by 10, 12 seconds or so, something like that. 19 yards, 35-0, 10:42 to go in the first half. PAT brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. Women's soccer, upset loss to Utah Valley on Thursday. They'll next be home this coming Thursday against New Mexico State. Women's volleyball is hosting the Trojan Invitational at Galen Center. Beat UC Davis last night, took Marist today, and will play the University of San Diego tomorrow. And then a little preview of Big Ten action, where they'll be in the Purdue Challenge next week against Illinois and Purdue. And the women's cross-country team finished 4th out of 9 teams today in the Malibu Pepperdine Waves Invitational. 35-0 for Caleb. We refresh and find 12 out of 15 for 133 yards and 1 touchdown. Taj has caught 3, make it 2 for 39. Everybody in on the act, and I think you're going to see before too long, everybody's going to be in the game in the second half.
Yeah, just like you said, Pete. I didn't know. I thought it'd be a little bit more of a fight here, but Trojans with getting the takeover, getting the turnovers, and scoring at will have made this one pretty ugly pretty quick.
It reminds me a little, I think it was 1977. SC beat Stanford here 49-0. Except Stanford had John Elway at quarterback. It wasn't these guys. But they still beat them 49-0, and this could be that and worse tonight. showing the replay on the video board, and the crowd's oohing and eyeing at the replay. As well they should. Ashton Daniels knocked out of the game by SC's defense, and so Justin Lamson, the backup quarterback, has been feeling the brunt of that. He hands off to E.J. Smith, who's got a pretty nice running lane on the left side outside edge, and it gets run out of bounds all the way across the 40 to the 44-yard line. Hard now, you've played in games like this some. Hard now to maintain your enthusiasm.
It's hard.
Like you had at the beginning of the game?
Yeah, it's up to the captains right now to keep these guys locked in, keep the players fired up, because you can kind of start losing your interest, but you got to stay locked in. You know, Stanford's going to work on some stuff there under a new head coach, Troy Taylor. He's not going to sign it off. He's got things to work on.
Look, the one thing you look up at the scoreboard, handoff to Hurasek, the tight end, and he gets hit and dumped by Bryson Shaw and Kalen Bullock after a short gain of 2, maybe 3 out to the 47, 2nd and 7. The one thing you look on the scoreboard, it's a big 0. You want to keep that a big 0. To do that, you can't let Stanford get inside the 40, or you got Cardi to kick a field goal.
Yeah, that's what you're shooting for on defense. Hold that goose egg, that golden goose egg. But how about Bryson Shaw's out there? He's shooting legs today. He's got another big hit from number 27.
Back to pass on the 2nd and 7 play. Being rushed. Lawson steps up. Lamson slides and gives himself up inside the Trojan 45 to the 44. That's enough for a first down. He was running for his life.
Yeah, pocket collapsed again. Just within a hand reach of a couple sacks there. Trojan's doing a good job collapsing that pocket. This offensive line has had a struggle tonight, especially the interior. Defensive tackles are tossing people around. Solomon Byrd has been rushing around the outside. So just a tough night for the offensive line for Stanford so far.
Yeah, E.J. Smith, science and technology major in. Hurasek this way as well. All alone in the backfield this time, Lamson. Let's see how the Trojans defensively want to play it. Lamson wants to pass, has to get rid of it in a hurry, and it's knocked down right at the line, raising his hands in exultation. That is the big Bear, Bear Alexander. That would be his 3rd pass deflection from up front this season already. Well, he's 6'3" and about 300. They list him at 300. I don't know.
What do you think?
A little
bigger?
Than that.
What do you think he's at?
Could be a little bigger than that. What do you weigh at?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
All right. 2nd and 10. The incomplete pass. Lamson. Filkins next to him. They'll give it to Smith, though, coming around from the other side, and he'll get to the 30, 20. Tackled forward inside the 15 to the 10. So the bugaboo the Trojans saw against San Jose State on opening day has come back to bite them a couple of times on this drive, as SC being beaten around the outside.
Yeah, a couple outside runs here for E.J. Smith, talented running back, just kind of running these little fast-hitting run zone plays to the outside. E.J. Smith's able to get that corner a couple times. Trojans got to do a better job of containing on that left side where it seems Stanford has been attacking.
With that, Stanford builds its rushing resume up to 76 yards. They're definitely in scoring position here in the red zone. Josh Carty has hit 21 consecutive field goals, but they're thinking, let's get 7 here and try to claw our way back into this thing down 35-0. Lamson will keep it himself. Romello Heights got a hold of his leg and won't let him go, but he does manage to get to the 10.5. It's a nice 5-yard pickup. 2nd down and 5 from the 10. The only thing here is whether you hold him to 3 or 7, unless you get a fumble.
Yeah, good job, Romello Height right there. Trying to string out that run game. The quarterback has an option to give it to the running back or keep it. Romello tried to play both guys and able to come back on that tackle.
Here's where you look for Hurasek, maybe. The tight end.
Yeah.
Because they're down and getting in close, although Lamson's had no time at all. If he's going to throw it, he's got to get rid of it.
Got to be some quick hitting.
Yeah, it's like 1,000 gone, like that. Strong set of the right side. Lamson has the ball, throws it over the middle, incomplete. Incomplete, knocked away by Sierra Wright, looking for Io Menor. 3rd and 5 from the 10-yard line. Best you can hope for here is hoping him to a 3. Carty, by the way, I watched him kick a bunch of times in practice. He gets that ball off the ground. That goes up. There's no straight to it. Even the 50-yarders he was trying, they were up in the air. Some NFL team's going to get a really good kicker.
He's a good kicker. I don't know how much I count on that offensive line they haven't stopped the middle surge all day. Even on the kick, it might be a challenge.
3rd and 5 Lamson, low snap, and hold it. Whistles. That's usually going the other way. That'll be 3rd and 10 now.
Ball start.
Back at the full start. Thank you.
Number
Back at
71.
the 15-yard line.
5-yard penalty.
That was him. That wasn't me.
3rd down.
Making fun of the ref.
I was trying not to laugh when you said it.
Ball start. Coming, mother.
We can't all are blessed with vocal cords like Arbogast.
3rd and 10 from the 15. You bring in the house, you just playing it safe here?
I don't think you have to bring the house. The way the defensive line is rushing tonight, I think you let the four guys up front rush and then let them cover on the back end.
Filkins is the one back. He's their leading receiver, Moose Filkins from Lake Oswego in Oregon. Now Smith joins him in the backfield. Lamson will throw on 3rd and 10 for the end zone. Incomplete, and they were looking for Humphreys. He was looking for a penalty marker, but none will be thrown as Christian Roland Wallace really kind of just stopped, and Humphreys couldn't run any further because Roland Wallace was standing there.
Yeah, that's all created by the defensive line. Justin Lamson knew he did not have a lot of time in that pocket. Therefore, he was going to try to give his guy John Humphreys a jump ball there. Maybe he can make a play, but a good job on the defensive backside, just holding there and not giving him anything. He just threw it out of bounds.
Carty, a 33-yard field goal. The punter is the holder for their first points of the night. Wait a minute.
I'll start.
Flag is down.
Ball start. Offense, number 77.
You're cheering like it's going to make a difference to this guy. His longest field goal is the Stanford record, 61 yards at Cal last year. That broke the record held by Rod Garcia, which was here in 1973 in one of the great football games you will ever see if you got a chance to see it. And if you didn't, you should YouTube it and watch it. Chick Hearn was calling the play-by-play on TV that day. Dwayne Esper was the color man. Carty's field goal from 5 yards further away is a perfecto, and that's his 22nd consecutive field goal success. 35-3 the score now. Trojans get the ball back. We'll take a timeout before they do. This is the Trojan Football Media Network. They're not just the Trojans, they're your Trojans. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Trojan pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Trojans. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official retail bank of USC Athletics. Copyright 2023, Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC, and fight on.
Hey, are you feeling the heat?
No, this makeshift air conditioner I made with my fridge is working great. Oh.
LADWP has rebates up to $225 on new air conditioners to help you beat the heat and save money.
Ooh, that sounds cool.
Plus, you can sign up for Level Pay to get predictable monthly bills for easy budgeting.
Very cool.
Stay cool. Visit LADWP.com/cool-LA.
Now, can you help me fix my fridge?
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 65 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
Sacking the competition. Dan Bongino. Weekdays 9 to noon on AM 790 KABC.
Stanford gets on the board finally, and after SC had built up a 35-0 lead, it's now 35-3 on the Josh Carty 38-yard field goal, his 22nd in a row. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Your home for Trojans football.
How do you do?
And your home for fast-paced, fact-based talk.
We're not CNN. We do actual facts here.
KABC, Los Angeles, Orange County, a Cumulus media station.
That's what we do.
35-3 SC sideline report with Jordan Moore, presented by DirecTV, leader in sports on Saturday and every other day. Go ahead, Chomo.
On the injury front, Ashton Daniels, the Stanford starting quarterback, walked under his own power, but just walked up the Coliseum tunnel. On the field, I just had a thought. The real topic of college football this week, or one of them, was the new clock rules, and a lot of these coaches being upset about it, that you can really drain a game. That would have been a perfect strategy for Stanford, the old Stanford. They have played right into USC's hands, so this first half has taken forever. And my thought, looking at the USC schedule, I think everyone is going to play fast the rest of the way. It's teams that want to be in shootouts. This is going to be another touchback with USC. So while the clock rules sort of seem designed to slow down a team like Lincoln Riley's, I don't think in this league that there are many that will even try to exploit it.
Old Dominion Freight Line is the official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
I was talking about that 1973 game, and that SC team was kind of the one that won the national championship the next year. Hayden was the quarterback, and you had McKay and Swan and Anthony Davis, and up front, Monty Doris was just a beast in that game, especially in the fourth quarter. Caleb fakes the handoff to Austin Jones. He's going to go big. Looking long for Brendan Rice. He's got it. Touchdown, USC. Long touchdown pass. Not much of a run to do. Rice caught it in stride. 75 yards, one play. Bring out the defense. It's a rout.
Go for the throat, Lincoln Riley. Caleb Williams holds it back there, pumps it a couple times, knows he's going deep, and then throws an absolute perfect drop in the bucket pass to Brandon Rice, who got behind the defender. Big fella running hard, running fast, leaving the defender in the dust there. Big number 2 catches it, pulls it in for another USC touchdown.
Rice's third touchdown catch of the season. For Caleb, 11 touchdown passes. And in his career at SC, gives him 53, 78 in his career, including Oklahoma. Extra point is perfect, and with 6:46 to go in the half, it goes just like that to 42-3. With that pass completion, Caleb Williams' yardage will push him past Todd Marinovich into the number 11 spot on the all-time USC career passing list. I was mentioning the 73 game with all those guys, and it came down to the end, and the Trojans were out of times out, and they got the ball deep in their own end, but Hayden managed to find Jim Obradovich over the middle, a close friend, I'm told, of George Brett, and I'll tell you how I found that out. And Obradovich, with no times out left, had only to catch the ball, but he had to get out of bounds to stop the clock. So he did, and that left Chris Limahela, who was no bigger than a speck of dirt, came out and kicked the field goal in the last play of the game, and SC won 27-26. I was at the Baseball Hall of Fame to enjoy Gil Hodges going in posthumously to the Baseball Hall of Fame, and I went to the big dinner because I got to go in because a friend of mine got me, and Josh Rawitch, former Dodger PR director, is now the president of the Baseball Hall of Fame. So I pulled a string. And I got in. Here's the kickoff. This will be Farrell 2 yards deep. He drops it, and then he'll take a knee. And so I got it in. I'm wandering around with all these Baseball Hall of Famers. Just, my jaw is open most of the time. But I saw George Brett, so I went and talked to him because I know he's a big SC fan. Mm-hmm. Grew up in El Segundo, obviously. And he said, Pete Arbogast. He was very excited to meet me. And we talked about, he was great friends with Obradovich, and we talked about that game in '73 that his buddy really helped win the ball game for SC. That was one of the most exciting SC Stanford games I ever saw, and there have been a bunch. The one just a few years before that, Trojans were out at times out. Clarence Davis, way back in his own end, a fourth down, got a short run. Trojans managed to move it up the middle of the field. They had no timeouts left. Threw a pass to Jerry Moon Mullins to Jimmy Jones. Handoff for Stanford from the 25. Bird will land on top of Bryce Farrell. Mullins caught the ball, went down quickly. The clock stopped to move the chains, and they snapped the ball back to kick the field goal. Ron Ayala kicked it, and the clock was going from 1-0 as the ball was snapped. And the Trojans won that one over Stanford 26-24. A Stanford team led by future Heisman Trophy winner Jim Plunkett. So there have been some great SC Stanford games played in the old days and the new days here at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. Some good ones up north as well. Handoff, the end around for Jurasik, tight end, and he's hit by Bullock, who doesn't tackle him, but knocked him off balance off to the 34-yard line. And that'll be enough for a it shouldn't be. It should be short of a first down. The chain started to move, and I was thinking to myself, why are they going? Where are they going? It's 3rd and 1.
It's like Stanford found a little bit of pay dirt on the outside of the defense here. They started the game trying to attack the interior, but Trojans weren't having any of that. Now looks like Stanford, everything's been going outside, trying to get quick hitting plays outside where the defense isn't.
Lamson has gone most of this second quarter after the starting quarterback Daniels got hurt. Oh, whistle. And maybe a flag is on the play, but did somebody call timeout before the penalty marker went down? Stanford thinks that's not the case. They're backing up.
Yeah,
and while they iron this out, let's go down to Jordan.
No joke, guys. They did not send Traveler out after the
Delayed
last touchdown
game.
because the horse
Defense,
is
number
tired.
90.
That's
Signals and actions
how much the
designed
horse
to
has had to
cause
run
the
here in the
offense
first
to fall
half.
start.
Bear Alexander was, tell us what he was doing, Shaun, because I'm sure you never did this in your career. He got a penalty up front.
Bear is trying to play the game a little bit up front, maybe giving a couple bark sounds or calling some move cadences to try to draw that offensive lineman off sides there. So I'm sure Big Bear, he drew him off sides. He was the first one who was fired up. Lincoln Riley doesn't like the call, but I think Bear was trying to draw the offensive lineman off sides.
Not the first time I've ever seen that called in a college football game. Keeping Lamson up the middle. It was a first down call because they got the first down yardage because of the penalty. Tofo'o will stop him at the 43. A gain of 4, 2nd down and 6. Check the clock, 4:57 to go in a long second quarter, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Lincoln Riley still fired up about the last call on Bear Alexander.
Steamed up, doesn't he?
He's yelling at the refs. He didn't like that one. With 42-3, he's still giving him an earful.
Would you then call him a competitor? 42-3 is the score. USC has the lead, and it's been all USC all night long. Motion away for Ryan Butler, and coming this way, looking for Humphreys. Be incomplete. 3rd down. 3rd and 7 from the 43. Old Dominion Freight Line, the official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises and helping to bring you Trojan football across the Trojan Radio Network and Media Network. Hope you're possibly watching us tonight on the Audi Radio Booth Cam, brought to you by your local SoCal Audi dealers. Play for the camera. All right. My daughter's watching in Melbourne, Australia tonight. Lamson will keep. He's not shy, and he'll go up the middle. Come up short for the first down. Jalen Smith, make sure he doesn't go any further than he got, which was the 47. Christian Roland Wallace there as well. 4th down and 2. Well, it's 42-3. Go for him.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to punt the ball here. Lamson's already taking some shots. I'm surprised he keeps carrying this ball. He keeps tucking it in there and trying to take these shots. I'm sure pretty soon, I don't know how many more quarterbacks the Stanford Cardinal can roll out there, but it looks like the punt unit's coming out.
Well, Lamson's 1 for 7 for 31 yards. He's not going to throw very often because he just doesn't have any time to do so. They're going to punt, maybe. Wesselman will do so, and the Trojans are going to return it, maybe, with Zachariah Branch at the 10-yard line. Everybody pay attention. Here we go. Nice high spiral kick. Fair catch called for, but he was faking him out. It bounces and goes into the end zone for the touchback, and the Trojans will start off at the 25. Branch, we're reading on the TV cameras here that he's one of 2 players in football this year with a kickoff return and a punt return for a touchdown.
The other one is Jaden McGowan from Vanderbilt.
Bandy guys. Slippery. Got to watch him. The Trojans won 12 in a row in this series from 1958 to 1969. First time I saw a game on the road was at Cal in '67, but the second road game I ever saw, not counting Rose Bowls, was in 1970. My dad drove me up to see Jim Plunkett in Stanford, and Stanford won 24-14, and Plunkett was really good. He won the Heisman Trophy. First down, SC at the 25. We'll make it the 20. Sorry about that. Caleb will throw. Separation for Dorian Singer, and he makes the catch at the 40 and gets to the 42. Good job, because he was hand battling there and managed to separate himself with maybe the slightest of shoves.
Yeah, without pushing off, that's the hard part. You can't push off, so he just kind of throws his arms down to create that little bit of openness that he could get right there. It's a good job. That's a professional move by Dorian Singer right there. He's throwing those hands down, not pushing the defensive back to draw that flag.
Aaron Manley, a kid from Upland, all in the Empire, complaining a little bit after that. Caleb has completed 9 straight now. He's 16 of 19 for 263 and 2 touchdowns. Doesn't figure to see the fourth quarter again. Marshawn Lloyd outside of the 50 and out of bounds inside the 45 of the Stanford side. Right out in front of the Stanford bench, where our vantage point is at the 40-yard line, so he's just a little away from that as we look straight down from our Coliseum press box perch. First down, USC at the 45. Coming up at halftime, it'll be the Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show. We'll hear from Lincoln Riley. Check scores of other games, stats, highlights. We'll talk to JJ about any adjustments. I can't imagine what they would be when you're winning 42-3. Although they gave up a couple of runs again on the outside, a little bit.
You know, JJ's going to be mad about something.
He's like those guys on the chat boards. They're never satisfied. Never. First and 10 at the 45. Caleb hands off. Marshawn dances outside. Gets a block from Kyron Hudson at the 30. Sideline 25 and inside the 25. One man to beat, and they got him. A touchdown-saving tackle at the 20-yard line by the safety, Scotty Edwards. First and 10 Trojans at the 20-yard line, and it's spicy once again in the La Victoria Cardinal and Gold zone, the red zone.
Yeah, just really appreciate the work that Marshawn Lloyd's putting there. You can't, the vision it takes right there to cut it back out. The play starts to the right, so he's looking over there, and he's the whole time waiting for that backside to kind of collapse. And once it does, he pops it out there. So just a fantastic run by number 0, Marshawn Lloyd right there. Great vision to get out to the outside there.
Lloyd now 7 carries for 72 yards and a touchdown, one of 3 Trojan touchdowns on the ground. 42-3 SC, late stages first half. Lloyd again gets hit at the line and can't get any further, maybe a foot or 2 right up the middle. That's Jackson Moy, whose dad also played at SC Junior. Played for the Trojans in 91 and 92. I called his games as well. San Diego Cathedral, they were state champions, and he was the San Diego Defensive Player of the Year in high school.
Yeah, really interesting how Lincoln's called this game. We started the game out, a lot of running plays. Marshawn Lloyd got a lot of carries. Austin Jones got a lot of carries. Kind of pounded that front a little bit, then went to the air and started racking up yardage, and now kind of back to the pass. So keeping Stanford off guard here with the run and pass. Kind of the way he's calling those plays is keeping them unsettled on defense.
Under a minute to play in the half. Trojans in no particular hurry here. Have the ball at the Stanford 19. The give is to Lloyd, outside left side. And they got him by the side of the face mask, but not the face mask itself. Got him by the ear hole. And at the 15-yard line, they'll go out of bounds with 18 seconds remaining in the half. It'll be third down for SC, 3rd and 5 from the 15-yard line. I think you got to throw it in the end zone here. Really? Right?
You can pick up this first down here. Still got 28 seconds, so you got a little bit more time.
Oh, I said 18. It's 28 seconds. Sorry. All right. Receivers this way are Singer, Williams. Haven't heard a ton from him tonight. Murray was caught 1 pass for 5 yards. That was very early, and now a timeout. Trojans will take a break. They've got 2 remaining. 42-3 SC. And the Trojans gather around their coach on the far side. Stanford Cardinal do the same down below us. We were looking at the schedule, Shaun, and it's hard to find more than one more win for Stanford that you could say, well, yeah, they'll probably beat Sacramento State next week. They should. But after that, I don't know.
Homecoming for Troy Taylor there. I'm sure he's going to want to get that one.
Jordan down on the sideline. What do you know?
You know, when teams are good in this town and when you have true star athletes like Caleb Williams, you know what happens. People just start showing up. And there are all kinds of people that have been down here on the sideline, and they all don't even necessarily have connections to USC. Arguably the best receiver in the NFL, Tyreek Hill, is down here. I don't know why. I don't know who invited him, but I'm sure he's enjoying the show. This is his kind of game, a track meet.
Watching a little ball. I was thinking to myself, I don't think the Rams are going to be very good this year. UCLA is okay. San Diego Chargers might be all right. But SC might be the show in football in Southern California again. Certainly seems like it so far. On 3rd down, 3rd and 5, Caleb winds and throws. Little slant down inside the 5. Kyron Hudson catches, dives forward to about the 1. Getting up slowly, Lake McCree. It'll be 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. Clock runs with 20 seconds remaining in the half, already leading 42-3. The give to Lloyd. He'll just walk into the end zone. No, it'll be Caleb Williams who will throw at the last moment. He pulled it back in, finds Lake McCree, and a tight end touchdown for USC. Really, it doesn't matter which way you go. Lloyd walked in by himself, but he didn't have the ball, and Caleb kept it and threw it to Lake McCree for the score.
I was totally faked out on that one. I thought Lloyd had the ball. He's carrying it to the top, and he's like, hey, get in the end zone. It looked like he was taking the play off. And then Caleb Williams had the ball, just coming down here, getting Lake McCree involved. Another Trojan touchdown from a different player. Lake McCree this time getting involved. I thought the Kyron Hudson catch was a great physical catch for number 10 leading up to that play, but another strike from Caleb Williams, another touchdown for his guy, Lake McCree.
They won't match this in the second half, but if they did, the Trojans would score 98 points. As Dennis Lynch's extra point is good, and with 10 seconds left in the half, the Trojans lead 49-3. Caleb in the first half, 19 of 32 for 303 touchdowns. So if you extrapolate that out, he won't play much after the beginning of the third quarter. He'd have 600 yards and 6 touchdowns. Those would be records.
Yeah, a lot of things left on the board for Caleb Williams. You see a lot of quarterbacks throughout the country where the numbers are putting up, and Caleb Williams is doing this. I know he started in week 0, but he's doing this in basically one half of football every week.
For those of us old enough to remember the 72 team, which was the greatest college football team in college football history, nobody came within 9 points, but the team that did was Stanford up there, 30-21, in what was dubbed the Bad Blood Bowl. Stanford fans were yelling racial things at USC players and throwing things at USC players in the old Stanford Stadium, and John McKay was displeased and said, I'd like to beat them by 2,000 points. And that stuck with him all his career. John Ralston was the opponent, and many of those McKay-Ralston showdowns were very much like the Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh showdowns. Kickoff. E.J. Smith, why not return it from the 3? And he'll get as far as the 14 or 15 yard line, and Stanford will have a chance to take one play if they want to, with 3 seconds remaining in the half. The Trojans have averaged 8 yards per play, which is great. Stanford's averaged 5.5 yards per play, which is not terrible.
Yeah, that last drive, the drive where they got the field goal, they had 2 big runs there that helped that average out. Eric Gentry in the ball game.
Gentry has played spottingly, and those guys that are kind of dinged up and not particularly healthy, you've got a bye week next week, so maybe you don't want to play them too much out there. As much as you can keep them healthy. Smith with the handoff on the last play of the half. Jalen Smith will pull him down for a loss on the play. The Trojans run off the field, and listen to the Coliseum crowd roar their approval. A dominant performance by the Trojans, who are currently ranked 6th but figure to move up. At halftime, it's USC 49 and Stanford 3. Back to begin our halftime activities after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Support for USC football comes from Children's Hospital Los Angeles. U.S. News and World Report has once again named Children's Hospital Los Angeles the #1 hospital for kids in California. Ranked in the top 10 nationally, CHLA has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since the prestigious list was created. They've been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 120 years. Whether it's for routine care or life-saving needs, families turn to CHLA when the outcome matters. Clinical excellence, breakthrough research, and world-class expertise for kids. Find a doctor at chla.org.
Hello and welcome to The Ralph's Show. At Ralph's, everyone wins when it comes to saving big. Because when you order online through the Ralph's app, you get the same great prices, deals, and rewards on pickup or delivery that you do in-store, with no hidden fees or markups. Best of all, you'll know when items in your cart have a coupon, so you never miss a deal. So whether you're a delivery lover, picker-upper, or you shop in-store, you'll always save big at Ralph's. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
How we do it.
This is the Audi Halftime Report. Brought to you by Audi. The Southern California Audi dealers are proud sponsors of the USC Trojans.
Big hole up the middle. See you later. Touchdown USC.
The Halftime Report is also brought to you by Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football, and by Athletic Brewing. Athletic Brewing crafts great tasting and award-winning non-alcoholic beers that are fit for all times. Now, we take it back up to the booth to the best broadcast team in college football for the best football team in college football. Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody.
Yeah, the man might be right. 3 touchdowns for Caleb Williams through the air and a running touchdown as well. Receiving touchdowns for Rice, Singer, and McCree. Lloyd, Jones, and Williams with running touchdowns, and it's just a rout from the very get-go. Trojans scored on their first possession of the half to lead 7-0, and never looked back really after that. Now, Max Williams' interception set the Trojans up deep. 3 plays later, it was 14-0, 21-0 after the first quarter, and they just kept pouring it on in the second. Time right now to take a listen to the biggest moment of those first 2 quarters.
Now it's time to take a listen to the best play of the first half.
You're good. You're awful good. Just about the best I ever saw.
Powered by Ontario International Airport, a proud partner of the USC Trojans. Fight on and fly on with ONT.
Coming down to Branch, catches at the 25, finds a seam at the 35, to the 45, up the middle to the 40. He won't be touched. Zachariah Branch, touchdown USC. Wow. That made it 28-0 at the beginning of the second quarter. Caleb found Dorian Singer from 19 yards out after a Solomon Byrd forced fumble was recovered by Tackett Curtis. A field goal by Stanford finally got him on the board to make it 35-3. Caleb a 75-yard touchdown pass to Brendan Rice on the very next play, and then found Lake McCree with 10 seconds to go on a first and goal from the 1, and the halftime score 49-3. Total offense, by the way, in the first half, 433 yards to Stanford's 146. Let's talk about halftime adjustments here on the Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show. The halftime adjustments presented by the Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans. And John Jackson will join me here in the press box now. And I don't know that there need to be any adjustments, frankly. But how do you've played in games that are blowouts, and you've seen a bunch of them as a broadcaster and a player on many levels. How do you handle a game like this as a coaching staff and players in the second half when you're so far ahead of an obviously inferior opponent?
Oh, man, Pete. The trainers are starting to get loose. Just they might get in the game.
Is it difficult to play a game when it's 49-3 at halftime? Is it tough to do it mentally?
Yeah, we beat Arizona State 50-0, and at halftime it was clearly over. You probably remember that, Pete, in Phoenix.
And you just have to play. You just have to go out and play.
Yeah,
and there's a bunch of kids that are going to play here in the second half. Isn't that the real key here in the second half?
Everybody wants a touchdown right now, Pete. It's time to stack stats.
There's a bunch of guys that, as I mentioned to Shaun on the pregame show, are auditioning for more playing time as this season goes along. Guys that haven't seen the field very much here in the first half but are going to in the second half. It's important for these guys.
Yeah, no question about that. The question is, I don't think that there's going to be any more games of this nature where it's a complete. But the second half of the schedule, Pete, is tough. There's going to be some tough games in the second half of the season. But yeah, you're exactly right. They're auditioning for significant playing minutes because all the players that have played up to this point, let's be real, it was Nevada and San Jose State. It wasn't like any of the players have had, surprisingly big games that can't be overcome by guys in practice or in future games. So, yeah, you're playing for a room on a chance on the depth chart. Playing time, everything is still at stake. So there's a lot of guys that this second half does mean a lot.
I don't know if Nevada would beat Stanford, but I'm pretty sure San Jose State, the San Jose State team I saw, would beat this Stanford team. Stanford's probably going to beat Sacramento State next week, but I don't think they're going to win another game the rest of the year.
No, not if they play like this. There's no way. To be honest with you, I'm surprised. There doesn't seem to be USC's scheme. Excuse me, Pete. Seems to be so far ahead of what Stanford was expecting. They are beating him in every phase of the game. There's not one phase of the game that Stanford is winning at. And when you have what is supposed to be a competitive team like the Stanford Cardinal team, this is embarrassing.
We were joking about you before you came on that you always complain about something. You got anything, or are you a happy man?
Oh no, I'm a happy man right now, Pete. This is exactly what USC coaches, players, and fans needed.
We'll leave it at that. We'll have you back on the postgame show, and we'll see if you're still a happy man when the postgame show rolls up.
And how about Alex Grinch? Can we give a shout to Alex Grinch? Turnovers, Pete. I said defense. Turnovers. Can we give Alex Grinch some credit? His defense has created turnovers in his first half that have really blown this game out of proportion.
See you on the postgame show. Trojans lead at halftime 49-3 over the Stanford Cardinal. Back with more as we continue our Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Let's level up, people. Pedal those bikes. Intervals. Burn. Come on, burn. Woo!
At Audi, we think performance is more exhilarating on a real road. Enter the Audi Q5. While Quattro all-wheel drive gives you confidence when you need it, it's the 261 horsepower of the Q5 engine that really raises the pulse rate, as in 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds. And you'll never pull a calf muscle. The next level Audi Q5. Always obey local speed and traffic laws.
USC Trojan fans, Smart Stop Self Storage is ready for game day. Smart Stop Self Storage is committed to making the self-storage experience easy and hassle-free for all Trojan fans. Whether you're storing your Trojans tailgate gear, need temporary storage while moving to a new home, or need a storage solution for your business, we're here for you with convenient locations throughout Southern California. Smart Stop Self Storage, the smarter way to store. Visit smartstop.com to reserve your space today. Fight on.
Hi, it's Tungus. It's hard to express Tungus' self when come to AM/PM's breakfast. So Tungus wrote poem. Tungus no prepared to feel this way when eat AM/PM breakfast today. Savory chorizo, fried egg and cheese on fluffy flaky croissant, please. It's so good, cravings galore. Tungus prepare to have one more. Oh wait, Tungus forgot to mention coffee. Need to start over.
When the breakfast is freshly prepared in store, that's cravings. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Who run the world? Girls. Who run the world? Girls. Who run the world? Girls.
The Women of Troy Report is brought to you by Sprouts Farmers Market. Open 7 days a week. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts for good-for-you groceries and great prices on the freshest produce.
I'm Keely Orr, and this is the Women of Troy Report. Today we're speaking with Gigi McEnany, a junior on USC's track and cross-country team. So Gigi, you're starting your third year here at USC. What's your mindset heading into this upcoming season?
Just got started with the cross-country season. It's been really exciting. We've got a new group of girls that have joined us this year from all over, and my main intention for the cross-country season is to kind of use it as a base whilst, competing every other week or whatnot, but more so focusing on the track season upcoming in the spring. This is a really good foundation kind of time at the moment for us to get good training in.
It's been several years since you moved over from Australia. What was the transition like for you, just moving across the world, basically?
It's a brilliant question. Look, it was tough. Initially, it was really tough. More so just like adjusting to things that I didn't realize would be so different. Like the team welcomed me, and I was really grateful for that. In that regard, I was, really happy and really safe. But it was more so things like food and I don't know, like going to the supermarket and trying to find things that I could kind of relate to, and I would eat back home, things like that you wouldn't think about. But yeah, I struggled, but then as the semesters went on, I think I'm settled in now. I'm pretty good.
You're also a biomedical engineering major. How do you balance what I assume is a very challenging major and being a student athlete?
Initially, it was pretty tough. I think it was because I just didn't know what to expect. But now I know what I've got coming for me. I'm taking 18 units this semester, and it's just literally all about making the most of pretty much every spare minute that I have.
Given what you just talked about the move you made and your major, how much have you learned about yourself since coming to USC, about what you can do and how hard you can work?
definitely grown a lot. I didn't realize that I was able to do all these things. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I got to take a little bit of pride in that. I think I've become an adult. Let's say that. I've had to become an adult. I used to rely on mum to do a fair bit, and she still helps me a lot. But now it's like, you know, she's however many hours away, and I'm on my own. So I've learned to appreciate, I don't know, my skill sets and the fact that I can deal with kind of, you know, being so far away from home and having so much on my plate. It's pretty cool.
In that sense, how do you sum up your Trojan experience so far?
I'm absolutely over the moon that I did it. I don't think I would have got anything quite like this anywhere in Australia, definitely. But even, you know, even over here, I'm glad that I chose USC. I've made so many amazing friends and awesome connections, and but super grateful for the opportunity to doing what I love every day, as well as gaining an education, and hopefully another 2 years I'll be an engineer. So it's pretty awesome.
You just heard from Gigi McAnaney on the Women of Troy Report. Stay tuned for more action here on the USC Trojans Media Network.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love, with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
While USC is making game-changing moves on the field, Athletic Brewing Company is changing up what's in the cooler while you enjoy the game. Athletic Brewing crafts great-tasting and award-winning non-alcoholic beers that are fit for all times. When it comes to flavor, there's no competition. Try it for yourself. First-time customers can use code USC10 to get 10% off their first six-pack at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times. Exclusions and conditions apply.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 65 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
In today's college athletics landscape, a strong name, image, and likeness program is an essential pillar to on-field success. House of Victory is an alumni-led, nonprofit collective dedicated to providing a competitive edge in the NIL space for USC student athletes. Contributions allow our coaches and programs to recruit and retain elite athletes while allowing the student athletes to shine beyond the game. House of Victory is calling on all Trojan fans for your support. To join our alumni community and benefit student athletes, visit houseofvictory.com or text HOV to 53555.
Covering all things SC. Trojans Live, Monday nights at 7 on KABC.
What's up, everybody? Jason Schwartz keeping it rolling from the KABC studios on the Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show. Trojans obliterating Stanford at the Coliseum. It's 49-3 at the half. USC on pace for 98 points and over 850 yards. What a half of football for the Trojans. Caleb Williams, 3 touchdowns in the air, 1 on the ground. We saw Zachariah Branch with the punt return touchdown, Marshawn Lloyd, Austin Jones, each with rushing touchdowns, and then Rice, Singer, and McCree all receiving touchdowns. So everybody getting on the fun as USC is up 49-3. We'll go to Jordan Moore in a moment as he stands by for head coach Lincoln Riley coming out of the tunnel. Before we do that, want to remind you to stay with us late night tonight. Sua Cravens joins me here in the KABC studios for Trojans wrap up, and looking forward to getting your calls after a USC win over Stanford at the Coliseum. Quick look at some of the Pac-12 scores today before we go back out to Jordan. A couple games in progress right now. Cal leading Auburn 10-7 in Berkeley, just starting the third quarter there. Arizona State up on Oklahoma State 15-10, just starting the third quarter as well. And let's go out to Jordan now. He might have Coach Lincoln Riley.
I don't have me yet, Jason, but, I'm not sure there were a ton of halftime adjustments, so the team is already coming out here with 4.5 left on the clock, and I haven't seen the coach quite yet, but what would you say if you were the head coach after that half? Just do it again?
Yeah, let's run it back. I mean, look, they show Lincoln Riley. He's still fired up on the sidelines. Obviously, he's competing, and there's plenty that goes on. The game within the game that he's looking to see. But I mean, look, Jordan. We've watched a lot of USC football, and I can't think of a more complete first half than what we just saw.
No, it was so dominant, and obviously, the story is the defense to me because we know what the offense is capable of, and they'll always get the plaudits and they put on the fireworks show in the first half. But when was the last time we saw half of football of that dominant defense by USC against a power conference opponent, against the conference opponent? So that is the real question. If this is what USC is defensively, then look out. We got ourselves a contender.
And the beautiful thing, we've talked the first 2 weeks about 14 different USC receivers catching passes last week, or the depth in the running back room. But what struck me in the first half today is, and you talk about how well the defense played, was just how many guys contributed by making plays on the defensive side.
It's such a good point. I was so impressed with the defensive backs in that half. It felt like every single one that played got a pass break up, and they were all breaking hard on the football. They were all aggressive. They were all reading the play early, playing with a ton of confidence. So real improvement there from week to week. And then the pass rush just continues to come on. And as you said, it's a group pass rush. It's not a one-man show. They're getting the push from the inside, and then that allows some of the outside guys to eat. So Bear Alexander early on that half was just dominant, and then Solomon Byrd took advantage. Jamil Muhammad took advantage. Everybody's eating, as they say.
Yeah, Jordan, I don't love the fact that we're not going to be playing Stanford here moving forward, but I will say this. The Cardinal responsible for many a heartbreak over the last couple decades as a USC fan. And if this is indeed the final game for quite a while, not sad to see it go out this way.
Yeah, this is a tough one for them early in the Troy Taylor era. We'll see what I'm sure he's given the old forget the scoreboard, play for pride kind of deal in the second half. Probably both coaches are doing the forget the scoreboard speech at halftime because it is hard to sort of find the requisite energy when the score is 49-3 at half, and we're going to see a ton of backups in the second half. I don't even know if we'll see Caleb Williams to start the second half. He ran out here early, but he's at an even 300 yards, so I might just put him on ice and then see him again in Tempe. I got the head coach, Lincoln Riley, jogging out to me now. Coach, dominant half defensively. What did you like on that side of the ball?
Everything. Pressured the quarterback, stopped the run game, let a couple power reads get out, but other than that, played really well.
Offensively, it seemed like you wanted to get the run going early. What did you think about your balance in the first half?
Yeah, line did a good job. Thought our line really played well. Gave us some good holes to run, gave us a lot of time, so they were really the key of the first half.
Thanks so much. A happy coach, and why wouldn't he be? USC 49, Stanford 3. We're at the half on the USC Trojans Media Network.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Trojan fans, it's time to get your roll on with Roll 'em Up Taquitos, the official taquito of USC Athletics. Using Mama Karen's special recipe, our taquitos are hand-rolled daily and pan-fried to order with your choice of beef, chicken, ground beef, and vegetarian options. We got bomb AF taquitos and a delicious selection of side dishes as well as our bomb churro donuts. Visit rollemup.com to find the location nearest you. Fight on and roll 'em up.
Once you get the meat and cheese for your sub freshly sliced right in front of you at Jersey Mike's, I'll tell you, there's no going back to anything else. That'd be like going back to dial-up internet. Am I connecting to space to order Jersey Mike's? Any day now. Okay, it's about to connect. What? Who picked up the phone? Nope, there's no going back once you see it freshly sliced at Jersey Mike's. A sub above.
Trojan fans, you may not think of yourself as an athlete, but everyday life is full of athletic feats. You bend, you reach, you lift, you twist until back, neck, or shoulder pain hits, which brings you to a stop. But whether you're an athlete or not, the Joint Chiropractic can help ease your pain and keep you on the active list. Visit thejoint.com today to get your first consultation, exam, and adjustment for just $29. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans.
Don't punt your morning drive. Catch Armstrong and Getty, morning 6 to 9 on KABC.
Opening kickoff of the second half goes through the end zone for a touchback. That concludes our halftime show. Right back with the second half of USC football.
It's real simple. You got 2 more quarters and that's it.
Let's go! We gotta go to work! You've been listening to the Audi Halftime Show, brought to you by Audi. The Southern California Audi dealers are proud sponsors of the USC Trojans. By Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football. And by Athletic Brewing. Athletic Brewing crafts great tasting and award-winning non-alcoholic beers that are fit for all times. Now, with your second half kickoff, here's the best broadcast team in college football, Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody.
On the first down play for the 25, Lamson, the backup quarterback, filling in for the injured Ashton Daniels, who got hurt in the first half. Runs for a couple of yards up the middle, gets 3. Max Williams pulls him down. 2nd and 7. As we're underway, Stanford all in white, moving from right to left from our vantage point. Inside handoff goes to Bryce Farrell, and Farrell will get gang tackled and pushed back after getting all the way out to about the 33.5, giving Stanford a good shot here on 3rd and about 1.5 to open up the second half of play. You'll see a lot of guys here in the second half. I imagine the starters will be in there some, but we're going to see a lot of players.
Yeah, I think on both sides, both coaches are just trying to get some guys in there, get some looks at them. You got to try to keep the energy up with the Trojans. It's hard to do in these kind of circumstances, but you got to find a way to get it going out there because you can't just roll and walk around out there as you get hurt.
Double tight end set like old Stanford football. 1 receiver to the far side, and it'll be Lamson to keep, and he will not make it and get slammed down to the ground. Pulled back and slammed backwards by Anthony Lucas. 4th down and a little bit further than it used to be. 4th and about 3.
Yeah, Anthony Lucas looked like he got in there and just slammed the quarterback down for a nice tackle for loss on a big 3rd and short situation.
Michael Jackson, rather than Zachariah Branch, will drop back to receive this punt at his own 25-yard line. Jackson was a very good punt returner. Whistles blow, and what is happening? Somebody timeout.
USC, they're first of the half.
Why?
This will be a 30-second timeout.
49-3. Would you call timeout in a punt situation? Just wrong guys out there?
Yeah, it looked like a substitution error. It looks like Lincoln Riley's not too excited about that. He's trying to get his guy's head back in this game. I'm sure a little bit of as a player, it's hard to lock back in here, and Lincoln Riley's trying to spark his guys up, making sure that they know everything. Every play matters here.
Not to overthink it and try to second-guess coaches, but in a situation like this with a big lead, maybe you got 1 or 2 guys that shouldn't be out there. Don't you just let them go?
Yeah, you might, but I think Lincoln Riley's trying to set the precedent. Every snap matters here, guys. Let's take advantage of these snaps because he's still coaching hard. I want you out there playing hard.
Wesselman will punt. He's been okay. The problem is he's overkicked his flyman on the outside and allowed the Trojans to get some good returns, including a 75-yarder by Zachariah Branch for a touchdown. Jackson catches at the 20 and will get 9 out to the 29. That's where the Trojans will start their first possession of the second half, keeping in mind that at the beginning of each of the first 3 games in the first half, the Trojans have scored. And the Trojans have scored with their first possession of the second half in each of the first 2 games. Here comes the next one. Timeout on the field. Just the start of things here in the third quarter. 2 minutes in, 13 minutes to go in the third. It remains 49-3 USC. We'll be back after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
SC fans, this football season, be sure to come out to Trojan Fan Fest, presented by Life Law Injury Lawyers. Located directly east of the Coliseum, right outside the Olympic Gateway, Trojan Fan Fest opens 4 hours before every home game kickoff, and it's free to fans of all ages. Inside the Trojan Fan Fest is the Modelo Ultimate Tailgate, serving up ice-cold cervezas with plenty of food truck options. There are also private tailgating options and fun for the whole family. It's all inside Trojan Fan Fest, presented by Life Law Injury Lawyers, proud supporter and official sponsor of the USC Trojans.
Introducing Stone Fight On Pale Ale, with a balanced blend of hops and a deep golden color as vibrant as the Southern California sunshine. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is brewed to be the perfect companion for the beach, the tailgate, or cheering on the Trojans. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is best enjoyed by holding a can in one hand and raising a V for victory with the other. Find Stone Fight On Pale Ale near you at find.stonebrewing.com. That's find.stonebrewing.com. Stone Brewing is a proud partner of USC Athletics.
Covering the Trojans on the field.
Caleb keeps it, rolls right. He'll run it. Now he backs off instead of running.
Stop moving.
Steps up, steps back, steps forward, throws for the end zone.
Oh, no.
It
Is damn near impossible.
caught! Touchdown! USC!
Luckily, they do it from behind the mic.
Wait, that's an option?
Trojans Live, Monday nights at 7, exclusively on your home for Trojans football, AM 790 KABC. Your home for Trojans football.
Now go see us, man! Fight on!
AM 790 KABC.
Well, Caleb Williams' night is over after a half of football in which he threw 22 passes, completed 19 for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. And it'll be Miller Moss. It's Miller time for Miller Moss, who is very good. 12 of 17 for 197 yards and a touchdown. And he's going to get to play. I don't know if he's going to play the whole second half because we might see Malachi Nelson some. But Moss is going to get the vast majority of snaps here in the third and probably in the early fourth quarter anyway. Trojans 133 to 96 rushing yards, 300 to 50 passing yards, and 433 to 146 overall. First down SC, first possession of the second half after Stanford had to punt it away. Trojans have the ball at their own 29. Moss will hand off to Quentin Joyner. Joyner will get across the line of scrimmage, across the 30, and out to the 33 for almost a 4-yard pickup. Third quarter Trojan football brought to you by Honey Stinger. Prepare, perform, and recover with Honey Stinger. And today's game overall being brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Coke Zero Sugar, more real Coca-Cola flavor, still without any sugar. Second and a long 6, a short 7, whichever you so choose. Moss fakes once, rolls right, throws it at the ankle and hits the ankle of Quentin Joyner. Incomplete pass will be 3rd and 7.
Looks like we're going with a wholesale offensive line change. Looks like that we're going to go twos with everybody there. Across the board, the whole starting line is out and get the whole second string offensive line in the game too.
Killian O'Connor at center. Noah starting on the left side. Handoff to Joyner, and he'll get plugged at the line of scrimmage and maybe get a couple of yards to the 36. And the Trojans missing in action man Eddie Chapliski, the punter, will actually come out and participate in the game. Yeah, he did have one.
Who's that, Pete? The punter, you said?
The punter? He had one. The halftime show, they turned the lights off and they had a drone show over near the torch end of the Coliseum. And it was just spectacular.
Pete, your mind was blown. I was watching you watch it. You had never seen it.
I've never seen it. They had the Trojan horse. They had the Heisman Trophy guy running. They had a football being passed through the air. It was just great. Fair catch called for on the punt by Chapliski. And Stanford gets it back. We've got good beer and good vibes. It's all Buena Stone Buena Vista Salt and Lime Lager. Baja inspired, imported from San Diego, located near you at fine.stonebrewing.com. And cheers. 50-yard punt for Chapliski, his best of the year. Time out of the field. We have 11:44 to go, third quarter. Trojans still lead like they did at the half. It's USC 49, Stanford 3. Back after these messages now, the Trojan Football Media Network.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm Personal Price Plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this message Mateo left.
Jake from State Farm, you should know orange juice commercials make me cry. I feel bad for the oranges.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC! Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 with the tax benefits of a retirement account. That's right, invest in crypto with the tax advantages of an IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit itrustcapital.com to start investing today. iTrust Capital, the official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. Taxes and conditions may apply. Fees apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
USC Trojan fans, SmartStop Self Storage is ready for game day. SmartStop Self Storage is committing to making the self-storage experience easy and hassle-free for all Trojan fans. Whether you're storing your Trojans tailgate gear, need temporary storage while moving to a new home, or need a storage solution for your business, we're here for you with convenient locations throughout Southern California. SmartStop Self Storage, the smarter way to store. Visit smartstop.com to reserve your space today. Fight on. Fight on.
Bongino at 9, Shapiro at 3, Phillips in between. Enough said. KABC.
Something that's become apparent to me through these first 2.5 games is that Lincoln Riley and his coaching staff are playing field position very, very well. Last week, Trojans had 80% of their total offense picked up and only had 3 long fields, that is fields of 75 yards or longer, to start with. Nevada, and they're not very good, I grant you that. Idaho beat Nevada today 33-7. Nevada had 12 long fields. Of their possessions, they had 12 long fields out of 13 possessions. It started 75 yards or further away. The Trojans last year were 4-0 when they picked up 80% of their possible yards, and they did so last week, as I said. And that's the most since back in 2014. They had 2 in 2014. They had 3 in 2010. They had 5 in 2005, and they're on their way to getting their second in a row of those here today. Oh, nice bounce-off run by Casey Filkins, who gets away and is loose at the Trojan 40 now, at the 30, and finally knocked out of bounds at about the 26-yard line. Casey Filkins is not to be trifled with. He had 500 yards last year on the ground, and he's over 100 now this year in these first 2 games. The former Oregon High School Player of the Year. He's only a junior.
Yeah, a couple missed tackles there on the interior of the defensive front there. I couldn't quite catch who it was there, but that's not something Alex Grinch wants to see. He wants to see the second string guys playing and making tackles, because that's how you end up on the embarrassment video after these games, when you're not playing hard in these second half situations.
Under center, Lamson for the first time hands it back to Filkins, who gets tripped up barely by Bryson Shaw. Just kind of reached out into space, and the running back Filkins happened to hit his arm going by, but he managed to get to the 21, so he picks up a good 6, second and 4. They're already in Cardi field goal position. All they need to do is be out near midfield for that. This is the second time they've driven anything at all. And that's a Stanford team that, well, they now have 165 rushing yards, but 2 of those came on about 80 yards worth of run. Lamson wants to pitch, keeps it after all, and Romello Height is waiting for him. Short loss on the play of about a yard, bring up 3rd and 5. 4 down territory here, down 49-3, or do you let Cardi come out and keep doing his thing?
It depends on what the things the coach wants to keep in order here. Does he want to keep his kicker rolling? He got a hot leg, or he wants to work on some things offensively.
That run by Filkins, by the way, 59 yards to set him up in this position, which is 3rd and about 6 back at the 22. Lamson wants to throw, rolls right, has some running room. He'll get the first down, or will he? Kalen Bullock came up and gave him a shot, but he managed to bounce off Bullock. The flag down on the play, gets to the 15-yard line. Would be a first down, but discussions with the back judge. That was never going to be a pass play. Lamson was going to run that all the way.
Holding, defense, number 19. Half the distance to the goal.
You know, they're supposing that Lamson was thinking about passing that ball, and he was not ever going to pass that ball.
I don't think Lamson is a big passing quarterback. Looks to me like he is a physical running quarterback. Yeah, he puts his head down and tries to run people over. He doesn't strike me as someone who wants to sit back there and throw it around at the yard.
And he's 1 for 6, although the 1 is for 51 yards. So, 1st and goal. Let's see how the Trojans do on defense. Mellow Height up front. Get big 99 Sullivan. Jack Sullivan's up there as well. Handoff. Urisex tried the end around a couple of times. This one will get him down to the 1. Oh, they got him in the end zone. He says they got in. Is that a Pop Warner call where they just feel sorry for him and let him score because he got close? I want to see the replay on that. Did he touch the ball onto the pylon?
Looked like he was angling. It looked like he knew he had an angle there to get there. He just kept moving.
Got the ball in the left hand, and he comes. He's out of bounds. There's no way that's a touchdown. What is that referee looking at?
He stepped out early.
You should be fined and suspended for calling that a touchdown. What is wrong with that guy? That's not even close. It's not even close, Shaun. It's a yard away.
I like that you're staying fired up, Pete.
I mean, I don't. Yeah. If they score, they score, but score. Don't not score and give them a touchdown. That's just silly.
Alex Grinch is fired up on that sideline. He didn't want to give up a touchdown tonight. So they're still fighting out there.
Have they taken a look at it? They have said no touchdown. They backed it up to the outside the 1 yard line. It wasn't even to the 1. I suspect Lamson might try to keep this one himself because he's run pretty well when he's done so. Flags down. And that'll make it goal to go back at the 6.
There you go.
Yeah.
False start. Offense, number 61. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Now, you could never mistake me for somebody who has any love for Stanford, frankly. But
you don't want to see him get in the end zone.
No.
Pete.
Well, I don't want to see him get in like that.
Well, the only success
they get in.
The only success they've really had on offense are those little jet sweep plays with Urisex or a wide receiver or the running back. Just everything kind of been outside. So the Trojans have to do a better job of containing those outside little jet sweep plays.
People are going to see that. They're going to do that more. Urisex and Rouse, the double tight ends on the right side. Dropping the snap, Lamson. He hands off, and down to the 5-yard line goes Ryan Butler, the transfer from Princeton. And then the whistles blow, and they'll push him all the way back. And he'll never actually go down, but there were 5 Trojans he was trying to stand up. Where are they going to mark it? 5-yard line. 5-yard line, the line of scrimmage now. Goal to go. Crowd that's left making some noise. Pretty good crowd to start the night. I thought maybe 55 on hand. Well better than the first 2 crowds. And when we come back here again next time, we will see the Utah Utes, and then we better have this place full and hopping. 3rd and goal from the 5. Lamson wants to throw, wants to run, gets bumped out of bounds by Bryson Shaw's shoulder. Right at the line of scrimmage at the 5, maybe the 4-yard line. Ball goes sailing away. Was that a 4th down play? The box over there said 3rd down. Now it's 4th down. Where'd they mark him out? Got to be bad. One ref's saying the 1-yard line, the other one says the 4, and the 4 wins. 4th and goal at the 4.
Another great tackle.
Oh, he was out of bounds at the 6.
By Bryson Shaw.
See if he stepped out at the 6. They're trying to get them a touchdown. Crowd making some noise, trying to keep them out on 4th down. 49-3 is the score. 3rd quarter. Lamson throws. It is incomplete. They were looking for Urisex. Broken up by the All-American Kalen Bullock. Celebration in the Trojan stands and on the sideline as Stanford comes away without a touchdown. At least for now.
And a big-time play by Kalen Bullock. All-American on All-American right there, going against Benjamin Urisex. He's a one-on-one. Urisex just runs a little inside slant. Kalen Bullock has to play physical with him there, gets his hand in there, knocks that ball out. That's a huge play from Kalen Bullock on probably an All-American tight end there.
And that defensive stop presented by Smart Stop Self-Storage, the smarter way to store. Timeout on the field with 6:57 to go, 3rd quarter. USC 49, Stanford 3 on the Trojan Football Media Network.
In today's college athletics landscape, a strong name, image, and likeness program is an essential pillar to on-field success. House of Victory is an alumni-led, nonprofit collective dedicated to providing a competitive edge in the NIL space for USC student-athletes. Contributions allow our coaches and programs to recruit and retain elite athletes while allowing the student-athletes to shine beyond the game. House of Victory is calling on all Trojan fans for your support. To join our alumni community and benefit student-athletes, visit houseofvictory.com or text HOV to 53555.
Hey, are you feeling the heat?
No, this makeshift air conditioner I made with my fridge is working great. Oh.
LADWP has rebates up to $225 on new air conditioners to help you beat the heat and save money.
Ooh, that sounds cool.
Plus, you can sign up for Level Pay to get predictable monthly bills for easy budgeting.
Very cool.
Stay cool. Visit LADWP.com/cool-LA.
Now, can you help me fix my fridge?
Well, it's been a long offseason, but Trojans football is finally here. Unfortunately, you won't be.
We're going where with your mother?
Relax. With KABC, you can fight on no matter where you are. On the go with the free KABC app. Online at KABC.com. And always on air on 790 AM. So go conquer the weekend. We've got your back. Your quarterback, your halfback, you get the point. Your home for Trojans football. AM 790 KABC. Make sense of your money and the world around you. Mo-Tech on Money. Afternoons at 5 on KABC.
Trojans still lead 49-3 after a goal line stand keeps Stanford out of the end zone. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Your home for Trojans football.
How do you know?
And your home for fast-paced, fact-based talk.
We're not CNN. We do actual facts here.
KABC, Los Angeles, Orange County. A Cumulus media station.
That's what we do.
Trojans take over deep in their own end. Here's Jordan Moore on the SC sideline.
Pete, I know you were upset about the initial touchdown call, but one thing I thought was cool and a huge improvement is that they're just handling spots without the referee having to call timeout, walk over and look at it. He just got that in his ear, so it happened within seconds that they were able to correct that mistake. I hope they keep doing that going forward. I know the NFL started doing it a little bit last year, just having people watching TV somewhere handling things like that.
If it's obvious, there's no reason to take that big giant break. If it's not obvious, then you got to go look at it. Trojans are guilty of an
Turn off the music
infraction.
when teams come to the line. Still first down.
The scoreboard, the video, the music in the stadium was still playing on the loudspeaker, and the Trojans were warned, I think, rather than getting a penalty, they were given a warning to knock that off. Moss will throw on first down from the end zone. Jacoby Lane catches, dances around the 13 and gets his way out to the 15 or 16, and that's a first down for Jacoby Lane and USC, and the band says, fight on.
Yeah, we heard some great things coming out of camp for Jacoby Lane, young freshman. Looks like he's about 6'8" and weighs about 130 pounds, but young man, looks like he just picked up a nice first down, made some moves. It looked like a nice young Trojan get out there and make another play at wide receiver.
Going to see them all here today again, and then next week a lot of these guys won't even be on a plane because you can't take them all. Jacoby Lane with his third catch of the season. Mario Williams in motion this way. On another first down play, pass is thrown to, I think they were looking for Mario, although there was a block going on there by Josiah Zamora, and Zamora may have gotten in the way, and I think it hit him in the back. Incomplete anyway, 2nd and 10.
Setting up that little tunnel screen with the wide receiver right there, where the other wide receiver just trying to pick the other DB and set Mario up there. Mario didn't get a clean catch on that one to take advantage of it, but they moved to second down here.
Andrew Millick in at right guard. Left tackle is Elijah Page. On 2nd and 10, it'll be Quentin Joyner who gets skinny up the middle and gets across the 26 to the 27, and that's a first down. Tristan Sinclair, tackle for Stanford, the middle linebacker. Another 1st and 10 for the Trojans, getting them out of a big hole that started back near the 4-yard line.
Great little hesitation there from Joyner. We've seen some great things from here. He just kind of waited for his time, waited for his blockers to set up, and then hit that hole 100 miles an hour, and nice first down.
Just a Freshberg, that one. 20 years old, 6 foot 215 from Texas. Moss throws left side, all alone. Deuce Robinson and he'll just fall over from the 40 to the 42. He is 6'6", so that's really all you got to do. And guess what? Another first down, USC.
I heard some faint deuce chants in the stands there.
That where it sounds like booing if everybody does it at the same time. I'll go with that. 1st and 10 at the 41. 5 and change left in the third. 49-3 still SC. No scoring here in the quarter for either. Moss wants to throw over the middle. That is Deuce again, and he can't hang on to it. Check that. Yeah, that's Deuce. He couldn't hang on to it. He had it stripped away from him by Colin Wright. The cornerbacks incomplete. Just hung up there just a little too long. I thought Deuce maybe jumped a little too soon.
I have to watch the replay here. I thought he should have hit him a little bit more in stride there. I think that, it looks like Miller hung that one up a little bit too high. A little more of a frozen rope there. Deuce would have had a chance.
2nd and 10. Mason Murphy at right tackle for the Trojans. Robinson wide to the left, right side. Zamora. And here's a handoff, almost a face mask maybe, against Amarian Peterson. But they'll let him go as Bernadelle makes the tackle. Short gain, couple of yards. 3rd and 8. So obvious passing down for Moss. Darwin Barlow in the game for the Trojans for the first time. Michael Jackson comes in and replaces Jacoby Lane, so it'll be Jackson and Mario Williams to the near side. And Big Deuce Robinson, the freshman, to the left. 6'6", 225 out of Pinnacle High in Phoenix, where we will be in 2 weeks. Phoenix, Tempe area. Long count for Moss, alone in the backfield. The rush is on by David Bailey. The throw to Michael Jackson. Jackson to get across the 45 to the 47. That's not even close to a first down. 4th down, about 4. So here comes Czaplisky, I would think. Just punt it away down the other end again and try some more. Drive stalled after the high pass to Deuce Robinson couldn't be pulled in. But otherwise, they got out of a hole and flipped the field, as they say, from deep in their own end near the 5-yard line all the way out to near midfield. Czaplisky, 6'1", transfer from Arizona State. We'll get to go back there next couple of weeks. Kicker's a high one, and it's fair caught just shy of the 20-yard line by Casey Filkins. And we've got a break in the action, which we will not take with you. We will keep here. So, reminding you that the LADWP is helping bring you tonight's ball game. You feeling the heat? LADWP has rebates up to $225 on new air conditioners to help you beat the heat and save money. Bert Awada is our spotter statistician. Gia Lara's our producer director, and producer engineer Rick Cutler behind us. Jordan Moore on the sideline. For Shaun, Cody, Pete Arbogast, the voice of the Trojans, with you again tonight. Beautiful wife Jenny has made her first foray into the Coliseum this season. Had no business with San Jose State or Nevada, but she said Stanford, that's a real team. Let's see what we got. And son Leo is here as well, with a couple of friends sitting right down below our press box vantage point.
My family chose to wait until after the bye week. They said they're not worried about.
They're going to see Utah and Washington and UCLA.
Well, we'll see you in the next one. Then.
Those 3 are going to be sold out. And if it
know some people.
If it keeps going this way, and Washington stays unbeaten, when it could be ESPN Game Day sort of stuff, or Fox Sports, it could be one of those. And those are the kind of games where in the past you could take these luxury boxes in the end zone out and take out the sun deck where the band is. You take all those jerseys down, you can sell all those seats over there. You could get a good 90,000 in here for that Washington game if both teams are unbeaten going in. That's saying a lot. Now, SC's going to have to do some work before then. Before they play Washington here on homecoming Saturday. You got Notre Dame on the road. You got Utah here also. And Arizona State away. Colorado is obviously an interesting opponent. In Boulder, it's going to be interesting. Arizona is better than they've been over the last few years. They come here, though. And Cal will be up at Cal. Last USC Cal game in a while. Last weekend or in a while. I don't know how the scheduling's going to go. I would like to see, here's what I'd like to see. I would like to never see Stanford and Cal in the Coliseum again. I would like to go to Stanford one year and Cal the next year and just go back and forth like that and have the weekender every year up there. You got Notre Dame as one of your non-cons, Stanford or Cal every year, other year, and then somebody else as your third non-conference game.
Trojans have had a nice little open to the season where they got 3 straight home games and then a bye, so it's a nice early ride. That first away game is a challenging game. Freshman, first time on the road. You haven't played in a hostile environment with new players. So always interesting. Doesn't matter the opponent. It's always a challenge of those first road games.
Stanford is up at the line of scrimmage, but the TV guys are not ready to go. Talk to Tim Brando, who's doing the TV game tonight. Longtime sportscaster nationally, and he and I had some good laughs, especially at halftime. He said, "Do you have any notes left?" I mean, here we are, it's 49-3, and he laughed. I goes, "I know exactly what you mean." Motion away for Filkins. Lamson will underhand toss in front of him to E.J. Smith, who will dive his way out to about the 30-yard line, and that's short of a first down by only a yard. It'll be 2nd and 1. It's a quick pickup of 9. If the Trojans have a weakness on defense, it has been plays around the edge, those jet sweeps and the runs that are going outside, not the inside stuff, the outside stuff. They're going to have to shore that up, figure that out.
Yeah, they'll have some stuff to work on this weekend with all those jet sweeps and misdirection plays that they've seen today.
There's Braylon Shelby at defensive end on this near side. Handoff going the other way, though, and going absolutely nowhere. Gentry and Lucas are there to make a quick hit on Filkins. No gain on the play, and it was 2nd and 1, but now it's 3rd and 2.
Yeah, definitely a noticeable improvement on 3rd and shorts this year so far. I know we can talk about opponents, but anytime you're 3rd and short on the year, it seems like the Trojans have stood up and defense have played pretty strong in those circumstances.
Dejon Benton is in on the defensive line. Got a mix of starters and reserves. 3rd and 2. Jurasik trying to come this way. He's slowed down by Jalen Smith and then tackled by Max Williams, and he loses yardage back to the 25. So in a third quarter that is punt, there'll be another here.
Yeah, Stanford went to the well one too many times. We talked about the jet sweep with the tight end. They try to run it one more time. This time the Trojans are prepared. A couple guys outside to shoot the leg of old Benjamin.
Well, I was going to say, Shaun, I mean, if it's working, don't you just keep doing it until they stop you? And they tried it there, and they finally stopped it. Wesselman getting a workout tonight for Stanford punting. Jackson backpedals, catches at the 27, backpedals to the 26, and has some room around the left side. 40, 50, Stanford 40, 30, penalty marker down, 20, 10, 5, dives into the end zone. Michael Jackson, touchdown USC. However, there's a flag back at the 32, and if I know my football, I believe that's a holding call or an illegal block against the Trojans. Especially when it's 49-3.
During the return, holding, return team number 19. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. USC's ball, 1st and 10.
Whereas he would like to see his team score a touchdown. I suspect that didn't hurt the feelings of Miller Moss, as he gets to go out there and play some more ball.
Yeah, it hurts Michael Jackson's feeling. He put on, you work do all the work to get in the end zone, you battle all the way to the end, and it was just a hold at the beginning of the play with Jalen Smith. It looks like that.
You know what, though? You take this film and you put it on a highlight reel, and like when you're a grandpa someday, you're showing your kids a 70-yard punt return for a touchdown. You see that, kids? I was pretty good.
Grandpa, what's that flag on the ground?
No, I didn't. Flag. There's no flag. Referee dropped his. First down, SC. They'll back it up to the 25. Moss waiting, throws, sideline, catch made, inbounds, yes sir, nice grab by Deuce Robinson and staying inbounds when he caught it. 13 yards and a first down USC, like this kid a lot.
Great catch by Deuce, a great, nice accurate throw by Miller. That's a tough throw right there, just threading the needle right there, only his man can catch it. Nice play by both of them.
1st and 10, Jude Wolf comes in motion, handoff to Barlow, but is blocking back in front of him. Mason Murphy didn't step out of the way to either side, and he ran right into him and was stopped for no gain right there at the line of scrimmage. by Sinclair. Ocean views, magical sunsets, a luxury resort like no other. Discover Terranea, located along the stunning Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at terranea.com. Left side, throw to Mario Williams, but he'll be thrown for a loss on the play, about 4 yards. It'll be 3rd and 3. Colin Wright read that one pretty well. So the Trojans a play away from punting it right back. This is not nearly as exciting as the first half was.
Yeah, that would be hard to top.
It really would. Weren't they on pace to score 98 at some point? Timeout is taken. Oh, the third quarter is over. Well, that would be a timeout, in fact, as well. Third quarter is over. We got one of these to go. 15 more minutes to play after 3. Same as it was after 2. USC 49, Stanford 3. Trojan Football Media Network.
Let's level up, people. Pedal those bikes. Intervals. Burn. Burn. Come on, burn. Woo!
At Audi, we think performance is more exhilarating on a real road. Enter the Audi Q5. While Quattro all-wheel drive gives you confidence when you need it, it's the 261 horsepower of the Q5 engine that really raises the pulse rate, as in 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds. And you'll never pull a calf muscle. The next level Audi Q5. Always obey local speed and traffic laws.
Support for USC football comes from Children's Hospital Los Angeles. U.S. News and World Report is once again named Children's Hospital Los Angeles the #1 hospital for kids in California. Ranked in the top 10 nationally, CHLA has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since the prestigious list was created. They've been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 120 years. Whether it's for routine care or life-saving needs, families turn to CHLA when the outcome matters. Clinical excellence, breakthrough research, and world-class expertise for kids. Find a doctor at chla.org.
The mountains you climb may be stairs. The records you set may be personal. The fans you inspire may be family. But you don't need to be an athlete to get the same nutrition, energy, and hydration products Trojan athletes get. For that, you just need Honey Stinger. Nutrition specifically formulated to help you prepare, perform, and recover at your best. Honey Stinger, official nutrition partner of USC Athletics.
Introducing Stone Fight On Pale Ale with a balanced blend of hops and a deep golden color as vibrant as the Southern California sunshine. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is brewed to be the perfect companion for the beach, the tailgate, or cheering on the Trojans. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is best enjoyed by holding a can in one hand and raising a V for victory with the other. Find Stone Fight On Pale Ale near you at find.stonebrewing.com. That's find.stonebrewing.com. Stone Brewing is a proud partner of USC Athletics.
It's like getting a degree in Trojan athletics without the tuition. It's Trojans Live, Monday nights at 7 on KABC.
Fourth quarter coming up, 49-3. USC leading Stanford at the Coliseum. It's the same score it was at halftime, and the Trojans have this thing well in hand. Lots of everybody playing in this third quarter, and they will continue to do so here in the fourth. Let's spend some time before the fourth quarter starts with Jordan Moore down on the field.
You know, fun day of scoreboard watching today. A lot of great games around the country and certainly in this conference. And what stood out to me, you know, going into the season, everyone had sort of agreed on the top 5 contenders in this league and then wasn't entirely sure what the middle or bottom of this league looked like. And what stood out to me is the bottom half teams, those teams that people didn't expect much of, they're competing. The Trojans' next opponent, Arizona State, which is, oh my God, Pete, you're up on the video board doing the YMCA.
So. I'm a YMCA
It's very distracting, guys. I'm trying to give a sideline report. You guys are up there dancing and the whole stadium's watching. But just looking at it, Arizona State's hanging with Oklahoma State right now. We know Arizona State doesn't have anything to play for without a bowl game. Cal has beaten Auburn right now. Washington State already beat Wisconsin today. So this is not only are there contenders in this league, it's kind of a no-night off league, and except for maybe Stanford, with the Trojans have certainly turned into half a night off.
If Oklahoma State were to lose to Arizona State, then we would play our 4th consecutive undefeated opponent next week. Arizona State would be that. And that hasn't happened since 1959 at the start of a season, when SC played Oregon State, Pitt, Ohio State, and Washington to start the season, and all of those were undefeated along with the Trojans. I went down a large rabbit hole earlier this week to find that. I really did the extra work.
You knew this one might get out of hand, huh, Pete?
I had the feeling. Fourth quarter of Trojan football brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Athletic Brewing's great tasting and award-winning non-alcoholic beers fit for all times. Miller Moss all the way in the third quarter and starting here in the fourth finds Deuce Robinson. He fights his way out to the 45-yard line. And we'll get 8. Second down and 2. Colin Wright with the tackle.
Looks like we might have found Miller Moss's favorite target here, Deuce Robinson. He feels pretty comfortable hooking up with his man, number 19.
And that'll make it 4th and 2, and so the Trojans will kick it away. And here's Chapliski for his third try. Jack Casasante, by the way, snaps it both long for the punter and shorter for the field goal and point after. Snap is back perfectly. Chapliski's kick is away. Fair catch called for and made. Stanford gets it back in just inside their own 20-yard line, and that brings us to another break in the action. 14-10 to go in the ball game. The Coliseum torch has been lit. Fans, some of them have taken off for the evening. Some still remain to watch more college football. We hope you stay with us either in your car or at home, wherever you are. We'll be back after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Hi, I'm a helpful Southern California Honda person, and this is what happened when I called Daniela with a random act of helpfulness.
I would like help to get my best friend a new computer. I know it would mean the world to him.
Okay.
Video games have always been like his escape from his problems, whether it's the stress of school or whatever problems he has at home. He's helped me get out of a tough spot for me personally, so I wanted to see if I could help him with his situation. I know it would be like a really nice gesture.
Well, that's why we're going to get your friend that gaming PC.
Really?
Yes, we'd be happy to help.
Oh my God, I'm so happy for him.
And we're going to pay you for sharing your story on the radio.
Oh my God, I'm so thankful. Thank you so much.
Today we help someone help their best friend, and we can help you too with Honda Service Pass. Free factory scheduled maintenance for 2 years or 24,000 miles, whichever comes first. It comes included with all 2023 Hondas, like the Accord. Visit SoCalHondaDealers.com and see your helpful SoCal Honda dealer for details.
It's football season, which means it's tailgating season. And the place to be before every USC home game is the Modelo Ultimate Tailgate, located in the USC Trojan Fan Fest on the grass infield directly east of the Coliseum. The Modelo Ultimate Tailgate opens 4 hours before kickoff. It's free to fans of all ages, and it's perfect for all your pregame rituals, like checking out the earlier games, jamming to the DJ, grabbing a bite, and of course, kicking back with some ice-cold cervezas. Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Fight on.
Fight on.
Like winning drives? Catch Ben Shapiro on your drive home. Afternoons at 3 on AM 790 KABC.
The Joint Chiropractic bringing you tonight's game. It can help ease your pain and keep you moving. To learn more and to claim our $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today. I have a quiz for you. At least I got something for you. I got a quiz. You and Jordan. Although Jordan, I think, might have read this somewhere.
I'm a good quiz taker.
All right. I went and talked to Stanford. Stanford has a brand new radio announcer this year. First year. He's been on their sideline, and he's done other stuff in the business, but he's Stanford's play-by-play guy for the first time. His name is Troy Clardy. Tonight is his second game.
Okay.
They won the first one in Hawaii, which is a pretty nice way to start your career, going to Hawaii. And Troy is here at the Coliseum, which is also a nice place to be. If you're going to go on the road, the Coliseum is a great place. 100th anniversary of the grand old lady. Lamson fakes the handoff, rolls out of the naked boot, throws complete to Elik Ayamanor, and he's knocked out of bounds by Branch. That is Zion Branch. And gets enough for a first down out to the 34-yard line. Corey Foreman in for the Trojans. Benton is still up front. We see Elijah Hughes. And then Braylon Shelby's on the left side. Branch, Tackett Curtis, Gentry. Anthony Beavers is in the secondary. Pistol formation for Stanford. Lamson wants to throw. Rolls himself left, has some time, throws up the sideline, and it is incomplete. Knocked away and a flag down for face guarding. We're looking for Humphreys. Christian Roland Wallace never turned around to look at the ball. He was just going right at the face of Humphreys, and he'll pay the price
Pass
on that.
interference, defense number 17, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
It's been a long night for that guy.
I'm just having a rough night on that microphone tonight. Come on, get it together in here, guys.
All right, so Troy Clardy. Troy Clardy is their play-by-play guy, okay? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 Trojan lettermen in football history who have been named Troy. I know you know one of them for sure. That's easy. That one is easy.
Okay.
I can name 2 more. Can you? Pass, incomplete, thrown over the head of Ryan Butler.
Wasn't there a kicker named Troy Van Blarcom?
That's right. And he made the last tackle in the Bush push game. We had to kick off after the touchdown, and they lateraled a couple of times, and Troy Van Blarcom was the guy to make the tackle. Okay, so that's one. And I know the other one. It gets back in the 60s, but he was pretty well known. Pretty well known. If you can get any of the other guys. Bert's got 1. Bert's got 1.5, almost the second one.
We had a great volleyball player named Murphy Troy.
No. Yeah.
But that's all I got.
Lamson hands off. This is Cedric Irvin, whose cousin is Michael Irvin. Remember him? Yeah, Troy Winslow, the quarterback. That's the one I knew. And Bert got Troy West, who played in 1981-82. He also listed Troy Richards, but it was Troy Richards' son in 83 through 85. And then there was Troy Garner in 1997. Yeah, that's them. Didn't Tessalone name his son Troy? I believe so. Yeah, never played a down here, but well, still. I had a dog named Troy. I think it was Trojan. 3rd and 1. Lamson will sneak it forward and do the old rugby push and get the first down to the Trojan 45.
It's been their most successful short yardage play there for the most part. The Trojans have done a good job this start of the season with those short yardage play there right there. Stanford lining up and do what a lot of NFL teams know now. Just that little quick quarterback sneak.
I don't know how you stop that. How do you stop that thing?
It's tough. You gotta.
You need more bigger guys than they have up at the same spot?
Just more technique. You just got to shoot guys' ankles off. It's not a fun play for defensive tackle.
1st and 10 at the Trojan 45. Stanford down 49-3. Ball loose in the backfield. Lamson can't find it. It's still loose. I think he might have got it back finally. And he did. Sack back to the 47 to the other side of the field. Not sure who you can credit the sack to. Who got in there first? I thought maybe it was Anthony Beavers. Just first blush. Here's the play on the screen. Who got in there to touch him after he got to the ball? Barely got to the ball. It looked like Gentry. Gentry was the first one to get him. So 2nd and 17 back on the opposite side of the 50 for Stanford. Smith in motion. The fake to Smith. Lamson will throw over the middle. Incomplete. He threw it behind Mudia Rubin. I don't think they've targeted him all night, starting receiver, until just now. Shelby putting pressure on Lamson. Rubin, a citizen of the U.S., Nigeria, and Canada.
Yeah, someone
out of Kansas City.
There. 2 guys on 1 guy, left the 1 person open. Looked like they were talking to Christian Roland Wallace and Eric Gentry maybe got confused because someone was running wide open. Lamson just missed him on that one.
Lamson on an empty backfield as receivers to both sides near to the line of scrimmage. Now a lot of shifting done, and Filkins ends up in the backfield, goes in motion just before the snap. Look out from behind. Throw by Lamson incomplete. Look for Iomanor, but a little bit behind him, and we may get a roughing the quarterback call. Could be on Corey Foreman, who got in there a little bit too late.
Holding offense number 74.
Sorry, Mr. Foreman, and all your family. He was the guy that was held.
Yeah, Corey had a great rush there off the end.
4th down.
Almost got there just in time. It looked like the only reason he was held up is because the offensive tackle had a grab of him at the end, and he didn't get that sack. He was about a centimeter away.
Michael Jackson waiting at the 10 for another Wesselman punt. All-Stater from Atlanta when he played his high school ball, just a sophomore. And as I mentioned in the very beginning of the pregame show, if you take into consideration the COVID year, as the kick is away and over the head and out of bounds, let's see where they line this up. It'll be at about the 15, and that's exactly where it'll be. Stanford, if you take into consideration the COVID year, they have 0 athletic seniors on this team. Everyone will be back, and they won't be playing us. They'll be playing in the ACC. Time out of the field. We're getting there. 11:03 remaining in the ball game. SC 49, Stanford 3 on the Trojan Football Media Network.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Calling all Trojans, it's football season, which means it's tailgating season. And the beer you need to grab for every USC football game is Modelo. Modelo is a new proud partner of the USC Trojans. So all season long, whether you're at the Coliseum or at home watching the Trojans, you need to have a Modelo in hand. Modelo and USC football. It's the perfect combination for all your game day rituals. Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Fight on!
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 65 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
Your USC Trojans fight on here.
You know where that is?
AM 790 KABC.
49-3 Trojans. Still over 11 minutes to play in the ball game here at the Coliseum and an ever-dwindling crowd. You know, Stanford's been a hotbed of college football coaches over the years. Walter Camp, Pop Warner, Bill Walsh. What's your deal? David Shaw. They changed coaching staffs, and I was talking to a friend of mine at Tommy's Hamburgers last night after the big Marshall Belmont high school game. 100th anniversary of Belmont High, which is not too far from here. But Marshall wiped them out. Anyway, we were talking about, he was saying, I might like to go into coaching. And I said, well, you want an insecure job, coaching is the place to be. It's right up there with being in radio. You go from town to town to town to town to town in your younger days, and you just never know where you're going to end up. You're lucky if you're like me and you end up in a great job like this and you're here for a long time. But that doesn't happen for everybody. Moss back to work for the Trojans. Winds and throws, finds Mario Williams, and he'll get to the 30. 15-yard gain and a first down for USC. So I told my buddy, I said, you want to get in, you're looking at, you got to be a graduate assistant, then an offensive analyst, then a video guy, then maybe you'll get to be the tight ends coach. You know, you're going to be in a different spot all the time. You look at Saban or any of these guys, even Lincoln Riley, he's been around to a bunch of places in his career already. Flip pass by Moss is caught by Mario Williams again across the 30 to the 32. Gets only a couple of yards there. Spencer Lytle, he's from St. John Bosco, transferred from Wisconsin. So many transfers these days. I'm going to check in with Jordan in just a second. And so I was telling him that, and then I went back home and I looked at where Stanford changed their coaching staff. Where are they? Where are they? Where'd they go? They were at Stanford with David Shaw forever, those guys. Moss flips this way, and it is caught. 44, Josiah Zamora. Now to the 38, short of a first down by 2. So I'll bring Jordan in on the discussion here. I don't know if he wants to talk about the same thing I'm talking about, but that's okay. That never bothered me before. Jordan after this 3rd and 2 play with Quentin Joyner in the backfield. 49-3 Trojans, mid-4th quarter. Joyner gets stuffed and then spun around and thrown for a loss, and the Trojans will punt again. So, Jordan, what do you know?
Well, I was just going to point out that, obviously this is garbage time, for lack of a better term. But Mario Williams is getting a lot of work right now. And, well, everyone is positive and everything's been great through 3 games. I think he's kind of struggled a little bit under the radar. He's had some drops, made a poor decision earlier in this game. When he could have gotten a first down and instead went sideways. So I think making a point here to maybe try to get him going. They got him 2 catches on this drive and see if they can't get him back in the flow of things.
Interestingly, he entered tonight with Dorian Singer tied for the most catches for USC after the first 2 games. Kick is away. Fair catch called for, and Stanford will have it again. And we've got another pause in the action, and we will break away. 8:48 to go in the ballgame. 49-3, Trojans going to win this thing, move to 3-0. And we'll see how it goes over these last few minutes as we return on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Keeping up with the world outside your cubicle and your inbox can be damn near impossible. Much like avoiding LA traffic on your way home. Get up to speed on the day's market swings with Frank Motek. Afternoons at 5. Followed at 6 by the KABC News Blitz. An hour-long extravaganza of the day's news stories that matter most to you. And your workday with more sense. Fast-paced, fact-based. AM 790 KABC.
Your Trojans are back for another exciting season in Troy. And this year, when they win, you win. After every USC victory, visit your participating SoCal AM/PM for a free rib sandwich with the purchase of any 20-ounce Coca-Cola product or 700-milliliter Smart Water. Only with the AM/PM app. Only 1,000 deals available on the AM/PM app for 24 hours on first-come, first-served basis between August 26, 2023 and November 18, 2023. Only at participating Southern California AM/PM stores while supplies last. AM/PM, proud partner of the USC Trojans. Fight on.
Trojan fans, it's time to get your roll on with Roll 'em Up Taquitos, the official taquito of USC Athletics. Using Mama Karen's special recipe, our taquitos are hand-rolled daily and pan-fried to order with your choice of beef, chicken, ground beef, and vegetarian options. We got bomb AF taquitos and a delicious selection of side dishes as well as our bomb churro donuts. Visit rollemup.com to find the location nearest you. Fight on and roll 'em up.
Sacking the day's headlines. The KABC News Blitz. Afternoons at 6 on KABC.
Coming into the second half, the Trojans had scored on 24 of their 31 possessions this season. That has not been the case here in the second half, but pretty good when the chips were down. Trojans will move to 73-24-5 in conference openers, and when those games are at home, 43-10-3. Well, I was talking about coaches and where Stanford's guys went, because it's a job that they may have for a year or two, and then they're going to go on to the next job and the next job and the next job. Last year's Stanford coaches are in the NFL Network with the Washington Commanders, with the Los Angeles Rams, with Virginia, Arkansas, Boise State, Rice, Arizona, Eastern Washington, Michigan State, and 2 of them are in high schools. They just exploded away.
Yep.
And that happens all the time.
Life of the coach, man. Like you said, Pete, it's a rough lifestyle. You're job hunting every year almost. It's very rare a staff like Lincoln Riley stayed together like last year. Usually these guys are hopping all over the place.
Lamson will throw, complete to Jurasek. I don't know that he has caught more than a couple of balls all night long. I'll check the stats to be sure. Tackle made by Christian Pierce. He's the true freshman out of Rancho Cucamonga. It'll be a first down for Stanford, and a rare one at that. Second catch on the night. Make it 3 now. Jurasek caught 9 last week, albeit against Hawaii. He's good. He's no Dalton Kincaid. He's no Mike Mayer from Notre Dame. Throw over the middle. Jurasek with his 4th catch. He may end up with 9 because they might just throw to him the entire time down the field. Gentry teaming up with Beavers for the catch on the Trojan side of the field at the 37. Well, you know, they got turned away on a goal-to-go situation and a couple of plays inside the 5, Stanford did in the third quarter. They would love to get in the end zone for 1 touchdown.
I'm sure they're
Shane Lee is in, by the way. Zion Branch, look to the other side. Christian Roland Wallace. Still some big names in there. Lamson throws underneath. Smith catches. Gentry let him get away. Missed a tackle. And then Lee will pull him down, but not before he gets to the 26 and a first down for Stanford. Athletic Brewing changing the game for non-alcoholic beer with great tasting and award-winning brews. Try it for yourself. Go to athleticbrewing.com and use code USC10 to get 10% off your first six-pack. Exclusions and conditions do apply.
Yeah, Eric Gentry getting some time today. He was in there the first week, kind of limited, made a couple big plays the first week. Last week didn't play at all, and this week here getting a little garbage time at the end here, maybe trying to get him up to speed on the defense.
He whiffed on that tackle, went high, and Smith went low. Throw over the middle, knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Looked like Page or Gentry. They were both in the general vicinity. Gentry says our spotter, Bertawada, was the man to get a hand on it. No reason not to believe him. 2nd and 10. Still 6:54 to go in the game. Modelo locker room report follows. Jordan will have an interview with one of our players of the game on the field as soon as the game is over. Then he'll trot back up with the team into the locker room. We'll hear from a couple more guys and the coach. We'll check scores of other games, highlights, stats. Oklahoma State now leading Arizona State 27-15, only 3 minutes to go in that game. So it looks like the Sun Devils will not be unbeaten. Lamson throws left side, complete. Humphreys, and he stands up a couple of defenders, Branch and Christian Roland Wallace, and gets him close to the first down. Did they give it to him? Yes. First down, Stanford at the Trojans 16. So trying to drive for their first score that isn't a field goal of the game. Auburn leading Cal 14-10 with 4 minutes to go. Cal has a first and 10 at the Auburn 15. That's up in Berkeley. Like if Cal beats Auburn, Auburn's not. They're in the SEC and they're usually decent. They're not always great, but that's Auburn. That's not like Vanderbilt. I don't mean to make fun of Vanderbilt, but they're not Auburn. Throw, Lamson, Jurasek, inside the 10, down to the 8.5. They're just not. When you think of Vanderbilt and Auburn, you don't think of them in the same sense.
Oh, Auburn's a powerhouse.
Yeah, usually.
The SEC, but
even if they're down, they're still pretty good. Ball inside the 10 at the 9. 2nd and 4. 5:42 to go. 49-3 Trojans. Lamson, who has had a fair accounting of himself tonight, although he's not a great passer. He's run well. He's run the offense well. In place of Ashton Daniels, who got the start but got hurt. We don't know how badly so, but he didn't play anymore after he walked off the field. Whistles, and I think Troy Taylor says no.
Timeout. Stanford, their first of the half. This will be a full timeout.
They'll take the full break, so we'll look forward to a week off. And then the Arizona State Sun Devils. What will you do with your time off, sir?
I haven't thought about it really. I've been locked into the season. Haven't really thought about the time off.
Early for the bye.
I'll probably just study film, just like I always do. Just break film down all day long. My usual weekly.
I've started prepping the Arizona State game, and then I realized it's 2 weeks away, so I kind of put it down, relaxed a little bit.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you much about Arizona State.
But then they start coming at you pretty quick after that. They've got a nice young quarterback.
They can't play in a bowl game. I know that.
Yeah, they shouldn't beat SC. Now, even down there, they shouldn't. His name is Jaden Rashada. The running back has looked okay. Cam Scatabo is his name. Not many returning starters. They've got a new coach in Kenny Dillingham, who's all of 31 years old. I don't know what you were doing when you were 31, but you weren't coaching major college football, I'll tell you that. You were in the NFL, weren't you?
That was about the end of it, my NFL career.
31?
About 31, yeah.
People think, you go to the NFL, you last forever. It's a pretty short, quick stint. Unless, like Emmitt Smith, you're in there, but it's rare. It's rare you stay that long.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, he's in his 40s now here.
Matt Castle was like 16 years.
Yeah.
Clipboard's not that different.
I can't imagine Aaron Rodgers. Me and Aaron Rodgers came with the same draft class. He's still playing. I can't even imagine.
Still going. NFL season opened on Thursday. Detroit beating Kansas City. Chiefs without Kelsey and a couple other guys. Still, big win for Detroit. That's Detroit hadn't been very good for a while.
Yeah, the old Lions get
This
it
is
done
better.
on Ross St. Brown in the house tonight.
They look better.
Yeah, he got another. He scored a touchdown, opened the season for Dan Campbell's team. My old teammate Dan Campbell getting it done for the Lions.
Do you plan it in front of the red zone tomorrow a little bit?
Yeah, we'll be set up. We'll be set up shop at the pizza shop watching NFL football tomorrow.
Boy, tell us where it is.
In Covina.
Yeah, what's the address?
720 East Arrow Highway, Covina. Come visit, watch some NFL football, a little pizza, a little beer.
What's the name of the place?
Pie Trap Pizza.
Any good?
We have our days.
All right. Wouldn't expect you to say anything else. Smith is in as the feature back. Jason Raines, West Orange, New Jersey product. On second down after the timeout, second down from the 9. Need to get to the 5. Jurasek on the end around. First down, dives to the 1. First and goal at the 1. Seems pretty impossible to keep him out here.
Yeah, the Trojans turned them back last time, but it was a penalty and a couple good plays there. It might be tough here. Looks like Troy Taylor wants to get his team in the end zone here in the Coliseum.
I called 50-20 earlier today. I think I'm going to come up short on both, but close on SC's side. It looked like they were going to get more than that. 49 at the half. Lamson, Trojans with 5 down linemen. And Lamson will keep and stretch the ball over the line, and they call it a touchdown. Flag is down. I think Lamson might have been down before the ball got across the line.
Holding offense, number 58.
Might keep him out.
10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, first down.
A few years ago, we played Stanford, and it was a shutout right at the end of the game, and this is a while back now. And Stanford tried to kick a field goal to break the shutout right at the end, and SC blocked it and returned it for a touchdown. I don't remember when it was.
Yeah, Stanford hasn't had much luck down here. They got turned away once. It looks like they put himself in a predicament here.
I on the air, he scored the touchdown, and I went, hey, that'll teach you for trying to kick a field goal at the end like that. Ha ha. Like that, I did that. And I'll tell you what happened. As it's Lamson up the middle, and he dives back down to about the 3, and a flag down for a late hit, I think, on the Trojans. So instead of second and goal from the 3, it's going to be back to first and goal at about the 1.5, I think. I'm talking about it. Any chance there's a targeting sort of thing going on here?
Personal foul, targeting, defense, number 24. This penalty is now under replay review.
Christian Pierce, they're going to take a look at that a little bit closer. Couldn't really tell in real time. So I did the ha-ha thing, and Keith Olbermann, who was on radio at the time doing a sports show, recorded that and got all over me. Classless, blah, blah, blah. And he and I were good friends.
Yeah.
Like, we worked together at KNX here in LA for years. He got on me good. So I didn't make that mistake again. So they're going for a touchdown here, and they didn't make it. They got a holding penalty. I did not say ha-ha.
Yeah, the Trojans defense has performed well tonight. Obviously, they're trying to keep them out here, keep them from scoring a touchdown in this game, only holding the 3, maybe 6, maybe 10. But Trojans with 8 TFLs on the night, 2 sacks, great performances up front. Bear Alexander, all that rush in. Solomon Byrd had another great one. Just a good step in the right direction for this defense. Looked dominant up front at moments and really took over this game, I thought, from the defensive perspective.
Cal did not score, gave up the ball, and Auburn has the ball 2nd and 6 at their own 24 with 1.5 minutes to go, leading 14-10 in Berkeley. And Oklahoma State leading Arizona State 27-15 with 2 minutes left, and they've got the ball back at their own 33. So both of those games look like
After review, there is no foul for targeting. Number 24 can stay in the game. Second down.
Well, even if he tried, he didn't hit anybody. He just launched and he didn't hit anything. He got air. He went right over the back of Lamson. Got to be a scary moment or two, though, where you're waiting for that replay because you know you're not going to play next week in the first half if it comes out wrong. Or 2 weeks from now. Or if you're like Christian Roland Wallace, you wait a year. And then you probably shouldn't have had to sit out in the first place because it was a lousy call. And then you got to sit out for another team, a different team. Full house backfield. 3, including a tight end behind Lamson, who's up under center on second and goal from the 1.5. Lamson into the middle. Gets closer, but down to the 1. It's 3rd and goal at the 1. Now, don't you run that thing where you just push Lamson from behind like they did before?
Yeah, you line that up 2 more times, and you probably get in.
Well, they only got a half a yard on that one. Everybody in the building thinks they're going to do it, so don't you try something funny and go around the outside? Just fake that thing and go around the outside. Walk in.
See, they shot themselves in the foot a couple times down here, so.
The Trojan fans who are still here trying to keep Stanford out with their team. It's an 8-man front for the Trojans, and the other 3 guys behind them are right up on the line of scrimmage as well. 3rd and goal at the 1. The push is on. Lamson into the middle. Whistles do not blow. The linesman says he's in for a touchdown. I don't know how you could reverse that. It's just a rugby scrum. The pile of humanity, and Lamson laying down on the ground has a touchdown. The crowd half-heartedly booed.
Yeah, Stanford really wanted that one. QB sneaked it a couple times to get it in there. Let's see the replay if they got it across. I don't know how that referee could see anything.
That's a Pop Warner touchdown.
I don't know how he can see anything from. We have the exact angle he can see. The quarterback's reaching the ball over at the end, but I don't know.
It's just supposed that he was in. Does it matter to anyone? It's 49-9. It's going to be 49-10. No money's changing hands in Las Vegas.
I think that's Lincoln Riley. He wants a review of that play.
Review it. You could hear him in the background. Review it.
Standing up for his defense.
And he called timeout. His knee might have been down, but how do you reverse the call? You couldn't see anything.
It was just a mass of humanity. I didn't see any angle there that could show you anything different.
Mark Duddy, the Whitehead, is trying to talk
USC
Lincoln
is taking their 2nd timeout to challenge the ruling of the field of a touchdown. The play is now under replay review.
And the crowd cheers. Well, that...
I don't know how I feel yet about that.
Nor I suppose. Competition says play to the end, but sportsmanship says it's 49-10. Who cares?
I think Lincoln's holding up, for his defense.
Okay.
They've gotten a bad rap all off
That's
season.
right.
And the first couple games.
They've been taking trouble in the media. Not in the media so much, but on the chat boards.
Yeah, he's trying to cover up his defense. He doesn't want a touchdown. They played a heck of a game, and it would look a lot better at 3 than 10, I guess.
All right, so let's take a look. We got a pretty good view of it.
When did his knee go down?
I can't see a knee.
There's his knee there.
Is that his knee?
I don't know where the ball's at.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just white and cleats and.
The play on the field will stand as
After
called.
review, the ruling of the field of a touchdown stands. USC has charged their 2nd timeout. USC has no more challenges left during the game.
And the reason it stands is because they couldn't see anything to turn it over. Because it's just
inconclusive.
White-clad guys with red-clad guys on top of them. You couldn't see anything. There's no way you could see that.
Well, Lincoln went to bat for his defense, tried to get
That's fine.
Review there to keep a score off the board for him.
Extra point for Cody. What do you bet he makes this? That's good. Official review brought to you by Life Law. Injury law made simple. 49-10 with 3.5 to go in the game. And Jordan has some time to spend with us. Thank you, Jordan.
You just want me to take it from here, please?
Please do.
I'm just,
You've been through this before, I know, as a play-by-play guy. I know.
Oh, gosh, too many times. Unfortunately, I went through it in an Elite Eight game on the wrong end of it. Ugh. So I've been there, but I'm trying to. Shaun, you ever been there where you think that anyone over at Stanford's like, oh, we won the second half? Like, is that the speech in the locker room?
Yeah, I think the coach, I'm sure Troy Taylor's he's got to spin it some direction. It's like, hey, look at my guys didn't quit. We scored. We played all the way to the 4th quarter. Yeah, we didn't get it done, but he'll try to pull some. He'll try to make some positive spin out of this end of the game here.
Sideline Report brought to you by DirecTV, leader in sports on Saturday and every other day. Kickoff coming. Will they onside it here? I would think they would, wouldn't you?
Lincoln's playing to the end. I think Troy
might as well
to the end.
If you're going to play to the end, remember Rick Neuheisel in the UCLA game. Trojans were taking a knee. He called timeout. Then we're playing ball. Touchdown, next play. And then they were all upset. Well, if you're going to play, play. If you're not going to play, let them go. Kickoff deep. So the answer to that is no. And about 8 yards deep it is. We see Malachi Nelson here or more Miller Moss? I think Malachi would get a shot here on this last drive. He is in the huddle, but he has his helmet off. That doesn't necessarily mean he's not coming out. Nope. It is Miller Moss. I think Nelson would get a drive here, wouldn't you? All right. Moss with Marion Peterson, freshman from Texas. Big kid. And Moss will throw. Complete. And out of bounds to about the 30-yard line. It's been a viable part of the game, Josiah Zamora. A couple of catches and 3 targets. Gain of 5. 2nd and 5 from the 30. Trojans hurrying to the line. They're playing their offense like they always do, just with a bunch of different guys. Peterson, right side, big hole, and gets the first down across the 35 to the 39. 1st and 10 Trojans. Clock continues to move. Next snap of the ball, under 3 minutes to go in the contest. 2 weeks from now, we'll be in Tempe at Sun Devil Stadium as SC will take on Arizona State. A loser tonight to Oklahoma State. The final just coming in 27-15, Oklahoma State, and Auburn has beaten Cal 14-10. So they and Arizona are the first Pac-12 teams to lose. Washington State upset Wisconsin. UCLA won at San Diego State. Oregon beat Texas Tech right at the end. Hand off to Peterson again. He'll waddle forward to about the 44, gets 5. Washington over Tulsa. Colorado, fairly impressive in the second half over Nebraska 36-14. Utah, right at the end, beating Baylor on the road 20-13.
Pete, I didn't ask you, did you have any bye week plans? I know you like to go down south. Pete.
No, I'm not this week because the high school class that was just behind me, the class of 73, is having their 50th reunion. I know a lot of guys in that class. So I'm going to go to that at the Tam O'Shanter Inn, the Great Scott in Glendale. Moss gets plugged as he throws long downfield, and Robinson comes back to get it and a flag. He made the catch at the Stanford 23 as the victory bell sounds. So I'm going to go to that, and then I think I might go down south for a couple days.
All right.
And then come back just in time to catch the plane.
I figured you'd get a little trip across
Pass
the border.
Interference, defense, number 6. That penalty is declined. The result of the play, first down.
Well, you know, summer's not over, and you got to take advantage while it's here. The water's still warm. You got to get the body surfing in when you can. Matt Colombo is the feature back for USC football right now. Moss will throw right side, end zone, in and out of the hands of Jacoby Lane, and a flag down because that's face guarding on Stanford. Zaron Manley called his name a few times tonight. It'll be pass interference. His dad played, Manley didn't play football till high school.
There's no foul for pass interference.
No foul?
The result of the play is an incomplete pass.
Okay.
Second down.
So it's okay when Stanford does it, but not when SC does it.
I mean, it was more than just face guarding, too. He was actually grabbing.
Pushing and grabbing.
Jacoby Lane there.
Again, it's 49-10.
Yeah, the refs are ready to head into the showers, I think.
49-10. Darwin Barlow is in. Barlow carries, right side, has some room. 20. Dives forward and rolls down to the 15-yard line. 3rd and 3. 1:22 to go. It seems for all the world to me that USC is trying to score points here. They're in the red zone. Things getting spicy on both sidelines right now. The La Victoria red zone. 3rd and 3 from the 15. Moss fakes to Barlow. He'll run it himself straight up the middle to the 5, down to the 1-yard line, spins around, puts the ball in the end zone, He was laying on a Stanford player, had not gone down, and that is a touchdown USC. How do you do?
Nice run by Miller Moss there. Takes advantage of Stanford defense with his legs. It lands on a player and just kind of rolls over into the end zone for the Trojans score. It had been a while since the Trojans had scored, Pete.
Well, yeah, it's been a blank second half. Interesting statistic, and I don't know if I'm going to say it correctly, but I think I can. The Trojans will have scored if they get this extra point. Well, they've already got 55. Now it's 56. So 56, 66, 56. 3 times in a row they've scored over 55 points. And they did that last year as well, I think, a couple of times. And in Lincoln Riley's career at USC, the Trojans have scored 55 or more than the Trojans scored 55 points the last 12 years before that. So in these 1 year and 3 games, they've done it better than they did 12 years before that.
Yeah.
All 12 out together.
It seems like they're going after a lot of records, Lincoln and Caleb, it sounds like.
We've got stations to identify themselves. We'll pause 10 seconds for that to happen now on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Your home for Trojans football.
How do you do?
And your home for fast-paced, fact-based talk.
We're not CNN. We do actual facts here.
KABC, Los Angeles, Orange County, a Cumulus media station.
That's what we do.
I feel like that note was right, but then again, I just can't be sure. Jordan Moore might know more than I about these kinds of things. The kickoff taken at the 10-yard line and brought back out by Farrell. He brought down at the 25 from there. Jordan, was I close?
No, it is right, and I saw it on Jack Smith's Twitter, so credit to him for that stat this week. But, we were joking about Stanford taking a moral victory from winning the second half. You guys get the sense that Lincoln Riley noticed that and was not really interested in losing the second half?
A little chippy. A little chippy. He was clearly trying to score. By the way, we should tell you who Jack Smith is. He's an underclass member of the USC student broadcasting team, which is led this year by Eli Kleinman, who was an honorable mention. No, he was an All-American last year for Sportscasters Talent Agency of America. And the guy that Carlo Jimenez was the number 1 guy, and he won the Jim Nantz Award for the college play-by-play broadcaster of the year. So we've got it going on in the student broadcasting business here at USC. Handoff goes to Cedric Irvin. He's around the outside left side into the Trojan territory. Well, nobody stopped playing here, that's for sure. 45 seconds left. And the only question is, will Stanford use any of its final 2 times out? Ball at the 39-yard line on the Trojan side. So it's 56-10.
Yeah, if they start using timeouts, that's when you know gamesmanship is afoot.
Well, plus now you've got Vegas problems, because I think the total tonight was like 69.5 maybe. Handoff to Irvin, so you're at 66 right now. So they're all sitting on pins and needles. Now you're like, oh, okay, we got a ball game, even though it's 56-10. Gain of 5 for Irvin. I mentioned earlier that he's the cousin of Michael Irvin, a Pro Football Hall of Famer. E.J. Smith's, Emmitt Smith's son. He was one of the best ever. Lamson, Curtis and Davis back in there, linebacker for the Trojans. Handoff again. Ball is loose. Picked up, still on the ground. Trojans have it. Trying to pick it up and run with it was Christian Roland Wallace. He dropped it, and then Anthony Beavers picked it up and has it at the 46-yard line. And with only 7 seconds remaining in the ball game, the Trojans will take a knee, I hope, and end it. 56-10. Another turnover for SC.
That's how the rivalry will end, Pete, it looks like.
Fine. The Trojans will lead this series for the foreseeable future 66-34. 27-20 here in the Coliseum, and who knows when we'll see the Stanford Cardinal again. Somewhere, someday, we will meet again. Moss under center. Drops back to take the intentional knee. And that will be that for USC and Stanford. Entertaining game for the Trojan faithful, to be sure, here at the Coliseum. as they come out and shake hands at the center of the field one more time in this great rivalry dating back to 1905. The 103rd meeting goes the Trojans' way. Jordan Moore on the field has one of our Trojan heroes.
Yeah, I've got Bear Alexander settling in very nicely here at USC. What did you think about your defense's performance on the whole tonight?
Man, I think all 11 hats flew around, man. It was exciting just to see guys fired up and ready to pull it off.
You know, right away we were talking about the effect you can have even when you don't have a sack, the pressure you put on that sets up the Max Williams interception early. You know, how big is that, and how rewarding is it to watch your teammate get to benefit from it?
You know, I'm cool with saying my teammates benefit, man. Like, it ain't about the stats for me. It's about being disruptive as hell and showing that I can do it play in and play out.
You were not part of this defense last year, but you know you were brought in for a reason. Does this defense have a chip on its shoulder that everyone always talks about the offense and overlooks them? You guys feel like this could be a special unit this year?
For sure we can be a special unit. I mean, Coach Riley said all the time, we only plan on our terms and our terms only, no one else's.
How you enjoying life at USC so far?
Man, I love it.
We love having you. Bear Alexander, big night for him and the Trojans defense.
The Big Bear Sideline Report presented by DirecTV, leader in sports on Saturday and every other day. By the way, the point after kick by Dennis Lynch to get the Trojans to 56 brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. Final score tonight here at the Coliseum, presented by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of USC Athletics. USC 56, Stanford 10. Back with more after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network. They're not just the Trojans, they're your Trojans. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Trojan pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Trojans. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official retail bank of USC Athletics. Copyright 2023, Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC, and fight on.
Trojan fans, you may not think of yourself as an athlete, but everyday life is full of athletic feats. You bend, you reach, you lift, you twist until back, neck, or shoulder pain hits, which brings you to a stop. But whether you're an athlete or not, the Joint Chiropractic can help ease your pain and keep you on the active list. Visit thejoint.com today to get your first consultation, exam, and adjustment for just $29. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans.
Introducing Stone Fight On Pale Ale, with a balanced blend of hops and a deep golden color as vibrant as the Southern California sunshine. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is brewed to be the perfect companion for the beach, the tailgate, or cheering on the Trojans. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is best enjoyed by holding a can in one hand and raising a V for victory with the other. Find Stone Fight On Pale Ale near you at find.stonebrewing.com. That's find.stonebrewing.com. Stone Brewing is a proud partner of USC Athletics.
Defending your bottom line from a sack lunch.
That's what we call a sack lunch. Nom, 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 nom.
Motech on Money. Afternoons at 5 on KABC.
So the Trojans win it to move to 3-0 on the season, liable to move up in the rankings from number 6, at least one spot, because Alabama was beaten today, the number 3 team in the land. Stanford falls to 1-1, and they go back home to take on Sacramento State. So a good chance to win their next game, although they've got to work on the new quarterback. Lamson looked good in replacing Ashton Daniels, but will he be the long-term answer, or will their third stringer, Latu, who has played some, also come in and save the day a little bit? For the Trojans, a week off as they go to the bye undefeated. They will go to Arizona State in a couple of weeks, then Colorado, returning home several weeks from now to take on the Arizona Wildcats here at the Coliseum. Invite you now to stay tuned for the Modelo Locker Room Report, the show that takes you into the Trojan locker room for interviews with players of the game for USC. We'll hear from the head coach, Lincoln Riley. We'll check the game statistics, highlights of tonight's game, and all that other good stuff on the Modelo Locker Room Report, which is coming right up immediately after this. Final score once again from the Coliseum, USC 56, Stanford 10, and this is the Trojan Football Media Network.
You can't spell victorious without USC.
Looks left, looks over the middle, throws, it's intercepted! Intercepted! Corey Foreman with the pick over the middle, and the Trojans are going to win!
USC football was brought to you by Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football. By Coors Light. Coors Light, made to chill. By AM/PM. Too much good stuff. Proud sponsor of USC Athletics.
Williams is going to throw it long. Does. Caught at the 20. Stays on her feet. He'll go all the way. One play, 75 yards. Touchdown, USC.
USC football was also brought to you by Honda. The SoCal Honda dealers are doing random acts of helpfulness for USC fans this season, and they can help you too. Visit SoCalHondaDealers.com to find the helpful Honda dealer near you. And by State Farm. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps create an affordable price just for you. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, it's the Modelo Locker Room Report with a full breakdown of the game, highlights, and head coach Lincoln Riley's final word. Right here on your home for Trojans football, AM 790 KABC and the USC Trojan Media Network, presented by Pechanga Resort Casino.
Trojans, tired of being a number at your bank? Be the owner of your financial future with USC Credit Union, the official credit union of USC Athletics. We put our members before profits, offering better rates and personalized service that'll leave you cheering for more. Open a checking or savings account today and enjoy easy online banking with access to over 30,000 fee-free ATMs nationwide. Bank with a champion that elevates your financial game. Make the winning play and join USC Credit Union today. Federally insured by the NCUA.
After the end of a good fight, you deserve an ice-cold reward. Modelo is the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, the bigger the fight, the better the reward. You put in the hours, the energy, the tough labor. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love, with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Trojan fans, it's time to get your roll on with Roll 'em Up Taquitos, the official taquito of USC Athletics. Using Mama Karen's special recipe, our taquitos are hand-rolled daily and pan-fried to order with your choice of beef, chicken, ground beef, and vegetarian options. We got bomb AF taquitos and a delicious selection of side dishes as well as our bomb churro donuts. Visit rollemup.com to find the location nearest you. Fight on and roll 'em up.
This
Let's go!
is the Modelo Locker Room Report.
Caleb Williams to pass. Throws right side, down the sideline. Caught! He's in the end zone. It's a touchdown, USC.
Brought to you by Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football. Honey Stinger, the official nutrition partner of the USC Trojans. Prepare, perform, and recover with Honey Stinger. And by Celaya Tequila, proud partner of the USC Trojans. Once again, we go back up to the booth to the best broadcast team in college football, Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody.
Players, families, and friends milling around on the field and some in the stands here at the Coliseum as we approach the witching hour on the last summer Saturday football date for USC in 2023. The band giving its great post-game concert as always here at the Coliseum after they all sat back and watched a USC 56-10 win over Stanford of the final USC-Stanford game for quite some time, we feel. USC was in command from the very get-go, and the prevailing thought in the locker room and in the clubhouse and in the stands and here in the press box, Shaun Cody, is that if they wanted to, USC could have scored any number of points they wanted to put up on the board tonight.
Yeah, 49 points in the first half, Pete, and it didn't. I think only stopped on one drive in that first half. Caleb Williams was making amazing throws, long passes, short ones. The running game was going. Offensively, everything was clicking. Defensively, everything was clicking. The Trojans dominated that front of the defensive line, dominated Stanford's offensive line. They couldn't produce anything, knocked their quarterback out, got to the backup quarterback, didn't have them do anything, just a really dominant performance against a Pac-12 foe, and the last time we see our rival level, Stanford.
Barely had a chance to breathe before it was 14-0. The Trojans scored on their first possession, as they always do, all 3 games this season so far. A 75-yard drive in 8 plays. Caleb took it in himself from 21 yards out. Then Max Williams had an interception deep in Stanford territory, and 3 plays later, Marshawn Lloyd made it 14-0. Austin Jones with a 1-yard touchdown run against his old teammates capped a 93-yard 12-play drive to make it 21-0 after the first quarter, and I think we all knew what was happening at that point. Then a punt for Stanford, and Zachariah Branch, the outstanding freshman for USC, went 75 yards with it to wow the crowd and made it 28-0. Caleb found Dorian Singer with a touchdown pass. This was 2 plays after Solomon Byrd forced a fumble and injured their quarterback, knocked him out of the game, Ashton Daniels. And then Tackett recovered that fumble, and the Trojans turned it into another 7. Josh Carty put a field goal up finally for Stanford. Caleb had a 75-yard touchdown pass on the very next play to Brendan Rice, 42-3, and then right at the end of the half, Caleb found Lake McCree. Nice bit of deception. We thought Marshawn Lloyd had gone in with it. Then we thought Caleb might have taken it himself, and he finally unloaded it to McCree for a 7-play, 80-yard drive with 10 seconds left in the half. It was 49-3 USC, and then the second half was a punt fest, both teams scoring late touchdowns with lots of reserve players in the game at the end. Not sure what they picked, but it's going to be interesting to hear it. Now it's time for our power play of the game.
Now it's time to take a listen to the best play of the game.
By far the best presentation of the day. And here comes the best part.
Powered by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power.
Williams will keep. He'll run it to the 20, to the 15, down to the 10, 5, and into the end zone. Looked like he was going to step out of bounds. He said, no, thank you very much. I'm going all the way. Touchdown, Caleb Williams on the ground. Touchdown, USC. How do you do? So that was that. We'll come back and take a look at the game stats, individually and team stats. We'll be going down to the locker room as we continue on with the Modelo Locker Room Report. Jordan Moore will have our 2 players of the game. We'll talk to Lincoln Riley as well. We'll be checking some scores of other games. We've got lots to do here on the Modelo Locker Room Report. Trojans win at 56-10 over Stanford. Back with more after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Hey, are you feeling the heat?
No, this makeshift air conditioner I made with my fridge is working great. Oh.
LADWP has rebates up to $225 on new air conditioners to help you beat the heat and save money.
Ooh, that sounds cool.
Plus, you can sign up for Level Pay to get predictable monthly bills for easy budgeting.
Very cool.
Stay cool. Visit ladwp.com/cool-LA.
Now, can you help me fix my fridge?
Support for USC football comes from Children's Hospital Los Angeles. U.S. News and World Report is once again named Children's Hospital Los Angeles the #1 hospital for kids in California. Ranked in the top 10 nationally, CHLA has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since the prestigious list was created. They've been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 120 years. Whether it's for routine care or life-saving needs, families turn to CHLA when the outcome matters. Clinical excellence, breakthrough research, and world-class expertise for kids. Find a doctor at chla.org.
The mountains you climb may be stairs. The records you set may be personal. The fans you inspire may be family. But you don't need to be an athlete to get the same nutrition, energy, and hydration products Trojan athletes get. For that, you just need Honey Stinger. Nutrition specifically formulated to help you prepare, perform, and recover at your best. Honey Stinger, official nutrition partner of USC Athletics.
Cue up the band, because Trojans Live is back. Monday nights at 7 on KABC.
SC wins 56-10 over Stanford at the Coliseum in front of 67,213. First downs 27-19 in favor of USC. The game stats powered by the LA Department of Water and Power. Rushing, USC carried 28 times for 180 yards. Stanford 41 carries for 209. So Stanford actually had more yardage, but SC had a better percentage, 6.4 yards per carry to Stanford's 5.1, and the Trojans had 4 rushing touchdowns to Stanford's 1. Passing yards 393 to 140. Total offense, the plays were almost equal, 66-65 Stanford. but the yardage was not, 573 to 349. And keep in mind, a lot of that defensive yardage was in what we have to call garbage time. Trojans with 9 yards per play, Stanford with about 5. Trojans got 3 turnovers off of the Cardinal, did not turn it over themselves. Had the ball for 32 minutes to Stanford's 28. Stanford was 4 of 14 on 3rd and 4th. That's good percentage defensively for SC. While the Trojans were 4 out of 9 and scored on 5 possessions in the red zone. All of them were touchdowns. Those are the team stats. We'll come back and take a look at the individual stats and soon be going down to the locker room as the Modelo Locker Room Report continues from the Coliseum after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Hi, it's Tungus. It's hard to express Tungus' self when come to AM/PM's breakfast. So Tungus wrote a poem. Tungus no prepared to feel this way when eat AM/PM breakfast today. Savory chorizo, fried egg and cheese on fluffy, flaky croissant, please. It's so good, cravings galore. Tungus prepared to have one more. Oh wait, Tungus forgot to mention coffee. Need to start over.
When the breakfast is freshly prepared in store, that's cravings. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Trojan fans, it's time to get your roll on with Roll 'em Up Taquitos, the official taquito of USC Athletics. Using Mama Karen's special recipe, our taquitos are hand-rolled daily and pan-fried to order with your choice of beef, chicken, ground beef, and vegetarian options. We got bomb AF taquitos and a delicious selection of side dishes as well as our bomb churro donuts. Visit rollemup.com to find the location nearest you. Fight on and roll 'em up.
Let's level up, people. Pedal those bikes. Intervals. Burn. Burn. Come on, burn. Woo!
At Audi, we think performance is more exhilarating on a real road. Enter the Audi Q5. While Quattro all-wheel drive gives you confidence when you need it, it's the 261 horsepower of the Q5 engine that really raises the pulse rate, as in 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds. And you'll never pull a calf muscle. The next level Audi Q5. Always obey local speed and traffic laws.
Don't punt your morning drive. Catch Armstrong and Getty. Morning 6 to 9 on KABC.
And 56-10 the final. Game stats continued now, powered by the LA Department of Water and Power individually for the Trojans on the ground. Marshawn Lloyd, 9 carries, 77 yards. Austin Jones was second best with 6 carries for 33. 8 different ball carriers. 4 of them got touchdowns. Lloyd, Jones, Caleb Williams, and Miller Moss with rushing touchdowns. Moss, 11 for 15 for 112 yards, continues to impress as the backup quarterback. Caleb Williams, nothing but sensational, 19 of 22 for 281 yards and 3 touchdowns, including a long 75-yarder to Brendan Rice and another where he scrambled around for a good 10 or 12 seconds and then found the receiver in the end zone like he is wont to do from time to time. 12 different receivers caught passes. Washington, Robinson, Branch, and McCree, along with Mario Williams, all caught 4 passes each. Washington for 73 yards. Deuce Robinson for 75. Touchdowns for McCree, Dorian Singer, and Brendan Rice. And don't forget Branch's 75-yard punt return, as if we could forget that. For Stanford, Casey Filkins, leading ball carrier, 5 carries, 63 yards. E.J. Smith, 5 carries, 50 yards. Lamson, the backup quarterback, filling in for Ashton Daniels, went 8 for 18 for 121, was sacked once. Daniels, 2 for 7, was sacked once, threw for 19 yards and an interception early in the game. Jurosek, who was on everybody's radar after catching 9 passes and being a really outstanding tight end for Stanford, only 4 catches for 54, and at least 2 of those were in garbage time right at the end of the ball game. The Trojans win it 56-10 when we come back. Oh, let's tell you also, defensively, sacks for Jamil Muhammad and Solomon Byrd. Byrd had 3 tackles for loss and the interception with a 39-yard return for Max Williams. Trojans had both sacks that were in the game and had tackles for loss, 9 of them compared to 2 for Stanford. All right, when we come back, we'll be going down to the locker room. Jordan Moore will have our first player of the game interview, or Shaun and JJ will talk amongst ourselves until that becomes true. And we'll be back with more after these messages on the Trojan Football Media Network.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC!
Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 with the tax benefits of a retirement account. That's right, invest in crypto with the tax advantages of an IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit itrustcapital.com to start investing today. iTrust Capital, the official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. Taxes and conditions may apply. Fees apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Calling all Trojans, it's football season, which means it's tailgating season. And the beer you need to grab for every USC football game is Modelo. Modelo is a new proud partner of the USC Trojans. So all season long, whether you're at the Coliseum or at home watching the Trojans, you need to have a Modelo in hand. Modelo and USC football. It's the perfect combination for all your game day rituals. Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Fight on!
Taking you inside the huddle. From the comfort of your car. Trojans Live, Monday nights at 7 on KABC.
Welcome back. Trojan Band concert has wrapped up, and the fans who were watching that, one of the highlights of any USC football game, are heading out now. Those hardy few that stayed, probably a couple thousand strong. Trojans beat Stanford tonight, 56-10. A lot to celebrate for USC. We'll be going down to the locker room and talking with a couple of SC players and hear from Lincoln Riley as well. Right now, Shaun, Cody, and John Jackson in the booth with me, and we'll talk amongst ourselves and recap what we saw out there today. I think we really want to recap the first half more than the second half because not much happened in the second half. But that was a really good performance in the first half. That Trojan we do have our first guest. Really good Trojan team, and we'll talk about that as we go along, but we're going to go down to Jordan to start off our Modelo locker room report. Go ahead, Jordan.
All right, I've got the man everyone wants to talk to right now, Zachariah Brench. Don't call him Zach. His name is Zachariah. Just want to prep you guys for that. I heard that from day one from him, but from day one you've made an impression on this USC fan base. I got to ask, how are you so comfortable right away? Right from your first game, you just seem to really embrace this stage and just seem to be able to play your game despite the fact that you moved up a whole level.
Oh, yeah, I definitely do think coming in the spring definitely did help me a lot, but I got to give a lot of credit to the older receivers, Taj Washington, Mario Williams. They took me in as soon as I got in, made sure I was caught up to speed because, we're all one team. So as we go, longer it goes, the better we get, and they want everybody to be on the same page. So, I feel like without those guys, I wouldn't be in a position to be as comfortable as I am right now, so I appreciate them.
I don't know why they keep punting to you, and I don't think it's going to last for very long, so I hope you enjoy the returns the way you got them. What did you see on tonight's that you took the distance?
I just saw. I saw it off the punter's foot, and I just realized, took a peek at the punt team, and I saw I had a lot of space. So, I just returned it, and I saw a lot of guys made the great blocks, and I just adjusted off their blocks, and we executed that play real good. So, I was just a blessing to be able to take one back to the house tonight.
I got to ask you one more. Tyreek Hill was on the sideline. You ever met him before? Because to me, that he's the comp I keep hearing when people talk about you, and I thought it was awfully coincidental that the Cheetah was here. He's got no tie to USC.
I definitely have met him before, spent a little time with him. So, it was cool to see him come out to the game and, come show some love. So, it definitely was a big one for him popping out.
He was having fun watching you work. All of us were. Guys, go ahead for Zachariah.
Zachariah, Shaun, Cody in the booth, congratulations on the win and the big return. My first question is, what happened last week? Why didn't you return it last week?
Why didn't I return it last week?
What happened last week? You didn't have a return. We got one in week 1 and one this week. What you missed last week? What happened?
Hey, man, that was a great punter last week. He put it in the right spots. It just wasn't meant to be. I always just, pray before the games and tell God to take over. And, guess it wasn't meant to be last week, but this week I guess it was.
All right, well, let's get a streak started. And my next question is having to regard the different kinds of returns, right? There's a kickoff return and a punt return. What's in your mind, what's the biggest difference and how do you handle those situations?
I feel like kick return is a little bit easier, just seeing it off the kicker's foot. Punt return, the ball can go anywhere from left side, right side, it could spiral down, come down faster. So I feel like punt return, you just have to be more aware of what's in front of you and how the ball's being kicked. So punt return definitely is a little bit more that you have to study and have to look at. But, you know, punt return is also a great thing too. But, you know, it always comes down to whatever your teammates is doing, how they're doing their blocks as well. So, I mean, you know, it's not a one-person thing. It's always 11 men doing their job. So, yes, sir.
Zachariah, JJ, John Jackson up in the booth. Nice job, man. You look great out there. I got to ask you this, though. You wear number 1. You wear it with pride, I know. But how many family, fans have told you look like another number 1 that used to wear that jersey on this field?
Now, yeah, a lot of people did tell me that. I mean, you know, I get a lot of comparisons, you know, what's going on out there. And, you know, it definitely is a blessing just to be compared to, you know, people of that caliber in the past. So it definitely is a blessing.
So they've told you that you look like me out there returning punts.
I'm telling you, man. You, Reggie, all types of guys, man. I'm telling you.
Reggie, who?
Reggie. Reggie Bush, man.
Okay. I'll give Reggie his props. He was good.
Appreciate it.
But they tell you remind me when I was out there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we have some clarification, get that on tape so I can play that for my kids.
Got to, man. Let them know. Let them know.
All right, man. Yeah. Nice job, man. You look great out there. Keep it up.
Zachariah, it's Pete Arbogast upstairs. I don't take any offense to any of these questions because I'm just that kind of guy. Are you a cocky guy or are you a humble guy or are you kind of mix of both?
No, I'm definitely more of a humble guy. You know, growing up, my parents have just taught me, you know, to stay humble. Whatever's coming your way, if something good, if something bad's going on, just stay the same person every day. So I definitely try to just live my life by that, try to be the same person every day. No matter how good I'm doing, how many plays I'm making, how much fame or how everything's going, I just try to stay the same person because, you know, everything can get taken away.
Are you any different? Are you any different off the field than you are on the field?
Off the field, it's kind of similar. I'll say electric on the field, but my energy is electric off the field. Like, I'm always joking around, always smiling. So you can ask anybody in the locker room, they'll be like, yeah, he's always playing around, joking. So I feel like I'm basically the same on and off the field.
High energy guy.
High energy every time.
Growing up, how young were you and your brother when you guys figured out that you were pretty good at playing sports?
Honestly, I think it was at a pretty young age. We started at like 4 or 5 years old playing flag. And every year, you know, my brother and I would have like 4 or 5 touchdowns in flag every year. So we were like, my dad was like, if you guys really want to do this, then, you know, just stay focused. I'll show you guys the way. My mom did a great job raising us as well. And, you know, we just listened to everything that they said and, you know, everything's panning out.
Now, I know as a former youth coach, there's no way in the world, if I saw you playing flag football, I wasn't recruiting you to play other sports too. Did you guys play everything?
No, yeah, we tried everything. We tried soccer, baseball, basketball, football. We do track. I'm doing track actually at USC as well. But I was actually pretty good at baseball. I kind of wish I stuck with it, but I kind of had to pick between baseball and track because it was in the same season. And I was like, track's going to help me with football speed as well. So kind of just leaned towards that. Soccer, I couldn't really do it. Yeah, I was a little too physical for that one. Played a little co-ed league. They wasn't ready for me.
Just knocking guys around.
I'm telling you.
That's pretty funny.
Yes,
well, congratulations on a great start here. You know what the most fun part of this is, and I don't know if you hear it. You might, but you might block out the crowd noise. I know some guys can and some guys don't. But when you're on the field and the ball is coming towards you, there's a different crowd noise. There's a different sound that's made in the crowd. It's like, oh, here we go. Do you hear it? Do you know like everybody's looking at you and saying, wow, this guy's got something?
Nah, actually, I honestly don't hear it. I really tune it out. Like when I actually took that punt return back and I did my celebration, a lot of those guys said that they said the Sioux in the crowd. I was like, I really didn't even hear it. Like, so I really tune everything out. You know, I just try to focus on what's in front of me, and then the rest is history. After that, I come to the sideline, start celebrating my teammates, have a good time.
Next time you get one and you're out in the open and you've got 20 yards to go or something, you know you're going to score. open your ears a little bit and listen to what the crowd's saying, because it's a different sound than we've heard. I heard it when Adoree Jackson was playing here. I heard it when Reggie was playing here. You got that kind of that kind of mojo going on, and I look forward to seeing more of it. We sure look forward to watching you play. It's been fun so far. It's only 3 games, I know.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys, man.
All right. Zachariah Branch, great start for his college career at USC.
Hey, Pete, we're going to stay right here and grab Solomon Byrd, too.
Do that.
Solomon?
Byrd had a sack tonight, 3 tackles for loss. He was all over the field. He's just having a great start to his season.
He certainly is, and he sits down with us now. Solomon throws those on. Thank you. Hey, I got to ask you, you make a huge play, strip sack. You were mad at yourself. What were you mad about? It seemed like you were immediately upset that you didn't take the ball too?
No, this is the 3rd game in a row. I had a strip sack, but it didn't get picked up, or I didn't pick it up. Because we have something called a turnover board, and if you get a turnover, then you get like your name called out, you get turnover shoes, you get a picture on the wall, and then you sign it. And like, that's kind of there forever. But I haven't even, yeah.
Well, it was a heck of a sequence by you. You had the strip sack. You had a tackle for loss on the next play. Coach Riley's talked about what he wants this year from the pass rush, which is more of a group pass rush. I mean, you were a part of the defense last year. You racked up some sacks, but you played with Thule, who was one of the best in the nation at it. What do you think of the pass rush so far? It seemed like, particularly tonight, you guys were just living in the backfield.
Yeah, well, we're really dominant in the middle, and so like that helps me and Jamil and the other guys on the outside, like Ormello. Yeah, I mean, just hunting together. I mean, we're not perfect. We still need to get there, but we've taken a lot of strides from game 1 to game 3.
Guys, go ahead for Solomon.
Yeah, Solomon, talk about those strides you've taken. Obviously tonight, a big push from you guys. You guys really up front, I thought, took over the game from a defensive perspective. What was the message going into this one, and how do you think you guys could perform coming into this one?
The message is the same every week. We want to stop the run. We want to be more physical than the opponent that we're playing. And so far through 3 weeks, we've done that. And I think just being physical, that stems from everything else. That's all we need to do.
All right, Solomon, we got a bye week coming up here. Any bye week plans, or are you just going to live in the weight room or watch film? What do you got going?
Oh, yeah, the bye week's supposed to get better. Nothing changes. I mean, Coach Lincoln just said nothing changes.
I might have took a couple days off in the bye week. Now you got to relax a little bit.
Maybe Saturday.
Solomon, Pete Arbogast upstairs. Tell me a little bit about, I in practice and on the sideline, I can see Shaun Nua, your defensive line assistant coach. I could see his intensity. I know he's a nice guy, but I know how intense he is as well. Talk a little bit about the way he coaches and what it is like to play for him.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, Coach Newell makes it clear that he's not a nice guy, he's a good guy. And, yeah, he's not like a pushover or anything, but he's very intense. With that being said, he's not like a hard coach. I mean, he's very easy to talk to. I mean, he's an excellent coach. I mean, you could just see it in the technique from being this year to last year. You could just see it.
We talk here in the booth sometimes because the defense is the group that gets the most chatter on the social media chat boards. And after San Jose State, it wasn't particularly flattering. After Nevada, it was a little bit better. I suspect tonight, especially after the first half, it'll be even better. Do you guys play off of that at all? Does it motivate you at all, or do you just not care?
No, some stuff is just impossible not to see.
Yeah.
But we try our best to ignore it because the outside world doesn't quite know what's going on or why a play was made or if it was just a bust or what it is. They just look at the numbers. So yeah, at the end of the day, I mean that's what we have to control. So.
But you and I both know that the best way to quiet people down is what you do on the field and how you perform out there. And so when you do that, you don't really have to say anything.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the way it happened tonight in the first half. Hard-hitting, strong football, 49-3 at halftime. You can't argue with. There's nothing to argue with.
Zero.
That's the way it is. Have a great off week. We'll see you on the plane getting ready for Arizona State in a couple of weeks.
All right, Pete, we're going to stay right here. We got the head coach, too. They're all lined up for us.
Boom, boom, boom. Let's go.
Lincoln Riley sitting down with us now. And the head coach grabbing the headset as the Trojans improve to 3-0 on this season. A complete performance, coach. In terms of just the way the front and the back were working together tonight defensively, you just had to be pleased. You had so many pass breakups in the back, and just maybe the perfect example of the play is Bear forces the mishap right away, and Max collects it on the pick, and that's really just how it's supposed to go, huh?
Yeah, it's a good defensive football looks like. We played a really good defensive game. That group challenges you in a lot of ways. Coach Taylor has really everywhere that he's been, and thought we really handled it well. The guys did. Pass defense was really good all night. Thought we were in good spots on coverage. We did a nice job pressuring the passer. Complete defensive performance was fun to watch the guys go out there and compete.
Offensively, you were really physical at the top. 3 consecutive rushing touchdowns to start the game. What was the tone you were trying to set tonight offensively?
I don't know if there's a tone we're trying to say. We're just trying to go play good ball, and just go execute. Yeah, we got in a good rhythm, executed. We didn't have many negative plays in the first half, especially. We were able to stay in front of the chains and just kind of keep a positive flow going, which was good. Weren't very good in the second half. I didn't think our second line played the way we needed to, and we had a couple of things at the skill position. So a little disappointed how we played in the second half. Glad we finished with that last touchdown, but still a lot of work to do.
Guys, go ahead for Coach.
Coach, congratulations on the win. Shot Cody in the box here. Coach, when it's clicking like that in the first half, is this how you envision your Trojan team playing offensive, capitalizing on defensive turnovers and 3-and-outs? Is that how you envision this thing working?
Yes. Yes. That's what it looks like. That's what it can be like. And all these weeks, the challenges, I keep saying it, but it's the truth. And Shaun, the challenges are going to continue to change, and we just got to continue to build. But it was fun to see the group clicking like that, offensively, defensively, special teams all playing at a high level and really feeding off of one another.
Coach, 3 wins in a row here in the NFL. We're talking about victory Mondays, victory Sunday. What do we got? Bye week? Can we get a day, Coach?
We got Sunday tomorrow.
All right.
That's just it, baby. Just
all
Sunday.
Right, victory Sunday.
A lot of work to do. Yes, sir.
Coach JJ John Jackson up in the booth. I want to first of all thank you because I had a steak dinner on this game, but I had to give up 30 points. So I want to make it clear that I did not talk to you about point shaving.
There we go.
But thank you for the steak dinner. I'll be thinking about you on Wednesday or Thursday night.
There you go. Enjoy that steak, baby.
I will.
Coach Pete Arbogast upstairs. Bye week now. What are some of the most important things that you want to accomplish over these next couple of weeks before we get on the plane to go to Tempe?
I don't know that there's any specific things, meaning we just got to keep getting better. We're still early on in this season. There's still a lot of improvements that need to be made across the board on all 3 sides. Obviously a couple of guys that we hope to be able to get healthy, and we just got to keep growing and progressing as a team. We've made some improvements, I feel like, here through the first 3 weeks, and that's just got to continue. It's a long stretch, it's a long season, a lot of new challenges coming up, and we just got to fortify ourselves as much as possible to be ready as they come up and we go into this next stretch.
A lot of times I hear baseball coaches in the majors, especially when they're on a winning streak, and then all of a sudden they have a day off. It's like, no, we want to keep playing. Would you prefer, with your team playing hot like this, would you prefer to keep going or see the bye now or see the bye later? Does it make any difference?
Man, I like football, so I wish we played every weekend. So, if they told us no byes, I'd be okay with that. So I think you got to take advantage of whatever it is. If it's a game next week, in a week, you take advantage, get ready. If it's not, then let's get ready for the next ones. And, my mindset's always on, all right, what's next? What do we got to do to improve and make the most of the time that we do have? And so let's make this bye week an advantage and tidy up some things and get some guys healthy and come out and play even better here in this next stretch.
Speaking of which, Arizona State lost late at home to Oklahoma State, so they might be okay. They got a brand-new head coach, young guy, new coaching staff and all that. I guess you're now going to be in the top 5 in the country. Everybody's going to give you their best shot, and everybody on your team probably knows that, right?
Yeah, when you're at a USC, that's just part of it. You're going to be the game that's circled by everyone, but you know what? We're circling all of them too. And so, Arizona State's a good group. Kenny's a really good coach. I think a lot of him and staff he's put together. And listen, road games are never easy. We know that, and we're getting ready to get on the road for the first few times here. And that'll be important. That'll be a next big step for us as a team, is to really be able to take this on the road and go play well. So.
One more, and I'll let you go here. The first road trip with this group, who's in charge of telling all the guys that haven't been on road trips with this team, who's in charge of telling them kind of where, when, and how to act and all that stuff on the road? Is there a specific guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got your leadership council, your captains, your guys that have been a part of it, and then obviously on us as a staff. I mean, you got to build that momentum. You've got to build that kind of knowledge for these guys that haven't done it before and get them as ready as possible. But it's going to be really just the edge of the entire team. I mean, you got to have a great mentality going into road games. I said in there, you got to be a killer. I mean, that's just what road football is about, being able to persevere and do that. And so we got to go embrace that part and be ready to go.
Well, way to stop the Stanford rivalry, and there's always that edict in football and in coaching. You're undefeated at the bye, so you got that done.
That's right. Hey, well, we've won all the ones that we've had.
So far, so good. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Look forward to it, and a great start. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Fight on.
That is head coach Lincoln Riley, and that is the final word with him, the head coach Lincoln Riley.
It's the final
word. That was the final word from head coach Lincoln Riley. Brought to you by Smart & Final. Smart & Final is a proud sponsor of USC Athletics. Smart & Final, ready to help you add some serious flavor to your game day snack spread.
All right, I want to go down to Jordan now because he likes to wrap that up down there in the locker room, and we'll get his final comments on the end of the USC-Stanford rivalry and what the Trojans are looking like going forward.
Yeah, I think I started the night by saying, I'm not sure we know anything, and I think we know more. I think that was a half of football that laid down a marker for the rest of the league and the rest of the country, if they were still up and watching, which maybe they weren't because there were so many other good games going on around the country, but that was impressive. And I know Stanford is rebuilding, and maybe they'll finish last in the league, but 49-3 halves are just not something that happened every single day. It was just so complete, and we just never saw that last year. So if this is the type of defense that USC is going to play, we could be headed for a special season.
All right, Jordan, thanks again, and we'll see you on Trojan Live on Monday, and then get ready for Arizona State in a couple of weeks. Thanks again for all the work tonight.
Thanks so much.
We'll be back. John Jackson and Shaun, Cody, and I will have final comments when we return to the Coliseum. The Trojans win it over Stanford 56-10. This is the Trojan Football Media Network.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog, because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
On the hunt for a newer used vehicle or want to lower your current payment, a bank-beating auto loan from USC Credit Union is the winning play. No more fumbling through paperwork. Get on the road to savings with fast and easy online pre-approval. And for our eco-conscious Trojans, score big on a 0.25% rate discount on your electric vehicle. Touchdown for the environment and your wallet. See usccreditunion.org/fight-on for more details. Federally insured by the NCUA. Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 65 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
Bongino at 9, Shapiro at 3, Phillips in between. Enough said. KABC.
Well, the Trojans win it by a final of 56-10 and move their record to 3-0. I was looking somewhere in my pile of notes here to next week's schedule, and there's not a lot of great games around the country next week. It's the week after that when we play Arizona State. There's all kinds of stuff going on. Ohio State, Notre Dame. Yep. There's all kinds of games. And as you saw tonight with Texas beating Alabama, things are going to start to happen as we go forward. Well, they're gone, at least for a while. You know how the SEC is. They'll be back eventually.
It
won't be long. But SC should move up to number 5 in the rankings. And with a performance like this, only a half a game long, if you put a full game together, good Lord, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is what they're supposed to do, right? In these first 3 games, you looked at the schedule and I thought, all right, we get these first 3 games under our belts here, see how the team looks, make a couple evaluations, get to that bye week, get guys healthy, figure out, all right, now it's time for this kind of stretch. I think we get, you got Arizona State, a lot to figure out about this team, and then you keep it moving. So a good start for the Trojans, a big win tonight, like Jordan said, a great half of football, man, defensively, offensively, just firing all cylinders, just making it look easy tonight. So a good way, but the next test is getting on the road, and we'll see what this Trojan team looks like in a hostile environment.
Yeah, I don't know that Arizona State is – I didn't think they were very good. I watched them play their first game, and I didn't think much of them, but then they gave Oklahoma State a tough tussle. And I don't know if Oklahoma State's a good or mediocre team this year. Yep. It looked to me when I saw Arizona State that SC would have not that much problem. But you got to go on the road, and it's a little bit different, and you're not going to have 90 players on the sideline. You're only going to have about 65. It's a different feel. Different feel for sure.
Always that first road game is always a challenge. There's so many just logistic things that you have to work out as a team and make sure everyone's on the same page. And like I said, Arizona State might not be the most hostile environment, but people are going to be rooting against you. It's not like being at home here where you got 50,000 people all on your side booing the other team. It's people are going to be booing you for the first time.
We haven't heard the start time, and they always make us play in 120-degree heat at 12 in the afternoon. Yeah. We won't find that.
Oh, you'll be nice and air-conditioned, Pete, in your little box there, Pete.
It's a closed booth, too. That's all it is air conditioned. JJ, at halftime, I asked you if you were a happy man. You said you were. Are you still a happy man?
I am still happy because just watching the game, Pete, it seems like this was as close to a perfect game as you could get. They opened up a huge lead in the first half. They were able to create turnovers and not give up turnovers. They took care of the ball really well again, should I emphasize, and they took the ball away for the first time, really, like they used to do last year when we were getting ready to send them to the national championship game with 3 turnovers here in this one without it and not giving the ball away. So it's as close to a perfect game, and I really wanted to ask Lincoln Rowdy that if we could find him before he gets on the bus. I'd love to ask him that question. Is there anything that he even recognized as a weakness or something that they did wrong today? Because from a fan standpoint, it looked like this was as close to a perfect game as you could play.
Well, I got about these outside rushes. They're still gashing the outside a little bit.
Coaches always find something.
There's always
coaches will find something. Yeah, you're not standing on the sideline right.
Yeah, but not in my defense prediction.
You got it. You called it on that one, JJ.
Going forward for this SC team, and I'll ask you this, have you been on teams that have started the season not sure of who they were and then a couple of games in started to believe in themselves?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
To every team,
because they're all different?
Yeah, they're all different, and you just don't know what's up in front of you. That's the problem. Is you feel like you're, the national championship team, but you don't know what's in front of you. And when, of course, as teams start to get more film on you, they start to attack different weaknesses as well. So, yeah, that's the challenge. I think from a player standpoint, you just don't know. You just sort of trust what the coaches say, but I like I said, it's hard to tell this team many flaws about tonight's game because it was that good.
Well, that could be a problem.
Yeah, and I think you don't really find out about a team until you're pushed, right? Until you get knocked up against the wall, till you take that first shot, till you're in the fourth quarter deep in a game and you might be behind or it's a tight one. I think that's when you find out about teams and what kind of team you are. And up until that point, yeah, you're feeling good, but when you get hit that first time, JJ, and you're like, shoot, man, maybe we're not as good as we think. We've got to find a different way to win. So I think it's that always crux of the season is where you find that point. There's going to be that game. Last year was Oregon State. You got pushed to the limit. You have to find out about yourself, and that kind of crereates your team identity.
Well, and you never know when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It could be Arizona State,
but
it could be Colorado.
Yeah, well.
They're going to score some points. I don't think they're going to stop SC ever. If they score 70, SC's going to score 90. It's that kind of game. Unless you turn the ball over, that's the great equalizer. It could be any of these teams. Arizona's not terrible. Got to go to South Bend. It's going to be fun there. So eventually they're going to face some adversity. But right now it feels to me like the wind has filled their sails, if you will, and they're.
You can feel good about yourself right now.
That's the way it looks right now. All right, have a great week off, gentlemen, and we'll get back at it in a couple of weeks when the Trojans travel to Tempe to take on Arizona State. And JJ, we'll talk to you. You'll be in the booth with the guys at KABC and our flagship station, and we'll look forward to talking to you then.
Perfect. I got it.
Let's do it.
Our next broadcast coming up in a couple of weeks on Saturday, September 23rd, where the Trojans take on the Arizona State Sun Devils. We do not know the kickoff time right now, and our broadcast will begin 2 hours before that with the Trojan Tailgate Show, and then half an hour before kickoff time with Countdown to Kickoff on 790 KABC and the USC Trojan Media Network. Stay tuned now for the USC Trojan wrap-up show as Jason Schwartz and Sua Cravens talk Trojan football, take your calls, and eventually play the highlights. Thanks to our in-studio board operator, Wayman Porter. Highlights provided by Jose De La Roca. Our spotter-statistician, Bert Awada. Our producer-engineer, Rick Cutler. Producer-director, Gia Lares. The executive producer of USC football is Drew DeHart. Now for John Jackson, Jordan Moore, and Shaun Cody, this is Pete Arbogast reminding you again the final score here at the Coliseum tonight. USC 56 and Stanford 10. Fight on, everybody.
All right, everyone out